Well, how we doing, everyone? Welcome to the Nintendo Prime Podcast, Season 2, Episode 56. I don't know where Daddy Jake left. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he needed a private moment. It is what it is. I guess he'll show up when he shows up. We are going to have quite an interesting show for you guys today. We are jam-packed with 8 people. It's going to be pretty crazy. We have a lot of stuff to talk about today. We'll be talking about things such as, hey, looking back at the Wii U and 3DS because, we finally have an end date for when online support is fully ending, which is basically the death of the system. Of course, you guys all know that people will modify, you have private servers and all that, but that's just something that always keeps retro alive for a long time. We're going to be revisiting a debate that originated on Andres Restart's channel and bringing it back to this channel for a round 2 of is Nintendo Switch 2 coming out in 2024 or 2025
or 2026.
Yeah,
I guess can push
Or
it out
never.
further.
it
Or
doesn't exist.
or we also have our
Team
fan
2030.
topics, and we will dabble a little bit in the Palworld towards the end as well. So a lot to get into, but first, let's go around the room, introduce everyone, and what have you been playing lately? We'll just start right next to me, Mr. May or may not keep it clean, Daddy Jake.
What's going on, everybody?
What are you playing over there?
Let's see. I am planning on playing Palworld. I didn't play anything this week because I was in Florida. Obviously, I called into last week's show on my laptop from my grandma's house. So, yeah.
So I'm back in HD.
You're looking pretty crisp, my friend.
What's
Pretty
that?
crisp. You're looking pretty crisp.
Thank you. I appreciate
know.
it.
By
I
the
got
way,
back
I
in
completely
4K.
forgot about us
Back
hanging
in
out this
4K.
weekend. I just remembered today.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I was trying to say to you before. I was like, dude, I'm so sorry we didn't connect.
No, it completely slipped my mind as well. I was.
I'll
busy.
make it up to you on Valentine's Day, I promise.
For sure. Someone's got it.
Yeah, it's an average thing for co-hosts on a podcast to do. You know, make it up to each other on Valentine's Day.
Exactly.
That happened.
Well, we have a
all
special
right.
relationship.
It's very special.
Just don't bring up that zero. It's a touchy subject.
Okay.
Already?
Whoa. No Mario Kart or F-Zero talk today. All right. We got, for the first time ever, Backlog Banter here. They're a podcast show, I believe, and I think it's Tucker and Abram. Am I correct?
Yeah. Hello. Yes.
You
And
said
On one
banter?
mic in one house. Look at
Is
this.
that banter?
Nice to meet you, Abram. I think it's our
Nice
first
to meet
time
you
talking.
too.
Hey.
Yes, I was lurking in the chat for you guys' debate. I was playing Metroid Prime 2. I think we're gonna have a little Metroid alliance here, Andres. In this
Let's
conversation.
go. Let's go.
So,
Common
I'm on-
ground.
I have to say, I'm on Tucker's side of the whole debate, but we're on the
That's
same
fine.
Metroid side, and that kind of transcends all. I think.
That's
I
all that
think,
really
but-
matters.
Yes, we're
gotta
also
grab
playing
a
the same game.
sweatshirt and a donut. I'll be right back.
Oh, gee. It's always a donut with this guy. I swear.
Hey, bring
I'm
me
gonna
one.
grab a muff,
He
actually.
doesn't even
I-
share the wealth. I've been waiting for a delicious donut for so long.
I do love muff. I love a good muff, so I might grab
Well,
one
we
of
know
those.
that. A good
Yeah.
muff with a donut. All right.
right.
Especially the donuts with the holes in them.
Hey.
Backlog Banter.
All right.
For starters, want to introduce who you guys are and what you guys do, and then tell us what you've been playing lately.
Great. You do the intro.
Oh,
Go
of
for
course.
it. You got
Yeah,
it.
I'm sort of the brains, and he's sort of the brawn of the operation over here. Backlog Banter, believe it or not, YouTube channel talking about video games, but we try to do things a little bit differently. I know. We'll take it easy here. We'll ease you into it, but we don't do just the kind of easy stuff here on Backlog Banter. We try to do topics and ideas that we don't hear people talk about very much. Recently, we just did a topic about what constitutes a dead game franchise, because you always hear people like, oh, this series is dead, that series is dead, yada yada yada, and we were like, well, what really does this mean and what qualifies? And so we broke that down. We talked about what made the Wii such a weird system. So these are like really strange, off the beaten path topics. They don't get many views because of that. They're not as clickable as what Bo or Andres do, but our next video probably will be a lot more clickable, which is that we are taking the extreme and trying to predict the entire next generation of Nintendo games. We are going over 7 years worth of games every month, every title, every developer. People like to predict 1 year's worth, like, oh, what's Nintendo doing next year? We're doing the entire next system. And we're also not doing it alone. And the reason why this will be such a clickable thing is not only is it I think, a pretty interesting topic, but we're also bringing in some outside interference here, including friends of the show, guests of the show.
Friends on the show right now.
Friends on the show. Andres Restart and Botox Games will all be contributing among some other guests, some other names you might have heard. at Nintendo Life and Good Vibes Gaming and those kind of places, which is going to be pretty cool. And that's going to be in about a month. So maybe we want people to subscribe and get excited and predict alongside us.
I'm so glad you brought it up because I totally forgot that I owe you a minute.
Yeah.
Not for I'll get it. I'll get it.
You told me by the end of the month. I got.
Yeah, I've got a lot. I got to actually add it to my board so I remember.
So I think my fear about this is right. Is
I know
that
what
I'm going to say something that someone else is going to say.
Yeah,
but I also want to be right.
We'll edit
so
around.
like I'm trying to like not just spitball anything.
See, that's why you don't go for the obvious ever.
You go wild. Oh yeah, but I think it's a pretty interesting idea. I mean, you see every year everyone's like, oh, what's Nintendo going to come up with for next year? But I've never once in my life seen anyone try to predict the entire next generation, the entire generation's worth of games. We have a spreadsheet document that goes like 200 deep, and so this is going to be a big.
It's an insane document. I've seen it.
Awesome. And what have you guys been playing lately?
We've been playing the same game, actually. We've been playing Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. I just beat it this morning.
Ooh.
The game, can we swear on this program?
Yeah.
This game is fucking awesome.
Yeah, you can.
I'm not a big Metroidvania guy, but I love Metroid in particular.
Are we allowed to say whatever we want?
Look, motherfucker, you gotta keep it within reason.
Holy shit.
Did not expect that
to come.
The inner chipmunk has arisen.
Well, we now know he will not be keeping it clean tonight.
It's out of the system. No, I just had to get it out of the system.
You gotta get it out of the system, but get Prince of Persia in your system.
Yeah.
Ham-fisted segue, but the game is really good. I mean, this team from Ubisoft made the Rayman game, so it's no surprise that the movement is very, very, very good. And it's just very approachable and very cinematic. I think that if you're turned off by these kind of larger Hollow Knight style Metroidvania titles, but you love what Mercurius Steam does in Samus Returns and Dread, like I do, you'll love Lost Crown. Yeah. So definitely check it out. Totally loved it.
All right. Nice. Yeah, I actually plan to pick up that game myself with the next paycheck. I'm gonna have a good time.
Oh yeah.
Very good time. I've heard everyone who loves side-scrolling Metroid is gonna love this game, so I'm all in.
I'm waiting for that.
I beat it
Ubisoft
today.
price drop.
People say that it's 20. The reporting was 25 hours. I beat the game in 13. I think. So it's not actually that long. It's not that daunting.
That's fine. I prefer shorter.
Yep. It's a very good length.
Wes and Emo, what's going on, buddy?
What's up? How we doing, guys?
You all right?
Good.
What are you playing lately? It's got to be something over there.
A little bit of something. Just not too long ago beat Prince of Persia as well. Put about 25 hours into that game. Pretty freaking good. Like Ubisoft pulled it off. They actually cooked this time, so hopefully they continue cooking. I just picked up Enshrouded, been playing that. Pretty great game as well. Definitely one of my favorite survival games this year. I know everyone's talking about Palworld, and I'm like, bro, we got Enshrouded coming out. We got Nightingale. Like, these are the games I'm looking forward to. So, you know, you guys can take your Pokemon arc.
All right.
Thank you.
Botox Games.
Yes, sir.
The Indomitable Bow.
The
I've been
Indomitable.
playing COD. That's all I've been playing.
No, actually, I've been taking a break from COD for a little bit here. I haven't played in like 2 months. I'm cleansing.
Whoa.
Waiting for that
Are you hitting the draw
release,
yet?
right? Or a Switch 2 release.
I'm itching. Well, because I've been moving, so like my PS5 wasn't hooked up. But yeah, once Call of Duty's on Switch, it's over for me. That's why I bought a PS Portal just to play Modern Warfare 3 in bed, and it's.
I'd be down to team up with you. I haven't played COD in a while.
No, it's fun, but yeah. For those that don't know, I also have a YouTube channel. Obviously, I cover a lot of the same stuff that Nate and Andres do, so Nintendo news, but also I go back some more and reflect on other Nintendo lesser known games, kind of like Backlog Banter does, just in shorter videos. In terms of what I'm playing right now, yeah, no, Tucker and Abram are crazy. They'll talk for fucking hours, which is awesome. But what I've been playing this week, Palworld, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Another Code Recollection. I am close to finishing the first game. I played Trace Memory for the first time on DS last year after they announced the remake. I like the production value and the voice acting and everything. I think this is definitely a better DS game, though. A lot of issues with the camera and stuff. It maybe should have stayed on DS personally.
So is it actually a remake or is it a remaster or is it kind of you're not sure?
It's a remake, dude. Because the DS version's top down, so there's so well.
So I mean, yeah,
I guess the Wii game's probably closer because that was a Wii game, but the DS one's definitely a full remake. Some of the puzzles are completely different too.
All right, so at least half the game is remade, and
yeah. The
Okay.
other one I imagine is probably more poor, but I haven't gotten to that yet. It's fine.
Okay, maybe not.
I think the Metacritic is appropriate from what I've played, but that's about it right now.
So, but like just for the game though, like how do you feel about it? Like, is it good? Is it really good? Is if you feel like they improved the game over the past? Like, should more people be picking this up?
It's good. I just, like I was saying, the production value and updates and that stuff. The game looks nice. I like the way it looks, but I would probably say just play it on DS. Honestly, I think
Okay.
maybe that's just like my visual novel brain. I'm used to playing visual novels on DS, but
No
as
offense,
much as the updates are nice, I think the DS version, at least for the
Andres?
first game, maybe not for the sequel, but
you shouldn't be worrying about this game at all. You need to play Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2 before you worry about
easier, right? Before you play another code.
It should be, yeah, you got your priorities mixed up, my guy.
That's the list. Last of Us 1, Last of Us 2, another code.
Oh man, just to wait until I start talking about what I've been playing lately.
Oh man, all right. Oh wait, maybe I'm excited. All right, we'll see.
No, you won't be.
Oh, okay.
Never know.
You're really selling it.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. I don't know how Jake feels about certain things. So we'll see.
Well, what have you been playing lately?
Let's hear it.
All right. Well, I'll just rob Bo's space here. Is there anything else you wanted to mention, Bo?
That's fine. No,
Okay.
that's it. Yeah.
So I haven't played Golden Sun lately. That's kind of sucked me in a bit. I'm done with World. Completed Monster Hunter World, right? I've actually gone back to Monster Hunter Rise right now. I've been playing with Brandon. So that's been a good time. I actually never finished Rise because I was waiting to play with people. And what happens when you wait for other people to play games? You're dependent upon others, right? So, but I've been getting back into Rise, and so it's been a good time. I'm actually better now at Monster Hunter Rise because I blitzed World, which is interesting, right? Because like there are certain things I sort of learned playing World. I was like, oh, all right, so I could do this with Greatsword.
I have a question for you actually about that. Are you playing Rise on Switch?
Yes.
So
where it originally released from.
World. Let me ask my question. So you played World on PlayStation, right?
Sure.
Don't you think that it takes the game down a lot by not having like being able to directly voice chat with randoms? Like that's one of the few games where like I actually will like link up with randoms and like talk to them and like make friends.
Sure.
In World, and like not having that on Switch kind of sucks.
That's an interesting perspective. Because I'll just tell you straight up, I actually think Monster Hunter Rise is better multiplayer than World. Yeah, but for different reasons though, right? So I'm not saying what you're saying isn't valid. But for me, I don't like talking with randos in games, period. So I never even entertained that feature, right? So I'll call. So in World, like I will do like I also I like doing the hard mode thing, right? Like so I will only invite other players in. I'll shoot the flare if I want to get something done quickly, but I try to avoid it if I want to challenge myself, right? Because it is harder by yourself, right? So, but I still did it, and so I appreciated that. But what I don't like about Monster Hunter World, even if the voice chat is probably better, because Switch that is definitely an issue for sure. You don't have multiplayer like in the actual hub area, right? You have to wait until you get into your mission or expedition, and you can't do the story until you complete a cutscene. But in Rise, you can experience the entire campaign cooperatively the entire time. There's no waiting for cutscenes or anything like that. You're hanging out with each other in the actual town. And it's just weird that they didn't do that in World. I think that impacted, because I actually wanted to play World with my cousin. And whenever I did, it was kind of a frustrating experience, like waiting for him to get through a cutscene just so I could jump in. And so that kind of took it away from me, right? So from that perspective, I think the World multiplayer is actually better in Rise, but obviously, voice chat, if you're looking for voice chat, definitely, that's a loss on Switch.
I don't think it's harder in single player. I think it's just grindier. I don't think it's any harder.
I'd argue it. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I argue
just for it, and it does a pretty good job of that.
So in terms of damage scaling, right? Yes, but when it's 4 versus 1, the monster only targets one of you at a time, right? So that gives you more opportunity.
But I think I still think it's not as, for whatever reason, I still think it's not really harder in single player. Because I don't know. I guess I'm basing most of it on World for that aspect, but
also World
that's all I played for like a month. So I did a ton of single player and a ton of multiplayer. But I didn't do the
Yeah.
same thing for Rise, and it's for that reason where the multiplayer didn't like grab me as much.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been playing Rise. I'm trying to decide which game I like more because I think World does a lot of really good things, but Rise is also a newer game, right? So I think they actually
for sure.
they made a lot of improvements. I would say like mechanics wise, I like Rise overall more, but World did introduce some really cool elements that I do appreciate. So regardless, I'm looking forward to Wilds. Like Wild is just going to be insane. But anyways, beyond Rise and Golden Sun, I saw people talking about over the weekend, and I was like, you know what? It's actually discounted on Steam. And I probably should test out my PC. I have a relatively new graphics card. I have a whole bunch of RAM on here. Let's play something on my PC. My CPU sucks, so that's a little bit of a bottleneck. But yeah, so I downloaded Palworld. And yeah, I mean, as Nemo brought up earlier, it's Arc with Pokemon. That's what it is, and some Breath of the Wild movement mechanics. And it's fun. I don't know how much more I'm going to continue to play it. I beat the first boss yesterday. I guess it feels like a lot of busy work, right? And so those kinds of games, I like them initially, but after a certain point, I get to a certain feeling where I'm like, I could be doing chores in real life. Why am I doing it in a video game? And so that's why I eventually stopped playing Animal Crossing. That's why I eventually stopped playing Ark, and that's probably why I'm going to stop playing Palworld. However, I haven't played it with friends yet, right? So, Bo, let's go, right? Tucker, Tucker, we were talking about it earlier. Like, I'm down. I'm down. It'll probably make me interested for a little bit more, but I don't imagine like finishing Palworld. But it is neat.
Yeah.
Do we know how long it is? Like how many bosses?
I have no idea.
Because I'm still behind you. I tried the first boss and I got obliterated, and I was like, okay, well, I'll come back to this another day.
No, I died once, and then I tried again. And I just crafted like 114 arrows, and all my Pokemon died. Yeah, I'm calling them Pokemon. And I just shot it with a lot of arrows. I did, however, something about Palworld that I did notice is kind of interesting is that each pal has their own unique ability, and so you can actually craft certain items to combo with them. And so there's like this fox that has like glowing fire, and so it's actually really cool. I throw out the fox, and it kind of lights the way at night. Very like if you play Ark, it's pitch black, right? And it's pretty much the same thing in Palworld. So you need a torch or something.
Yeah.
But if you have a Pokemon that glows on its own, that's kind of neat. But with this fox,
it also gets cold at night in Palworld.
Yeah, that too. So it helps keep you warm as well. But with this fox, you can actually create like a little like carrying case, so you can hold the fox with you and use it like a flamethrower. And so I did that, and that was actually very helpful against the boss. Like I used it, and I dealt like I don't know a significant chunk of damage. So there are some things that Palworld does that are kind of neat, but it's definitely not Pokemon replacement. Ark is still Ark, right? And it's definitely not Breath of the Wild. And there's not really much of a narrative to it either. So that's, a whole other element. But yeah, it's fun. It's not going to win Game of the Year, but people are playing it. It's like what already sold like
yes,
7
they
million,
are.
like 4 or 5
Yes,
days.
they are. And that's why we're
Every
going to be
day,
talking
new
about it.
concurrent record. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll save the rest of my thoughts later. But yeah, I've been playing it the last couple days. It's good.
All right. Eric, we've been playing lately, bud.
I am muted.
You are muted,
Wow.
buddy.
I'm surprised we didn't catch that earlier. Just playing some Tears of the Kingdom. Shrine hunting still. I think I got about 10 to 15 shrines left. And then it's late roots, and then I don't know, just finishing up the quests. So, and then eventually beat the game.
Eventually.
3 years from now.
Your time will come.
Eventually.
Grinding for light roots was one of my favorite parts of Tears of the Kingdom. It's just exploring down there and
Yes.
putting down seeds, and it was so addicting.
That doesn't feel like a chore to me.
No.
No, that's
That's good to
satisfying.
know. That's good to know. I mean, I have a few of them, but yeah, there's I think quite a few more.
All right. I guess that gets to me. Before I get to my games, I just want to get a couple of these super chats out quick. We had, Jake already saw it, but just throwing it out there that Fox over there, letting Jake know that he's a snack.
With the donuts and the
With the
cookies and the
donuts.
cake.
You forgot the muff.
Wait. I saw.
what do you think that is,
I
buddy?
didn't say that you forgot.
We got a blueberry
Oh,
muff
gotcha.
right there.
Yeah, I didn't say that you forgot it, Jake.
I'm so
saying
combative today.
I
Muff
forgot
on
it.
air.
Anyway,
You know,
live
when you
on
put
air.
that muffin in front of the camera, like up close, I could not tell what it was. It did not look like a muffin. It looked like
Well,
looked
because
like
he's been
it was
devouring
arrested.
it.
I just
He-
wanted
he
to
found
get
it
it
outside.
away
That
on my
muff.
channel.
He is wrecking it. Then Aaron Rass wanted to come in just to let us know that it's his actual birthday today, buddy. And he just
Nice.
wanted
Oh,
to
dude.
everyone to help me celebrate it. He's excited for Switch 2 this year and some Metroid Prime 4 news.
Hey,
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday,
to
man.
2025.
You
Yeah.
Dude, I'll do a stop for
Wait a
your
minute.
birthday, man.
dude, I love seeing you here every week. I hope you had an awesome day. I hope you get your dick sucked every day.
All right. Well, that is a thing.
All right, that's
If
the
that's what you're
nicest
into, if
thing you
that's what
can
you're
say
into.
to another person. Sorry
I
for
really hope you
giving
don't
love.
accidentally say that to like a 12-year-old one of these
I'll
days.
do that on my job
No,
interview tomorrow morning.
Come on,
Well,
Andre.
Aaron Rass is
I
not
said I
trouble.
really hope you don't.
I can confirm that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. That's
Why
why I'm just
would-
like
why did you guys
I-
Put that in
I
the
just
email.
wouldn't- I wouldn't even, like,
super chat.
risk
It's
it.
going to be a problem.
Yeah. But I don't know, dude. I'm suspicious of you.
Oh, okay.
Because, like, do you really mean that you don't want it to happen? It's like when
Yeah.
you see like a really hot police officer and you're like, "Oh no, don't arrest me." You know what I mean? Like, you want them to
I
arrest you.
still
No,
think
man,
don't
I-
arrest me, to be
no,
honest.
man, I'm actually just saying like you shouldn't have said that. That's
Okay.
You just ripped it, like, you
That's
maybe
your
went a little
opinion.
farther, buddy.
Yeah, sorry. Wait, Aaron, did you like that? Did you like my well wishes?
I
Or-
think
Did
should
you
just
like
stop.
that?
He's the birthday
That's
boy.
crazy.
He is the birthday boy. I want to know what he says.
See, Jake walks this fine line between being a creeper and being this really cool guy everyone likes. You just,
Bro, just go back to the 90s.
He jump ropes that line.
all right. Well,
Yo,
happy birthday,
fucking
Aaron.
dope. I love
Rass.
you too, bro.
All right.
Honestly, I love everyone in this chat. That's why I feel comfortable being myself.
No, you're fine. Aaron Raffs is over 18, can confirm, but still, dodged a bullet on that one. So what have I been playing lately? Let's see. Age of Empires 4. That's just a forever play game. I love Age of Empires, and they did a really good job with the fourth one.
It is ageless.
What?
It's ageless.
I mean, all of them are, whether you play 1, 2, or 3, because now they have them all in HD, so it's great. And I have Game Pass, although I own all those ones. Then I've downloaded Palworld, so
What'd you play it on?
I've begun my journey. I haven't got to the first boss yet, but
What'd you play it on though?
Xbox. I ain't paying
I
for it.
heard,
Yeah, that's what I'm playing too.
yeah, I just heard that it doesn't run well on
No,
Xbox.
it doesn't.
No, it does
No,
not.
no, it does not. My friends were sitting
Yeah.
watching me play it, and Bo and I had like a little hut, and the wood textures were, I mean, they were basically non-existent. It was like a brown smear.
Oh,
on
it
a-
sounds
on a
like
polygon.
Pokemon.
Yeah, so I was gonna be like, you realize it doesn't bother me because I play Switch games, right? It literally
No,
does not
I-
bother me at all.
It looks a lot better on PC though. I see PC footage. I'm like, oh, that's what the game's supposed to look like. Oh, it actually has reasonably solid art direction, not like mush playing it on Xbox Series.
Yeah,
S.
I'm
Yeah.
playing it on medium settings. I probably because my CPU sucks and stuff. I want to record it with OBS at the same time at 60 FPS. My CPU's like at 100. When both are open at the same time. But I think
Almost
it
like
looks
it's an unoptimized
fine.
game. But that's all right, because one thing that people don't say, like, keep talking about Power, it's an unfinished video game.
it is.
It's
Well, early
literally
access.
like it's an early access game. It's not a
Yeah,
complete
and on their
it isn't-
schedule they have
this is not
fixed
what
the
the game-
Xbox version.
It's kind of like
Yeah.
being like, oh, why are we celebrating Baldur's Gate 3 coming out last year? It was in early access for 2+ years. People been playing it for years.
Are we seriously going to be talking about Palworld in 2026 for Game of the Year?
Yeah,
I'm going to be
that'd be
kinda
Probably
pissed
because
if that
that's when it
happens.
will have its official release.
I'm going to be pissed.
Hey, PUBG was
So
not
you know,
on
it
early
can't-
access.
It won't qualify for anything this year because it's technically not released.
Bro,
It's just early
if,
access.
if Palworld wins Game of the Year over Star Fox Universe, I am going to be pissed in 2026.
It's gonna win something. I don't know if it's gonna win Game of the Year. It'll win something. It'll win something.
Or best indie game.
Best Pokemon game.
Oh, jeez. Who win best family game?
No, that
It's
Game Awards are going to add a
freaking
a new
Pokemon
genre.
family.
Then it's going to be called the monster catching genre, right? And that's the year the Power
I
World.
knew
Expands it
it.
every year.
Yeah,
Really
and
gets
because
updated.
think it's gonna
Pokemon is
win.
technically also a JRPG, it's just not even going to be nominated.
Most expensive
Wow.
lawsuit is the award it's most likely to win.
We'll get
There's
into
something
that
for that.
later. We'll get into that later. Because we actually have some little bit of news on that stuff, including the actual person who used to be the head lawyer for Pokemon talking about it. So he kind of knows a little bit about how Pokemon reacts to this kind of thing. The Pokemon company. But we'll see. We'll see. I guess this is time to just get into our first topic. And this first one is, kind of a bittersweet, it's a little reflection time because Nintendo has announced the closing date for their online play and online services for the Wii U and 3DS. They are going to be closing up shop on all their services on April 8th. You still have like another month and a half if you somehow, for some reason, still have currency on their shop to convert it over to your Nintendo account. I don't know why you wouldn't have done that already because they pretty much shut down the online shop a long time ago, but whatever. Maybe for some reason you still have currency.
Is it just 3DS or was DS games still have online functionality? And it's just shutting that down too, or is that already shut down?
That's already shut down.
DS games haven't had online functionality for a long time.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
That's been
Oh,
shut
okay,
down.
all right.
Yeah.
That's 24.
So no,
Shut
so
down.
they're going to shut this down on
Okay,
April
all right,
8th.
so the Dragon Quest 7 and 8, the remakes, those have online functionality, right? I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
there's
know.
stuff
I don't play 'em.
behind it. So that's like
Yeah,
a month
idea.
and a half. Sorry,
Yeah.
that's where my mind goes. Continue.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah, so they're being shut down on April 8th. Obviously, we all know that people will run homebrew and keep private online servers going for the games that have enough players. That's fine. It's actually kind of nice to know that some games are kept going by fans in that way. So basically, we just get into like what our fondest memories of these platforms are, and like maybe our favorite games that were on them. And then we have kind of a little bonus question to ask towards the end. When we're about to switch topics. So, who wants to go first? Like, you got any good memories of these platforms? Wii U, 3DS games?
Oh, Xenoblade Chronicles X. I
Still
actually,
only a Wii U game. Still only
Yeah.
a Wii.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
I
only
mean,
Wii U game I haven't played.
Cheers, Aaron.
I'm
you
waiting.
mean the best
I'm
exclusive?
waiting. That shit is coming over. I refuse to play it.
I mean, I think we're getting something from Monolith Soft by 2025. So
Yeah,
maybe
of
it's
course.
that, but also maybe it's their new IP. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Maybe watch Backlog Banters predicting the next generation of Nintendo games. If you want to find out when
maybe
it's
I
going
just
out.
told
Yeah,
you
maybe.
what I was going to send over to you. I
Oh,
don't know. Or maybe I should
Yeah,
change my
good.
thing, Ben, because I don't want to have anything anyone else is doing. But yeah,
I'll just- we're
Xenoblade X
predicting,
is such a good game.
like 100 games. It's probably gonna be one of the ones we're predicting.
Damn it. I'm gonna predict like 3 then. Can I? Anyway, yeah, no, Xenoblade X, I think it's and to me it's like the best Wii U game, even though Breath of the Wild exists, because to me Breath of the Wild is a Switch game, just because that's what I played it on. But yeah, Xenoblade X is optimized for the Wii U, right? Like it does have the gamepad features. And what's kind of crazy, Xenoblade X is the largest Nintendo game as far as I'm aware. Like most people have to buy an external hard drive just to play this game. That's how crazy it is. And I mean, it has such a massive world. And what's cool about Xenoblade X, you could play the game for about 20 hours and it kind of feels like an open world Xenoblade game, which is what it is. But at that point, around the 20-ish hour mark for most people, you will unlock Skells, which are basically Gundams, mobile suits. And so you jump into these Skells, right? And so the world is like massive. And we jump into these Skells, the world is still massive, but all of a sudden you're far larger and you can fly literally everywhere. Like there are floating islands that you can never reach before. You could travel so much quicker. It changes into a giant motorcycle Gundam at the same time. So it's just like really cool. It feels different than other Xenoblade games. It has some online multiplayer features, but very subtle passive ones. It's an amazing game. So like when I re-downloaded it for my Wii U the other day, because I actually made a video about a Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition happening in the not so distant future. So I played it for research and to kind of get footage. All that nostalgia came back to me. It's an incredible game, but it's a pain in the butt to play because not only do you have to have a Wii U, you have to have an external hard drive, and then you have to download it on there, and that may not even be possible anymore for most
Unless
people.
you already had it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like
there's a
I have
patch
to
and
re-download
everything.
it, but because I already owned it. But yeah, exactly. So it's it's tough. Yeah, but it's such a good game.
I remember getting Xenoblade Chronicles X for Christmas in 2015 and just being amazed by the scale of the world, because I was keeping up with basically everything on Wii U through the end of the system's life, but there was nothing like stepping out into Xenoblade Chronicles X's world. And I still maintain, not only is it huge, but I think it has the best art direction in the series. I'm a very casual kind of fan of Xenoblade, but the one that came the closest to fully hooking me with X. I think that X is awesome. When people play it, I think that they'll agree with me that it's among the best. But Andres, I'm glad you brought up that game for this conversation, because I think that 2015, for the Wii U in particular, is often overlooked, because I actually think it might be the best year for the system.
Oh yeah.
People always go to 2014, and 2014 obviously had Smash and Mario Kart and the actual crown jewel Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. But 2015, I think, had the games that best exemplified the system and the ones that are actually going to suffer the most from this imminent shutdown. And Splatoon is the obvious one for me. I mean, Splatoon that summer was all I played with one of my really close friends. I just was changing schools and we were staying in touch with Splatoon, and that, I think, is the game that best realized Nintendo's philosophy that generation of this big interconnected playground of Nintendo fans. Getting into the lobbies and seeing people's artwork on the walls and actually using the gamepad in really unique ways for multiplayer, I think it exemplifies the system's spirit so well. And losing that would be a major bummer. Just because I think in some ways it still plays the best of the 3 Splatoon games, even though I think they do get better on the whole overall. There's a very particular spirit about how Splatoon synchronized with what Nintendo was trying to do with Wii U that will, I don't think, ever be captured again in the same way. I do want to just say, by the way, I wrote a piece last year and I interviewed a group called the Pretendo Network. You guys might be familiar, might not be. But this is a really cool group of fans right now. They're making this thing called the Pretendo Network that basically replaces at like a system level the Nintendo Network. It allows not only for you to get back online in these games, but also for Pretendo Network, like hosts, the guys who run this service, to hold Splatfests again and do a lot of really cool shit. And they're working on trying to bring the shop back up too. For what purpose, I'm not entirely sure, but they're trying to bring back that spirit, which I think is good, because I don't think the Wii U can properly exist, and you can't properly appreciate the Wii U unless you can sort of get back into that 2015 moment of seeing the Miiverse messages and the Inklings and playing online. That was peak Wii U. I think that was the best time I had with the system.
No,
Mario Maker right after it too.
Well, yeah, exactly. Great. It's a great one. All 2015 games. Like it's cool that you guys brought that up.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wes, you got any fond memories?
I mean,
hated it.
So, like, the Wii U obviously was a console.
It was a console.
It was
all right.
a console.
Check. Ding.
I was joking. Why do you actually hate it?
No, I mean, I don't hate the Wii U. Like, I think that what they did with Virtual Console, like at the end of or like closer to the end of the life cycle, was really solid. Like, I bought this machine expecting a new Zelda game. Didn't get that new Zelda game until the Nintendo Switch. But then, like, one of the highlights was Wind Waker HD. Like, that game is phenomenal. We love Wind Waker HD. I'd say the other highlight's probably Super Mario Maker. Like, that's about it. Maybe 3D World as well. But yeah, that's about it. Like, it was a console, like I said.
It was a console.
Yeah.
No 3DS memories for you?
I mean, 3D, like, I got my H shop now, so whenever I want to play it, I can play one.
Triforce Zero, baby.
It's surprisingly easy to mod your 3DS.
Dude, yeah, it was really shocking modding it. It was
I'll go through the two.
Bo walked me through hacking my 3DS. It's very easy.
Yeah.
Dude,
Then
plus
I
you
guess,
can play
like,
all the Pokemon ROM hacks,
Yeah.
which are like, especially if you play the original Pokemon games to death, those are so fun.
I hate to be
you got to
monopolizing
Google that.
this section, but I just love Wii U and 3DS. So I'll give you some 3DS memories too. I mean, because I enjoyed my Wii U a lot, but my 3DS during that time was my core system, and I kind of had this rotation of games. I was basically going between Animal Crossing New Leaf into Tomodachi Life into Fire Emblem Awakening, and just kind of playing those on a circuit. I love those games. I mean, I actually think
Dude,
3DS
Tomodachi Life is peak. Everyone
it's
should
hype
play
as hell.
that.
We need a new one. I love Tomodachi Life. I think that's one of the top 5 or 10 games in the system very, very easily.
Easily.
It's a really,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. For sure. I do hope it comes back. I don't know if it will. But I that's one of those games that I think it is a viral hit. It was just on the wrong platform, I think. But that little rotation of games.
3DS is a better platform than the Wii U.
You think so? In a lot of ways, sure, yeah.
I kind of agree with that. I mean, I think 3DS is better than Wii U overall. I mean, I think 3DS.
I think
had
the
a
game
lot
would sell
really good
more
games.
on the 3DS. I'm not saying objectively the 3DS is better than the Wii U in every way, but I'm saying like in terms of
about the library.
What's better for a game in terms of sales, it's probably to come out on the 3DS.
Oh, absolutely, of course.
I mean, the 3DS outsold Wii U like 7 or 8 to 1. So yeah.
Well, what do we prefer more, Street Pass or Miiverse?
Street Pass.
Oh, I love Street Pass.
Miiverse.
Yeah. I mean, Street Pass is for me the core memories of that era are playing Smash 4 on Wii U was kind of like really all I cared to play on there. But 3DS was, I mean, that was everything to me. I would always bring my 3DS with me everywhere I went, and of course, waiting for that green light and then going to the puzzles and getting the puzzle pieces and seeing those fill out, and it just felt so cohesive because every game felt like it connected to that in some way.
Sure.
Of course, Smash 3DS having Street Smash, that was fun to be able to just like play a little sort of Beyblade style game on there. But it was really Pokemon for me that dominated the 3DS, and each of those games felt like such an event to me. My first time seeing and holding a 3DS was someone playing X and Y and just seeing riding around on roller skates and the 3D environments and going through that Santaloon Forest, which is the first forest in X and Y, like, and the Pokemart being like 3D with, you can go in the back and go to these shops and customize your characters. I think X and Y get overlooked so much in the legacy of Pokemon, but there's so much there in terms of the culture and locations of Kalos, the art direction, the characters I think are so much fun. And then when that became my thing and I got a Living Dex in Generation 6, going to the town where they have the long road along the right by the
daycare.
The daycare, yeah. And just riding on my bike back and forth to hatch all the eggs and get a complete Living Dex.
What's funny is I couldn't disagree with you more.
Yeah.
I think that X and Y were the start of the downfall of Pokemon.
Oh,
and
sure.
I'm not
and you're not
saying
gonna
the
want to
worst
say about
games in
Sun
the
and
series.
Moon.
I'm saying, yeah, they peaked, like they got better and better, and then Diamond and Pearl is kind of a dip, but then Platinum came out, that was good. Black and White, they kept going up and up. Black and White 2, and then X and Y was worse than that. Then the Omega Ruby and Sapphire, those were actually pretty good, but then Sun and Moon was worse than that. Ultra Sun and Moon was worse than that. Sword and Shield was worse than that, and then I think they picked it back up with Scarlet and Violet. But I think like X and Y were the start of the downfall of Pokemon as a series. When it used to be like top tier, X and Y was like the first one where like fans started complaining this is too easy, like game feels incomplete. Where was Pokemon Z? It kind of put
that
through
train in the eastern side of Kalos. It was like, where does it go? Right?
There's definitely a lot of questions in
when
Gen
you
6.
find the cells. They put that into Sun and Moon. That was totally gonna be for
of course,
Pokemon.
absolutely.
The lab that was just off into there's definitely like things in there. But it's not that I disagree with you, but I do want to offer a little bit of counter argument because I feel like from a competitive multiplayer standpoint, X and Y picked it up. You know, going into 3D, it was a bit more there's a bit more theater to it, right? And then also introducing the Mega
I think
Evolutions.
the competitive has gotten better with every game. It's just so few percentage
but
of the total
story-wise,
player base
like
does that.
As a single player campaign, I definitely see where you're coming from, though, for sure.
Yeah,
is what appeals to most people, though, right? Like that's the bigger audience for Pokemon.
And I'm a competitive player too, so I mean, I do love that, and like, I don't know. But not to like trash, not to be like your opinion's trash. I just thought I'd offer my
I absolutely recognize incredibly unpopular opinion, but both 3DS generations of Pokemon games are my absolute favorite.
Jake's opinions are all trash. So both our games.
I already recognize that.
No, I'll trash Jake all day. It's all right. He's still waiting for he's seen the Bucks jersey and he's not razzing me yet while the Tatum jersey.
Do not trash his opinion. He's
on
our side,
buddy. You know what's gonna be funny? The Tatum jersey will probably be here when we have that podcast on Valentine's Day that you just missed. Oh dang!
Why can't we just do the podcast Tuesday or Thursday?
I have a life.
Yeah,
Yeah. Wouldn't you want to
life
be
doesn't
with your
revolve around a
fiance on
Valentine's
Valentine's Day? That's the point. You have a life.
So you're gonna tell Amazon to give my fiance off? You're gonna just tell them, hey, you know what? She doesn't need to work.
Wait, so
today.
let me get this straight. You're not going to be streaming on Tuesday or Thursday. You're not going to be live streaming either of those days.
She works also on Tuesday and Thursday.
I will be streaming on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
So are you going to be live streaming or not, Nate?
Probably.
So if you're already going to be live streaming Tuesday and Thursday,
What if I already have guests scheduled for a certain day?
This is the only day
He's
you
just
have.
feeling bad because he might have to miss a show. It's like it's the first show he's ever missed. It's weird. It's strange.
All right.
It's strange. I don't
I
adjust my
like the
schedule if
Miiverse.
people can't make it.
Everyone in your chat is going to be getting laid too. You're going to get like half the viewers. Come on.
You'd be actually surprised. My Valentine's streams are actually tend to be bigger because it's a holiday stream.
It's kind of sad in a way.
Or people just have a life and they do it during the day. They don't have to always get it on at night. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
But
You
I
know,
don't
adults-
understand. You keep saying, but maybe it's because I have a life. That's why I can't be here.
Well, see, here's the thing. You don't have the life that you have is that single life of I just do whatever the fuck I want. See, I don't have that kind of life. I have a schedule. I have children. I have things I have to do.
I need to share something.
Maybe. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna post it in the.
He's just giving me a shit because I'm going to be streaming on Tuesday and Thursday either way. So he's like, why can't we do it on those days? Schedules. My
I
schedule.
wanna talk about Miiverse.
I just think this is hilarious.
We know you do. We know you do.
Jake's just like, just because I'm busy on the 14th, I should change my whole life for Jake. I do love you, Jake, though. I probably would change my life for you if you asked.
Just
Yeah,
put
I
this
do.
on stream for a moment. It's brief. It's brief.
Just brief. Oh boy, you're literally breaking cardinal rule number 1 on my channel right now.
What is cardinal rule? Show Twitter?
Anything that involves political figures.
It's not political though.
But
It's
they're
not
political
actually,
figures.
but it's not actually political.
Dude,
this guy,
it's
this guy's
arguably
actually
worse.
he's just
Sean
like
Murray did.
it just says that,
Arguably worse.
Nintendo. Someone's whispering in his ear. Another billion people have purchased Palworld. It's
All
just
right, I just took a screenshot of that.
This is
Uh-oh. Nintendo Prime Podcast.
Moving on. Botox Games. You got any fond memories? Wii U, 3DS?
Yeah, absolutely. I
Oh, does
mean,
Bo like 3DS?
Yeah,
Are you
no,
a bigger 2DS fan?
no.
Hey, 2DS.
Dude, I get so many comments of people
comfortable.
being like,
Dude,
actually, this is a
the
3DS
Wedge
game, not a
2DS.
2DS
I love
game.
that thing. I use it for doorstops all the time.
Oh, the Wedge. Yeah, I have the Mario Maker one right back there. Yeah. Right
Yeah,
there.
we got the Zelda Wedge around here somewhere.
Yeah, probably under the door. No, but I love the 3DS and Wii U because I mean they came out during my teen years, so pretty much all my teen years were spent with the Wii U and 3DS, which is when I spent most of my time gaming. The 3DS in particular is really important to me. I actually met my best friend and current roommate through Mario Kart 7, so that's fun. That's a fun story
That's
to tell.
wild.
We met on a forum when I was 11 years old. So it has like actual life
And-
significance.
And
with
he
that.
was 36.
Surprisingly not. Surprisingly not. Could have went very poorly. But yeah, I think the 3DS has a really fantastic library. Pokemon, Tucker was talking about. I love X and Y. I think that either that or Black Ops 2 is my most played game of all time. Like it's one of those two games. I can't remember which one exactly. I know they're both up there in terms
What'd you
of
play
play
Black
time.
Ops 2 on?
Andres, you might like this. I played it on Wii U.
That's where you play it. That's where you
That's
play it. That's where you
Hey,
play it.
Black Ops 2
Aw.
on Wii U was actually technically
Peak?
better for a little bit because there was no hackers. Because I remember I tried playing it on PS3 in like maybe 2016 and it was just you couldn't play it. But Wii U, people
Also,
weren't
having the two
people weren't running
screens, you could
amok.
play co-op in zombies
Yeah.
with two separate screens. which
Yeah,
is
it was
pretty
awesome.
hype. Yeah.
Yeah, but
That is kind of sick.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think the 3DS
Dude,
and Wii U
Zombie
library-
U?
I never played Zombie U.
Zombie U is
Oh.
so good on Wii
It
U.
was
The
interesting.
Yeah.
port is
Yeah.
trash.
Oh, Zombie.
Oh yeah, because you
on
need
PS4.
you need the gamepad to make
They
it really
designed
good.
it around the
that's
damn
what it
gamepad. Without it, like it's a horror game, a horror zombie game, and the gamepad adds so much like environment to it because you're like sitting there trying to like hack a door or something, and because just like you would be in real life, you're focusing on the door. And next thing you know, a zombie's hitting you from the side. Versus like when they ported it over, it's just all on screen and you can see everything, and it's just not as scary because you already know what's going to happen.
It's like playing Red Steel without motion controls.
Dude,
Red Steel
Red Steel sucks. Red Steel 2 is good.
Red Steel 2 is good.
Well, yeah, both. I meant that, but yeah, Red Steel 2 is definitely better.
As I said, the Red Steel one had some tracking issues with the controls, but
yeah. But imagine playing Red Steel 2 without pointer or motion controls.
Yeah,
It would be
so dumb.
very
Dude, they actually did that.
Skyward Sword without motion controls. Oh shit.
One of my biggest like what ifs is like Zelda Breath of the Wild for Wii U. You know how like in Breath of the Wild there's so many menus that you pull up? Apparently like that was originally a Wii U game. The Switch version was just a port. And apparently like all that menu stuff was on the gamepad, so you never had to like actually like go into different stuff and like do everything. And apparently it was so much more fun that Nintendo made them take it out of the Wii U game because they didn't want the Wii U version to be the best version. So they made it identical to the Switch version. Even though like the Wii U version does run worse. It was like that part of it was better.
Yeah, like the Breath of the Wild on Switch was 900p versus a 720 on Wii U, and it had technically better sound quality. But yeah, I mean those are subtle differences, right? And so people would have been like, "Oh, but I can do all this gamepad stuff," right?
Yeah,
so, yeah.
But also another thing that they did do was this is my memory. My favorite Wii U game for Wii U was Shin Megami Tensei Sharp FE, which was Fire Emblem and Persona teams combined to make a crossover, and it was awesome. And the coolest part was the gamepad was your character's cell phone, because you know how like Fire Emblem doesn't really have it, but they did in Three Houses, and Persona always has it, where you have like social links and like you text characters on your phone. But in this game, the gamepad was your phone, so like you would be playing the game on the screen or whatever, and then like you'd feel it vibrate, and you're getting a text message that you can only see by looking down at your gamepad and like going through and who you're texting. And it was so cool and immersive.
Yeah,
and then I'm like, this is the one Wii U game they will never port to Switch. And of course they did port it.
Yeah.
And I bought it, and it was so much worse. Like,
yeah, because it was designed for the gamepad. Yeah.
Yeah, because that made it so much more fun than what the game was just by itself. So,
still a good game either way, by the way. If you guys have never played it, you should just play it.
But I still need to finish it. I got like halfway through. It's a really fun game.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's mine.
All right.
Kid Icarus Uprising.
Andres did.
Uprising.
Metroid
Samus Returns.
Federation Force.
Going for all the obvious Nintendo IPs.
Link Between Worlds, yeah, it's a good one.
Link Between Worlds.
3D Land is actually extremely good. 3D Land, to me,
yeah.
So here's the issue with 3D World. 3D World is a really good game, but we expected something else, and so it's kind of
just sold 8
disappointing.
million copies now.
Really?
Perhaps by the end of the show, it'll be at
throw up the meme.
8.5. Yeah, I could, but then Nate will be upset. So,
Andres, I got a question for you about that.
That's all.
Which one?
I got a question for you about this whole 3D world wasn't what we wanted situation, because I agree with you at the time.
Yeah.
However, do you think that the existence of Odyssey has, in your opinion, retrospectively made 3D World a better game? Because I know it has for a lot of people.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
The answer is yes. So I mean, it's kind of like Metro Prime Federation Force, for example. Federation Force is a better game when we know Metro Prime 4 is around the corner and we have Metroid Dread, right?
Yeah.
So if Nintendo were to announce like a
a
Federation Force like Switch port, I'd be all about it. Like that would be good.
Have you
But
played
that's only because we're
literally
getting...
always a good game. It was never a bad game.
I think you're missing the point, though. The point is...
No, I get the point. The people's opinions change because more Metroid games came out or got announced. I understand that.
It's just
I've never been one of those people that's like, oh, because I'm not getting what I want, it makes the thing we are getting garbage.
Can you tell me a Zelda spinoff?
Nate, I'm with you on that.
Or a Zelda spinoff, or maybe a top-down Zelda that you like, but you would prefer to play a 3D Zelda instead.
A top-down Zelda that I like, but
yeah.
If you're in the mood
no,
for
no,
a
no, no, no,
top-down Zelda, you don't want to
Just-
play a 3D Zelda. What are you talking about?
Okay.
No,
Hold on, let him clarify.
Literally, all I want you to do is to list off a Zelda spinoff or top-down Zelda that you really enjoy. That's all I want you to do. Just give me one, for example.
Sure.
Relatively recent.
Triforce Heroes.
Triforce Heroes. Right now, imagine Nintendo had never announced Breath of the Wild, and we only got Triforce Heroes. That was for Switch.
Okay, and we get Zelda games way more frequently than we get Metroid, so that's not even a problem.
So literally, imagine Tears of the Kingdom didn't exist, Breath of the Wild didn't exist, and all we got was Triforce Heroes on Switch.
But there'd be other games besides.
There wouldn't
Zelda.
be any other Zelda games.
So I don't just play Zelda.
So I'm not trying to say that I understand. You're weird. The point is
I
that
don't know how
fans.
weird. Like we had other M on Wii. Like we had a recent Metroid game at the time that Federation Force was announced. It wasn't like other M was like 10 years prior.
It was a 6-year difference, though. That's
What
pretty big.
the
I
other
agree
end
with
came out-
Andres.
Yeah,
Six years
that's
is
not-
normal.
that's
We have a
not-
6-year difference for Zelda games. I don't. What's the problem?
Yeah, but there's also things in between.
think
Anyways,
There was just
Yeah,
remakes.
no, what were you gonna say,
There wasn't anything new in between.
we're gonna say, I don't listen. I'm saving my argument muscles for later. Okay, so
I know you are. Hey, you're the one that brought it up. I'm like, you're not gonna get me on this. I love top-down Zelda. They can just keep giving me more of that. I'm good with
right.
that
But if
too.
you never got 3D Zelda, you would be disappointed. So moving on.
I think
what were
Andres
you
is
saying,
making an
Abram?
important.
Half
You're
of
making
my
an
top
important
10
point.
is top-down Zeldas. Why would I be
Oh
disappointed?
no, you're making a point in a weird way.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Let me give maybe a more clear example. Because I
would
think a
you
great
please?
example is
Thank you.
Pikmin. Pikmin is a great example to me because we went a long time, obviously, post Pikmin 3 until Pikmin 4. I'm a massive Pikmin fan.
Sure.
Pikmin Bloom, for instance, especially by the time of Pikmin Bloom, right? I was very, very antsy because we're post 3 Deluxe now. I'm ready for 4. I've been itching.
you Pikmin that would have made you more antsy.
That's a good example too, but I just completely skipped Hey Pikmin, to be honest.
Good
with you.
game. Good game.
Yeah.
But
It
I
is a
think
good
that
game.
the importance of what Andres is saying is that, especially in the Nintendo community, when we're so tapped into these franchises and their life, and we all have our favorite iterations of them, and we're anticipating something like a Pikmin 4 or a Metroid Prime 4 for so long, when we get something different, it doesn't feel right, no matter how good the game is. I think that there's two parallel tracks you can walk down. One is the quality of the game by itself, but the other, which is always necessary, I think, is the context of the release. And I do think that when these contexts change, we end up with a situation like 3D World, where I think a lot of people are more positive on that game now than definitely when they were back in the day. And
I know that is a sentiment, and I understand there's a lot of people that feel that way. I just don't understand why they feel that way with franchises that keep getting games.
So
Like we don't have a shortage of Mario.
that's a great point.
We had
Right,
two
and just-
3D Zelda, two 3D Mario games on Wii. Like we literally had Galaxy and
Sure.
Galaxy 2.
Yeah. And it was like
So
what,
let me
2
do
years
what
later
fucking
that we got
ass.
3D.
Yeah,
Like, Wii
I
U was
want
not
to speak a
really
little
well when
bit
3D
more
World
on
came
that.
out. So, like I would rather them save their best 3D efforts for a system that sells well.
But in 2013, we were
And
so
I
far
love
from
3D
Switch.
Land, so like more
Yeah.
3D Land just felt like a good thing to me.
So I just want to kind of add more to this, right? So like, I loved 3D World. I literally beat everything in the game. I did I 100% did it, right?
Back then.
Right?
I don't
So,
even
like,
100% of the game.
I feel like you can't say I didn't enjoy the game if I did everything the game had to offer.
Yeah.
Right? Like
You just
so-
enjoy it more after Odyssey came out.
So I'm speaking in a generalization, right?
Yeah.
I'm putting things into context here. Had Nintendo put out something like Mario Odyssey in that first year of Wii U instead of 3D World, it probably would have sold more systems. 3D World 3D World isn't like a big open world game. And as we've seen throughout the Switch era, big open world games, what do? They break records, right? And so there's a correlation there. And listen, I know you don't feel that way, but you've already acknowledged that sentiment existed. We're talking about the masses. We're not talking about individual opinions here. We're talking about how the general masses feel about these things. And so Federation Force was not
Are we
not
actually
good
talking
for
about the
Metroid
general
branding.
masses, or are you just talking about super hardcore fans of individual IPs? Because the
Well,
general
we're-
masses don't overthink things like this.
Okay,
The general
first of
masses
all-
just buy games and play them.
First of all, Federation Force didn't do well. Pikmin Bloom didn't do that well for a mobile game. 3D World was the
Metroid
big
doesn't
Mario
sell
type
that
for
well.
Wii U. Well, Federation Force was first.
No,
off,
I know.
Metroid-
It's a
Metroid
different
does
scale.
sell- Metroid sells relatively well compared to other niche Nintendo franchises, right?
Yeah,
But it's
totally.
not a Zelda or Mario for sure, right? But Federation Force was a flop even for those.
I'm going to
categories.
actually push back on your 3D World things. You were talking about sales for a moment. It literally sold almost half as many games as systems existed for
It
Wii
was
U.
the premier title in that first year of Wii U, and Wii U had a disastrous
No,
start.
it wasn't. It was New Super Mario Brothers U was the premiere.
No, I
title
said
in the first year of Wii U. That's what launched the system.
no. That's the day one launch title. I'm talking about the
And
big
Pikmin 3 was
year
the
one
next game after it in year one, the next big game from Nintendo.
I think that Andres is right in the sense that 3D World was the first major post-launch game for Wii U. That was
Thank
supposed
you.
to be, here is the first huge moment for the system, and what we actually got was ostensibly in design philosophy a sequel to a 3DS game. And if we remember back to this period of Nintendo history, we're looking at a system in the Wii U that was lacking a lot of identity. It was lacking a coherent vision of its own, because a lot of the games we were getting Wii Fit U, and we were getting Wii Sports Club, and people were like,
Party U.
yeah, people are like, what the fuck is this system even? And then the big 3D Mario was a sequel to a 3DS game. I think the problem with 3D World at the time is that it didn't help give the Wii U an identity. When you think about GameCube, Sunshine is synonymous with GameCube. Galaxy is synonymous with Wii. And you can make the same argument for 3D World, but it's so similar to a 3DS title that I just don't think that it was that big show-stopping game the system needed. And it was kind of too late, frankly, already by the holiday of 2013. 3DS sales never recovered. They tried their best with Mario Kart 8 and Smash Brothers. And when that, when that didn't recover things for Wii U, we were already fucked.
Yeah.
But I think that 3D World at the time was the first indication of the fact that Nintendo's strategy to try to dig out of the hole they were in was, let's make home console iterations of 3DS games. Even Mario Kart 8
and Smash.
Yeah, Mario Kart and Smash Brothers are either like parallel versions to a 3DS game or incredibly iterative sequels to 3DS games.
It's almost like the Wii U was tanking before these games even came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were just
It was a
relying on
hated console.
3DS. Like I don't think having a Mario Odyssey and holiday of 2013 would have changed the trajectory of the fact that we went 9 straight months without a brand new game on Wii U. It was 9 months
definitely.
without a new
To be
game.
clear,
I think it would have made
really
more of a difference. I think it would have
I
made
just
more
don't
of a
think so.
difference.
My parents still don't know what Wii U is, and they were part of the Wii audience. Like
Yeah.
like we have to recognize the Wii U is a terrible brand. It was marketed horribly. People
Penn
wouldn't
State
even
did it.
know what the games were because it would have been Wii U commercials getting hundreds of thousands of views instead of Wii commercials that were getting millions. So like it
I
just,
think that,
I don't think it
There's-
would have made any difference. It would have made a difference for hardcore fans, but the hardcore fans were the ones that bought Wii U in the first place.
there's two different conversations we're having, because one is about commercial success, and 3D Mario has always sold
Yeah,
worse
I'm
than 2D
glad
Mario.
Odyssey didn't get set to Wii U to die.
But I think it's
I mean,
important to
imagine
know.
if Breath of the Wild was never on Switch. They left it on Wii U.
Yeah.
That would
Now,
have been
now you
horrible.
know how I feel about Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's another. They left
Yeah.
it there, and for some reason won't bring it over. I don't know why. Maybe Switch
The
2.
re-
Let's hope.
But let Abram continue his point. He's spitting
Yeah.
fire.
The reality is that a 3D Mario has never outsold a 2D Mario on its respective system, and it probably won't ever.
Well, Switch.
Did it? Well, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
We don't know
Mario
that
Odyssey is
Wonder.
like this exception. Did 25 plus.
That's an
million.
exception.
Yeah,
But if we're looking historically, it's always been 2D Mario on
Of
top.
course,
So
yeah.
Nate, I think you're right in that the systems, we would be in a totally different world if we got a proper 3D exploratory Mario that holiday season. I think that actually Mario Maker earlier in the system's life would have done more good for it, frankly. But I think that the reality is that we're however many dudes sitting in a podcast at like 10 p.m. talking about Nintendo. So for the parameters of our life and the community and the chat we have, I think that there's no doubt that the Wii U's fortunes in our community, in our space, would be very different, and it would have been thought about very differently if so many of the marquee games didn't feel so iterative on 3DS. I think that that's a major issue in the Wii U's reputation.
Yeah, tell them.
That's fine.
Spitting
Yeah,
fire.
get fucked, Nate.
That's why. Here's the thing. I think every single Wii U exclusive game except Devil's Third is a banger. So the reputation of Wii U
Hell
is
yeah.
literally amazing to me. So I don't know even.
Yeah,
know,
I love Wii U.
imagining it being better. I'm like, how all the games fucking rocked.
Well, okay,
It's a fascinating era to look back at.
Yeah,
I mean, it was clear though that you look at the games, right?
So wait, now Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD to leave the system.
Yeah, but the
Fucking
point I was
great.
going to make is that it was clear that Nintendo was still adjusting to HD development.
Wii
right?
backwards compatibility.
Yeah.
Virtual
Bo, what were you going to say?
console?
I was gonna say that I'll agree. Most Wii U games are better than the 3DS counterparts. You have like Returns 3D, Tropical Freeze. You have 3D World, 3D Land.
Tropical
Mario
Freeze.
Kart 8, Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart 7. The difference is the 3DS was a cheaper handheld and had Pokemon. Holiday 2013, you can buy Pokemon X and Y in 3D Land, or you can just get 3D World. 3D Land's a worse game, but any consumer was going to pick the one that had Pokemon on it and the one that was cheaper. It doesn't matter that 3D Land is a worse game. It was cheaper. So no matter what, you're a consumer, a parent is going to look at the 3DS lineup at that point for their kids and just think, well,
I don't. As a parent,
it doesn't matter.
I don't even
It doesn't matter.
examine lineups. I don't
Sorry,
examine lineups when I'm buying things for my kids.
You don't examine what?
I don't think most parents look at overall game lineups when they're buying things for the kids. Most
Okay, they
parents
look
are
at
very
then they
different
look at
on
price.
game.
Then they look at price, and then it doesn't matter to them.
Yeah, but also to Bo's point, like more kids would have asked for Pokemon that holiday season as opposed to 3D Land, or sorry, 3D World. But I think it's a fascinating era to look back on, because when you talk about it in conversation of, oh, a lot of Wii U and 3DS exclusives are very similar to one another, that's kind of the only time that's ever really happened. I mean, you look back at Wii and DS. The Zelda games that released on those systems, the Mario games that released on those systems, nothing alike. And so Wii and 3DS, where they're trying to have more like brand synergy and the Mii's are together and that kind of stuff, and the games are more similar, I think it ended up like stepping on each other's toes. And it wasn't until
Mario game on Wii again.
Yeah, New Super Wii, yeah. But obviously Galaxy, the one that people associate with the console. But it's interesting
what people associate with it. The hardcore Nintendo fans that buy every system. So like they're not the ones that we're worried about. Those people bought Wii U. They showed up to Wii U.
I just want to make mention that, just looking at how much copies a game sold doesn't tell the whole story, right? Because I think most people here will agree, right, that a Mario Galaxy is more of a system seller than a Mario Bros. Wii, right? People who already have a Wii are more likely to buy Mario Bros.
30 million
Wii.
plus feels like a pretty big system seller to me.
I think you're both right to a certain degree. It just depends on like
it's sold over 100 million units. It's sold to like 30% of the Wii's audience. That's like saying Wii Sports wasn't a system seller.
I think
80 million copies.
In this case,
it's a little different.
Yeah, because it's packed.
I agree with Andres there.
Sold over 30 million copies.
Wii Sports, it provides a unique experience that the Wii offers.
Sure.
And that's the point when we talk about games like Mario Galaxy or Mario Odyssey or Breath of the Wild. These are offering experiences you can't get elsewhere. Another 2D Mario game is another 2D Mario game, especially when it's based off a game that already came out on DS.
I'm going to stop you there. If we couldn't get Mario Galaxy elsewhere, then it wouldn't be able to be ported to other systems.
No, that's not.
I'm not sure I followed your
we didn't enable Mario Galaxy to exist. It did not enable that game to exist. That game could have literally been made in GameCube if they wanted. They just didn't.
I think we're getting a little lost in the point, because I think that in the specific example of Mario, Andres, I think unfortunately it is true that New Super Mario Brothers Wii was a system seller, especially because that's the game that was bundled with a lot of Wiis in that holiday season. The red Wii was bundled
crazy when that game came out.
So okay,
but
I'll concede this, right? Like Mario, I'm not saying Mario Bros. We didn't sell systems, but what I'm trying to say is that not every game, it's not. Yes. Sometimes there are certain games that are important because they get people to buy a system, and even if it doesn't sell necessarily as much, that doesn't mean it was less valuable in pushing the system. Because there are some games you just buy because it's on the system. You don't buy this; it doesn't work the other way around sometimes.
My grander point here, because like obviously we're getting the sales data, not talking about Wii, which wasn't really the point of this topic. Is that Wii was already a massively well-selling system long before Mario Galaxy hit. Long before that game came out, Wii was already a massive hit. Like, it didn't need Galaxy to be a hit. That was my whole point of saying if Odyssey was on Wii U, it wouldn't have changed anything. Wii U was already failing long before the game came out. It wasn't
no single game changes the trajectory, right? But they're all points.
That was my point, though. Like, Wii didn't sell better because Galaxy existed on it. Wii was already literally sold out and hard to get.
Let's go back to why we went on this tangent, though, right? It's just kind of like, I do kind of feel like Federation Force is a little tone deaf, right? I do think 3D World was a little tone deaf. Nintendo could have made different decisions with some of these games that would have helped. They alone don't change everything, right? But if they were more savvy with most of their design choices for a lot of their games, the Wii U might have had a better life.
I think the only way the Wii U has a better life, and because we got to remember, the Wii was lightning in a bottle. And it was lightning in a bottle because it grabbed an audience that wasn't your hardcore Nintendo fans. It grabbed the casual audience that likes Wii Fit, likes Wii Sports, likes the side-scrolling Marios, the very casual blue ocean strategy that is not your everyday Nintendo consumer. It reached an audience. Was great. Yeah, and that led to Wii being great. But if you look at all their console sales before that, 64, GameCube, and Wii U, they all kind of had the same consistent problem. They only appealed to one very specific audience, and Nintendo had a very hard time supporting that while also supporting their handheld, when their handheld systems conjunctionally next to them were selling so much more than their home consoles were during those same time periods. They were really putting a lot of their development efforts over those years into their handhelds that were selling significantly better and carrying the company. So I kind of think it's one of those, nothing was going to save Wii U except exactly what happened with Switch. Stops having two systems.
Yeah.
It's an interesting
Next point about missing the two systems or not. But we'll
yeah,
get to that.
because I did my homework. I read the little the little run of
Yeah,
show, and
yeah.
I think you're right. Because ultimately the problem with Wii U, and the reason I think you are both right to various extents, but I do side with Andres on the whole, is that the problem that generation is that Nintendo is walking so parallel with the software of 3DS and Wii U that if you wanted a 3D stage-based Mario game, you just went and bought a 3DS and played 3D Land. Nintendo did not make the value proposition for Wii U very good, and that did start at the beginning. You're totally right, Nate. As soon as I named it the Wii U, as soon as the first E3 press event was about the gamepad opposed to the actual system, it was basically over. People didn't understand what it was. Nintendo miscalculated the blue ocean market.
The next E3 with
Yeah.
Nintendo, which was not a very good game to show the system.
No,
I just want to remind you guys that Zelda tech demo that was not a game at all.
right.
It drove more hype than anything else.
They
They
showed
showed.
anything else.
And then the problem becomes, not only do you do that, but you release games that lack a central identity to that particular system. 3D World is emblematic of the identity of Nintendo at the time, but I think Andres is totally right that I think the Wii U would have been an easier product to understand if more of its games were distinct. And I think the lack
which
of,
happened in 2015 and then 2016.
That's why I think 2015 is maybe the best year of the system, because Splatoon and Super Mario Maker are just games that only exist because of the unique affordances of Wii U. And don't talk to me about Mario Maker 3DS. It's worse and it doesn't matter. So I think that
it's like telling me about Miiverse on 3DS. It just shouldn't exist.
Oh, right. I want to say one thing about Miiverse, and I promise I'll stop talking about these systems. I talked to Kit and Krista last year about Miiverse, and they were talking to me about this really interesting phenomenon within Nintendo at the time when they didn't really know what was going on. The way that Miiverse was adopted by the community for all of these memes and all of this in-joke and everything, it flew over a lot of people's heads within Nintendo. And they were saying to me that like they would often have to explain to senior members of Nintendo what the fuck was going on in the service. And so I think that is both to the benefit and detriment of Wii U. They were talking about like when they were marketing Splatoon, they could just do whatever the fuck they wanted because all bets are off. We had lost. Just go have fun and make a cool product, make a cool moment for Nintendo fans. And they did. And so I think that's part of what's interesting about Wii U ultimately. There are these little moments like Miiverse, like Splatoon, that were not in the footsteps of either Wii or 3DS. They were very distinct and they were very risky. And I think they both paid off. I love Miiverse. I remember me and my friend posting, frankly, just incendiary stuff, seeing if we could get it in the back of the Smash Brothers Miiverse stage, or posting about games I was beating, using it in a more earnest way. It was a great service, and funnily one that Nintendo themselves just didn't quite understand, which I think is kind of, I mean, for directionalists as they were with that system, kind of funny and emblematic, I think.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because those were the best parts of Wii U, right? Splatoon, Xenoblade X, Miiverse, Wind Waker with the Miiverse integration, right? Like I actually really like the little
user reviews in the
awesome.
eShop. User reviews.
I love the
in the
tingle
eShop.
bottles.
Oh my gosh. Why
Can you imagine how that would be on Switch though? Holy shit.
No friend codes. Actual just sharing accounts with each other. They like
it
had
was,
a lot
it was
right.
Twitter
And then they
before
ripped
Twitter.
it away from Twitch. I don't know why. Well,
I
Wii
think
U
Twitter
failed.
existed around that
Everything we
time,
did on
but-
it's bad. I'm like, no, everything you did wasn't bad. Keep the good, then eject the bad.
By the way, I am predicting that we will see the return of Street Pass on Switch 2. Like I actually kind of feel sad that Switch doesn't have it because every time I see Switch sales updated, I'm like, damn, imagine if Street Pass is on this system, how much better it would be.
Yeah,
I will take any system level features on the next console. Anything.
Just to round out this topic, does anyone here miss Nintendo being a two-system company?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
No, not necessarily.
No.
Yeah,
As much as I
especially
love the
because
3DS and Wii U, it was a rough time.
well, yeah, especially because as we were talking about, I mean, by the end of those systems, but for the bulk of those systems life cycles, they were kind of stepping on each other of like, oh, okay, the big game is here, the big game is there. Where's the community at? It's kind of hard to tell. The marketing was confused. I think it was obviously great for GBA and GameCube. Those are very different systems. Game Boy and N64. DS and Wii, very, very different. But it seemed like they kind of started merging things anyway. Like they were like, hey, let's have Wii and DS be a lot more similar than GBA and GameCube, or a lot more cross integration. Wii U and 3DS, even more similar. And so by this point, it's like, well, if the games are starting to get similar and the UI is starting to get similar, the user experience is starting to get similar because now both systems have 2 screens and one's a touch screen and they both have an eShop, why not just merge it? And like, it just felt inevitable, and it makes those a lot more interesting to like look back on, especially now that we're removed from them. But I think the proof was kind of in the pudding that Nintendo themselves were working towards that from the very beginning. And every generation just came more and more likely that like this needs to be unified, because if you have one strong core Nintendo fan base that buys everything on one system and can be all on the same page, then this is where you get the Switch. And it does the same thing that the Wii did in terms of incredible astronomical sales, but people actually care about the Switch in a way that people liked the Wii but didn't care.
Right, it's not lightning in a bottle either, right? Like this success Switch has had is from gamers, right? It's not like some sort of casual thing that they just caught. No, this is something that like the people that are buying games on Switch with like what was that like fact we heard like recent like almost like 90% of Switch owners in the last year have logged into online or something like that. I'm butchering the data, but it's something to that effect, right? Just strongly suggesting that most people do play their Switch. And so like if that's the case, going into Switch 2, whenever it does come out, right? Like it does bode well for Nintendo to have continued success. They've never failed with a handheld. And so they're going to do well. And Nate, I think I heard you bring this up the other day. I'm not sure where it comes from, but I'm sure it's true that Nintendo has actually made more money during the Switch era than prior gens where they've had 2 different platforms.
Yep.
That's
like,
very interesting.
Software sales are so strong. I mean, the price points are higher on Switch, right? But then you also have DLC, you have the subscription plan, right? You have all these other things that Nintendo's diversified with Labo and merchandising, and now the movies and the parks.
A lot of it is because of the game sales being significantly higher than their other platforms more consistently, and the fact that when they would get like big game sales, you know, like say on 3DS or DS, that's at $40, charging 60 now. Significantly.
Yeah, and then they would have Nintendo Select things. So over the course of the generation, you're making less and less money.
To give you an idea, they ate into their profits and they dipped below their 10 billion that they had sitting in a bank account. And then now they reportedly have like over 25 billion in their bank. So they've made way more this generation.
I believe it.
Yeah, they've made way more this generation than they've made.
Well, they also have some semblance of third-party support now. Not much, but it is more than they had.
So some are doing bank. I mean, Minecraft is doing better on Switch than it did on 3DS. Granted, it's only available on new 3DS.
Yeah, of course.
I guess it's just a different kind of third-party support, right? It's not the third-party support we want.
It's existing.
But yeah.
Hey. I don't know. The Wolfenstein games, Doom, come on now.
They exist.
And they're good. They're good.
Wolfenstein 2 is great on Switch.
Doom was great on Switch.
Doom was great
I did like Wolfenstein 2 on Switch.
Even The Witcher 3 at the time, you know.
Oh, dude, I played it all.
The only mobile version of Witcher 3 in the world, and it played decently well. They gave us PC graphic settings for a bit so we could try to make it look the way we want. It was nice.
Bo and I were talking about Apex Legends and how bad that looks on Switch, though. So it's definitely not. It's a case by case basis.
These games are important. Look, we're not getting into anything from EA. All right, let's just be clear.
Yeah. They can't be trusted.
EA and Nintendo are not the best relationship.
The importance of these games ultimately, though, is on the consumer side. I'm old enough to remember 2016 when fuck all was coming out on Wii U. There's games on 3DS, but because there was so little support from either Nintendo, because their efforts were split, and they're also looking at Switch already, but their efforts were split and third parties were non-existent, I was off playing PS Vita and PS4 way more. The Switch is not only great because Nintendo keeps a more regular release cadence, but because they also have third parties to the point where I basically never put my Switch down. There's rarely a week when I'm not playing a game on Switch. Whereas for any past Nintendo system, that was not the case because I was trying to get from Nintendo release to Nintendo release. So I think they recognize that this added profit comes from player engagement, and player engagement comes from everybody zeroing in on one machine.
Yeah. And that's how we get on average 13, 14 Nintendo published games a year on Switch, as opposed to 5 or 6, maybe 7 on Wii U.
And they sell really well.
Yes.
I mean, the other thing too is, not having to buy 2 different consoles. If you can only afford one console, and then all of a sudden a banger game comes out on the one you don't have, that sucks. Now with one console, you get all the games, and you don't have to worry about missing a game because you couldn't afford that console.
That was my friend group, Eric, because I was one of the Wii U. So when people wanted to play Smash, everybody had to come to my house because nobody was buying a Wii U to play the console version of Smash. They were playing 3DS. You're totally right about that.
Yeah.
Damn. Got anything to add,
Wii
Eric?
U or 3DS?
Eric, can you let some other people talk next
Yeah, I
time?
know, right? No.
Whoa. There. All right.
Yeah,
I gotta take the
Calm
headset
down.
off.
Did a
So
couple
loud.
quick things. Yeah, right. No, I know one of the game series that I know hasn't been brought up that I will miss, or I do miss, and think back fondly on was the Mario and Luigi. Those games, that series was freaking fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, and then obviously Street Pass was freaking fantastic too. I really hope they bring that back. On a completely different note, though, I have a absolute massive headache right now.
Cool.
So I think I'm going to actually dip. I apologize, guys.
You're
but
good.
Holy
all
cow,
right. I'll
I
see
can't
Eric.
see straight. So, yeah.
Might be careful driving home. dude.
Yeah, right. All right. Thanks for coming on, guys. Sorry I
Pleasure
didn't
to
get
meet
to
you.
stick around and talk to you guys. Yeah. But
Oh
yeah,
no, you get
I
to
just-
miss the debate.
Oh god.
All right.
Oh no!
Oh, poor
This guy
you.
did not
No.
take that.
We're
does not
gonna-
need to know.
That would
You get to go
really
with the
help your
debate.
headache.
Wait, Eric.
Wait, before you go, Eric,
are
what's
you
your side?
are you gonna have sex?
No.
Okay.
No.
Are you team 24 or team 25?
Sure.
No. I'm hoping this year. I really
Oh, I
really
really hope.
need it.
What team? What team?
No, yeah, tell us. What do you
I
think?
want it this year.
Well, what do
Okay,
you
well-
believe?
This year. God damn it. This
This
year.
okay. all
God.
right.
Okay.
Sorry. I am-
Andres, your
yeah.
face when you said, "What do you believe?" You're just so serious.
What do you believe?
Yes, this is a serious matter.
Serious topic.
Oh, nice.
This is a
Now
matter
it's
of
like aesthetically
philosophy.
pleasing. I like this.
Boom.
Oh, there you go.
We'll scooch
Oh,
in a
we
little bit. Look at that.
We can zoom
Yeah.
in.
That's right. You
Yeah.
two, we get nice and close.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
How does backlog banter? How do my armpits smell?
Oh,
Oh, I
jeez.
know.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
There it is. You got right
Yeah,
up in
getting
him.
there.
Wait, no, this side. Here, go. Wait, do it again.
Oh my god. I think his tongue is out.
Hey,
I'm so
there
glad
we
the
go.
Tucker's
Now we're
off
getting some
camera.
OnlyFans content.
I just
Oh,
that's
no.
fine. I'm glad the tongue was off camera. Oh my, what is
Can
he
I
doing
cover
right now?
him?
Oh,
Can I co- can
Jake,
I
keep your
just-
pants on. Keep your pants on. Okay. All
Wild.
right.
Wait, guys, ready? This goes to you and to Nate. Ready?
Oh, fist bump.
Oh no.
Oh, wait. Oh, I
That's
thought you were
All
fist
right,
bumping.
all right. Let's get to our second topic. The big debate of the day is Nintendo Switch 2 going to come out in 2024, 2025 later, etc. I don't know. I literally did no homework. So, of course, I cover Nintendo every day. Do I need homework? I think I just know.
You might need homework.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to bring. I didn't watch the debate that you guys had. So I don't know
Sinner.
what their evidence and their proof or any of it is. All you
Sinner.
told me about it was that they have good arguments. And I said, cool.
Andres,
That's
that made me respect
all
you
I
way
got.
more.
That's all. He won't even tell me what the arguments were. I don't even know what I'm preparing for over here.
Well, I talked about the codename thing. Codename
And
thing's
that was it.
good argument.
But that was it. Anyways, that was the only thing you told me. Anyways, all right. So
I think the point is we didn't try to game plan to be like, oh, let's get him. Or no, we're just like,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
this is a good argument. It was a good argument. It would be cool to
I
revisit
told them
this.
about. I told Botox Games and Tucker. I told them like a week ago, hey, this is going to be a thing. It's like, oh yeah, we're going to be prepared. I'm like, I'm not doing anything to prepare. So,
Yeah,
I'm ready to get owned.
we got a whole document here with stats and
Jesus
numbers.
Christ.
yeah, I'm ready to get owned. It's
Oh,
cool.
This is the same document from the Andre tree.
We
We
got
didn't
fiscal
restart.
year numbers. We got percent drops in hardware. I mean, this is real
Let's
shit.
go. I love this. This makes me happy. This
All
makes
right,
me
so-
very
Even more research going into that predictions video.
All right. So I mean, how do we start? Like, ooh.
Which side should we let go first?
As a sidebar, Nate, I'm getting a request for a poll in your chat if you can run one to see where your community's at in terms of 2024, 2025.
Oh, yeah.
This is
Sure.
an Andres restart
I also
idea.
did a poll already on my community page earlier, and
I
it was
do enjoy the
heavily
polls
communicated.
during the
Wait,
stream. I
guys,
like doing the
Captain-
polls during the stream.
Captain
Though. Very
Doge
interesting.
says that we have the most gay Nintendo podcast, and in
Oh,
2024,
hell yeah.
that's a flex and a half. So
Oh, yeah, look at
I'm
us.
really happy that I can be here to make it extra gay for everyone.
Yeah, you are carrier for sure.
Thank you.
All right. Let's let Team 2025 go since I always talk about 2024 on my channel all the time.
Right. Let's
Who's
get some
on Team
variety. in
2025?
here.
Let's clarify. who's all on Team 2025? I know Botox Games and Backlog Banter probably.
Yeah.
Based on the debate before.
Yeah.
West,
Well,
where,
Abram as well,
where are
right?
you on? Are you on 24 or 25?
24.
24.
Oh,
And
wait.
what
I think
what
last time
about
we
Jake?
spoke, you were on 25. You changed your mind?
No, I was always on 24.
Maybe he was
Oh.
trolling your ass.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
he was.
I did clarify, and I said that I could see them waiting until it's past the PS2, which could be, you know, a long time.
So he's got he's kind of a fence rider, but he's 24.
Oh, of
Team
course. I mean,
28,
listen,
yeah.
dude,
Hey,
it's
better
Nintendo.
than
If
being
you
a
try to
different kind of
predict them,
rider.
like you're
Jake,
gonna
where
go
you at? You
crazy.
24 or 25? We got to clarify the sides.
Who are you asking?
I was asking Daddy Jake, the only daddy that's here. I mean,
Well, the thing is, when
I
we're
might
talking
be
at the
the
same
only
time,
daddy. I
sometimes
might
you
be
don't hear
literally the
everyone
only
clearly.
daddy here. I don't know. Okay, Jake, are you 24 or 25?
24.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, no,
are you
sure.
gonna hold on? Let me hear the
What's the
argument,
best
and then I'll
part?
decide.
All right, sorry, never mind.
It's okay. It's okay. So it's kind of like a 4v3, but the three are so prepared.
That
Well,
reminds me
devil's
of my,
advocate.
that reminds me of my
so
high school
prepared.
prom.
Ooh,
They
let
must be
me
embarrassed.
voice something here, right? Because I don't think I have voiced this to Tucker or Bo before, right? I
Yeah.
honestly regret not having a second person, right?
Hey, you tried.
Because
You tried.
I tried, but I think there's a little bit of a psychological. Like, I think you guys are fantastic,
Totally.
just for the record, right? So this is no shade at you guys at all. But I do think, for the sake of the discussion, right, when it's
Yeah.
2v1, simply by volume, right, of two people versus one, there's a little
Yeah.
bit of a psychological. Well, I mean, if the majority of the people in the show think one thing, I
Understandable.
think
yeah.
it
Yeah,
hurt
it's
my
totally
argument
fair.
a little bit. Yeah.
No,
You get
But
overwhelmed a little bit.
yeah. But then in this case, now it's a 4v3. I mean, it's
Oh, yeah.
better than a 2v1.
no,
Actually,
yeah.
I'm
this-
curious,
this-
Abram, have you changed? Because I thought you were 2024.
I am somewhere in the middle. I'm
Oh,
I'm
you're
gonna
Mm,
I love
I'm
it.
gonna be a little bit of a fence
He's got the
sitter.
fence post up way up his ass.
My
Yeah,
fence
but
was
he
way
might
up
not
my
be.
ass.
By the
Yeah.
end of this debate, he might no longer be a fence sitter. That's the thing.
It's true. It's the point. Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm gonna be probably arguing from both sides. I'm gonna do a lot of
I love
listening.
it.
That's fair.
All right, I want Team 2025 to go first because
Yeah.
I mean you can see in the poll, right? Everyone's like saying 2024 for the most part. It's a vast majority thought process. So I think it's good to start with the counter rather than go with like the obvious that most
Sure.
people think.
Ooh. I'll point
Now-
out that when we did our debate, we did two polls, one in the beginning, one at the end. And the beginning one, it was 80-20 for Switch 2 in 2024. But when it ended, it was 70-30, right? So you could argue that Team 2025 had
right there,
had gained some ground during that discussion.
It's also a completely different channel. So-
Yeah, and that was also a month ago. And I do want to say this to sort of preface anything before we start getting into our data. Bo and I did minimal new research before today.
this is the same document
after
from them.
Andres. Yeah, it's the exact same information. So we're not necessarily bringing anything new. And that is because on the Team 2025 side, not much has changed. No information has come out from Nintendo that would change it, whether that's financial data or reports to investors, anything like that. So we are still working off of data that we mostly gathered in December. And
absolutely.
What I want to say is I'm still convinced that the trends from Nintendo and their financial data, which is very interpretable, indicate 2025. However, I do want to clarify. Hello, other person. I don't.
Hello,
know.
other
This is
person.
my brother, right? He's going.
What's up,
on a
bro? You
trip.
want to do a shot, buddy?
Brother, restart,
Yo.
dude.
You want to do a shot?
Hey,
What?
Shot.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we have shots.
What I do?
Yeah. So anyway,
milk.
Danny's not an extreme gamer like me. I hate that term, but
well,
Danny,
you're not either.
just-
You haven't even played Last of Us.
Ooh.
Who?
That's not a game. All right, that's
not a
But
game?
anyway,
Did you
well,
watch
joke.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
stick.
Yeah, I
Oh,
could
then that's
watch-
all you need to do. That's all you needed. There you go.
exactly.
Stick to the
Anyways,
current
Danny,
discussion.
is Switch 2 coming on in 2020? He has no idea what's going on. Switch 2 in 2024 or 2025?
Say 2024.
There we go.
Oh,
Good job.
Random.
Based.
I
Yeah.
love it.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
Unlike the Heat
Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
tonight, who lost? Sorry to bring that up. This is the sour
Thanks,
spot.
Danny.
The
Anyway.
Heat lost.
Yeah, they lost. Bucks
Why
won.
do you
by
why
the
do you
way.
throw that at me? I'll
We
use
don't
this
even have a
question.
coach, and we won. How about that?
Why? I mean,
Okay.
why would you do that to me? Like,
Because I know your brother and you're a big Heat fan. I was like, oh boy, it's time to drop it.
all right.
Yeah, dude, how hard is it to say, dude, we were the 8th seed and destroyed the 1 seed? Thanks. Yeah, I know. Sour spot for me.
Dude, that sucks for the Heat. They're gonna lose tomorrow too. I'm sorry, bro.
I cannot. No, I'm sorry. I refuse to pair up with a Celtics fan. I apologize. The Heat are awesome. All right.
You're gonna be wearing a Celtics jersey soon.
Yeah, that's because I lost a bet.
Yeah, that's right.
We have to get you back with it. No, see.
I'll
Here's
point
the
this
news.
out.
We have to have a bet going into the Celtics Bucks eventual playoff series because that'll be sick.
All right.
But we'll see. That's got to actually happen first. All right. Getting back to what we're going to talk about here. I just wanted to clarify as well because I don't know where the poll is at the chat because I accidentally closed it. I have to reopen it. But I did do a poll 5 days ago in the community section with over 4,000 votes, and it was 76-24. So that was what it was coming in.
That's wild. 72 votes in were 74-26.
Hey, that's ground. I'll take it.
Well, it's actually interesting because I've got a lot of comments on my videos where people will say, like, actually, I think all this data suggests 2026. And like,
what?
Maybe. I don't know, but
well, that might be one of my
not what we're
arguments against some of the things you'll sort of suggest, right? Because you guys are on Team 2025, but I think some of the things you've suggested maybe push it beyond what any of us are hoping. But we'll
let's see. I want to hear the arguments because the only argument I've heard was just the one. So
yeah,
and my audience hasn't heard any of the arguments.
So to finish what I was saying in terms of clarifying going into this, I still think that the financial trends and data from Nintendo, which is very interpretable, indicate a 2025 release, and we'll present some arguments here. However, I will admit, as I said, we're working from data that we pulled a month ago, and not much has changed on our end. You guys do not have the same worries that we do because a lot has happened in the last month on 2024, and lots of rumors, lots of reports, lots of stuff, and that means that we have a lot to work against here. So I will say I still think that 2025 makes more sense in terms of financials, but I'm more convinced that 2024 is an option because of all the so much nonsense has happened in the last few weeks, and all of you guys have been covering it and been doing amazing jobs. I've been watching all of you, but my mind is being pushed towards 2024, but I still do think 2025 is a reasonable and
let's hone in on the financial part first. Let's hone in on the financial part first. That gives us a little bit of structure here because there's a lot we could talk about rumors, right? We could talk about pre-order. There's so many directions. Let's focus on financial stuff, right? Because you talk about financial suggesting 2025, and then I look at the financials. I'm like, no, this suggests we need this thing ASAP, right? So, give me your take here.
Well, I watched your video today, Andres, and I think you've mentioned the same thing in your videos, Nate. This idea that Nintendo won't go 3 years with declining hardware, that seems to be a really big sticking point, which I totally agree with. I'm not arguing that they'll go 3 years with declining hardware. I'm arguing it comes out the same fiscal year that you guys are. So maybe that doesn't indicate 2024, 2025, but I feel like that's not a great rebuttal when we think it's going to come out the same fiscal year, which is what matters. That is the thing that matters.
I want to point something out though, right? I don't know if you honed in on this part that I mentioned in the video because it's a 27-minute video, right? There's a lot of different things brought up. I understand where you're coming from, right? So if the Switch 2 does not come out in time for the upcoming fiscal year, we'll have a fourth year of declining sales. Which
I don't think that's going to happen.
Nintendo's gonna do everything that they can to combat that, right? But the other thing is that it's more of an uphill battle now because when you have declining sales, right, as the history shows, it gets worse and worse by year by somewhat of an exponential factor, right? It's not just a steady decline usually. And this previous fiscal year, I mean, we're still in it, right? It ends in March. We had Tears of the Kingdom and the Mario movie. Those are two big blips. Switch 2 doesn't have that. I mean, rather, Nintendo doesn't have that for this upcoming fiscal year. So if they don't even have Switch 2, they're in trouble.
They have Pokemon, which is probably equal.
Sure, but they have Pokemon pretty much every year, right? And
right, so, but I mean, if you're going to count Tears of the Kingdom and Mario movie as a blip, Pokemon totally counts as a blip.
Yeah, well, especially
my point is that we've seen Pokemon, and they still we had DLC though, right? So then they also had the bundle.
But that doesn't generate as much sales, even close to a new release, obviously.
Yeah. The Mario movie and Tears of the Kingdom are a bigger blip collectively.
Naturally,
Pokemon, right? But the point I want to make though, right, in terms of the whole fiscal year thing, is that if the Switch 2 comes out, say March 3rd, right, the same way it came out March 3rd back in 2017, that's not even a whole month of sales, and so that month alone isn't enough to combat that fourth year of declining sales, right? They're going to need a bigger body of work, several shipments, several waves, and software selling throughout a bulk of the fiscal year to really combat that downward trend. A single month, I don't think is enough. And I'll throw this other little wrinkle out at you, right? I also think expecting a March release again is highly unlikely.
The thing they've
Because
done
the
for
reason-
every handheld Nintendo console except for the DS.
Sure, but this is a hybrid, so it's a little different.
It's
But we also have them on record. The Nintendo executives have told us they wanted Switch out for the holiday of 2016. They didn't because the software wasn't ready.
Yeah.
And what is something that we all know right now? This is a very different scenario right now. Nintendo sits on games. Prior Remastered for a year and a half. Fire Emblem Engage for a year. Tears of the Kingdom was basically complete back in March of 2022. Metroid Prime 4 is now apparently having been in quality testing since March of 2023. Mario Wonder was made without a deadline in mind. Nintendo has games. And so the scenario with Switch where they delayed it into March because they didn't have the games is not a realistic scenario this time. Nintendo sits on games now. They're ahead of the curve. And also holiday sales is that's the best time typically, right? So you're not going to intentionally skip the holidays, especially if you have the games ready. And if we're talking about combating that again, that fourth year of declining sales, a single month, less than a month, is not even remotely enough time to combat that. So that's my take on that.
I want to push on the Nintendo has games they're sitting on a little bit because
sure,
I agree something like 3D Mario and Metroid Prime are probably just getting polished up right now. But that's all we really would know. With Fire Emblem Engage and Metroid Prime Remastered and everybody want to Switch, I mean, we knew years in advance in some cases. Don't you think we would have heard more? You saying they're ready, they're sitting with ready games for the Switch 2, you don't really have anything to back that up, honestly. That's just kind of
other than track record of a couple recent games having that.
Yeah,
that
and those are games that we heard, like I said,
if these games are done, they're already working on
we
other
didn't
games.
hear about Prime Remastered officially until the Shadow dropped it. So it was all rumors.
Well, I mean,
so if we're going to call rumors, then we know about quite a lot. If
and also, the thing is, for Tears of the Kingdom, we learned about it being basically complete for a whole year after it came out, right? So just because we're not getting leaks doesn't mean they aren't ready. We see the evidence usually after the fact, but we still have the evidence that those games were done for a long time before release.
Okay, so I'm curious, what games do you think are ready for Switch 2 right now? Like what developers, let me say, what developers do you think have had enough time since their last release to potentially just already be ready for a new game to release?
Well, Retro Studios, obviously.
Okay, well, that's a Switch 1 game that's currently announced for Switch 1.
It's cross-gen, right? But also...
we don't know that.
We don't know that.
Technically, we don't know.
Well,
I'm not going to count
right, well, you said you asked if I
You
what
cannot
I think.
count Prime 4.
You asked
that's
what
fair.
I think.
Sorry, that's fair. That's
right?
fair.
So,
yeah, your question didn't clarify. You couldn't count.
Guys,
no, that's fair.
Pokemon Company is suing Palworld.
Is that
Is it official?
Just dropped.
Yeah,
they're investigating there. Right?
Interesting.
Oh yeah,
We'll get back to this.
Yeah, we'll bring that up in the Palworld segment.
Yeah,
right.
All right. We'll get to that.
But that's a huge update. That is a big update for us to talk about.
That's a big.
And then the other obvious one is 3D Mario, right? But also there have been several EPD groups that could be working on something, right? There's a whole bunch of different studios there. So, I mean, I think that I've talked about in the past, so I think, based off historical precedent, right? Like Monolith Soft is set up to have a game release in 2025. We also know the Mario Kart team, yes, they may have had contributed somewhat to the DLC, but they'll likely have something up and ready to go as well, right? So
sure,
that's
but
just
multiple of those teams you mentioned end up making more sense for their timelines to line up for 2025, which would mean that if that the system did release in March 2025, which is what we're arguing for, then that would get basically the same pattern and release cadence of massive games going through the end of that year. And one thing I will say
is the Mario Kart game, the Xenoblade game, or Monosoft, I think that's 2025, right? But they could have launched the Mario Kart game this year if they wanted to. I just don't think that you do that when you have 3D Mario ready. And so, like, my perspective is that, say, Switch 2 comes out like September or August, right? Between Metroid Prime 4, 3D Mario, a Pokemon game, which always typically comes out in November, which, if it's backwards compatible, maybe a graphics patch, that's already a really solid starting lineup, right? And I mean, as Bo's brought before, like, our arguments aren't that different because I'm thinking, that last 4 months of the year, right? I've said by the end of summer, which is September 22nd, right? So it's basically, I'm thinking probably September, right? But I hope for sooner, right? But that's kind of like the month I've been sort of gravitating around.
At least 2 big games.
Right. So, they don't need to have 8 games ready for 2024, They just need to have a couple.
If it releases in September, they need to at least have 4.
Sure.
Well, how do you figure?
Well, I mean, a Pokemon, that's a given.
Yeah, but that's gonna.
Okay, but Pokemon, I think they only need really 2 big exclusives. If we're just gonna be completely honest, if they have 4 months to end the year, you need a big launch one, and then you need something to hit 2 months later. You're gonna have Pokemon, which that's gonna sell mostly for Switch. Obviously, people are gonna buy necessarily Switch 2 to play the Pokemon game, but the system's gonna be sold out at launch, and it's heading right directly into a holiday season off a sellout with another major game dropping in October or November for it. It's gonna just be sold out the first 4 months. And there's going to be third-party games, and they're going to have smaller indie games, and they're going to have there could be literally a fitness game that drops in there that we're like, oh, that's not a big game, but those games sell really well. So, like, if you look, because like saying that they need more than that in the first 4 months, that's all they had in the first 4 months of Switch. It was 2 big games, and one of them was a port.
It was a massive port, though.
Sure.
But there were consistent games in the Switch every single month of its life cycle for the first year.
And we expect the same thing this time around as well.
I'm just noting that like the Switch didn't have a dissimilar start. It just had a killer first 12 months. That first 12 months was amazing.
Yeah,
but it wasn't all front loaded. We just have to know that games are coming. That's the big thing. We can't go into the launch only knowing about the 2 big games. They got to let us know what's coming. They got to give us we had a roadmap heading into Switch. We kind of knew what a lot of that first year was going to. As long as we have that roadmap and we know there's a consistent cadence in that first year, that's all they need. They don't have to have something every single month.
Dude,
that's like unrealistic.
If you were a girl and your name was Cadence, consistent Cadence would be the sickest nickname. I'm sorry, continue.
Cadence of Hyrule. That's all I'm going to say. Anyways, going on.
Again?
Oh, that's true.
Got it.
I think that because the again, I don't know if we've specifically said this. We probably have, but again, we're talking about either holiday 2024 or March of 2025. So we're talking about the same fiscal year. So what we're really talking about,
or a little bit before holiday.
A little bit.
Well, I'll get to that in a second. So I don't think there's no precedent for anybody releasing hardware in summer. Basically, anybody.
Nintendo's never released hardware in September. Is that your claim?
Oh, sorry, when you say summer, what are you ending summer at?
By the end of summer is September.
It's literally 3 weeks into September is the end of summer.
Okay, that's my. I have like
I know. People think
I've
of
got vibes-based summer.
June, July, August. Actually,
I love doing this. Where I love saying by the end of summer, so someone can call me an idiot, and I'd be like, really? So by the end of September,
when summer starts, and the funny thing is, it's different in different parts of the world too. So like,
yeah, no, that's fair. That's good for me to know, to clarify you guys' position, because there is, of course, there's less precedent in September for a new piece of hardware. Obviously, plenty of revisions have released in September, so you're totally covered there. But here, my idea about the software is that if we look historically at modern Nintendo, right? We look at let's look at Wii, for example. Nintendo published 3 games on Wii. Oh, sorry, camera's over here. 3 games on Wii. You had your big marquee hardcore title in Twilight Princess, and you had Excite Truck, which was really neither here nor there. Is really just a small extra game in the lineup, and then obviously it is a great game, and Excitebot's even better. And then you have Wii Sports for that big casual system explaining piece of software. Wii U followed, and you also had Red Steel at launch, which is important, and I'll get to that in a second. You had a combination of a hardcore title, a casual title, and a third-party exclusive. They replicated this with Wii U, with Nintendo Land, New Super Mario Bros. U, Zombie U. With Switch, you get Breath of the Wild, you get 1-2 Switch, and you get some fucking random third-party games, frankly.
Whoa, language, please.
I apologize, Daddy J.
No,
that's a good point about Bomberman. Bomberman was exclusive at the time.
He wants you to curse more.
So my feeling about the launch games is it's so vibes based, because ultimately I think you can make a very salient case for that casual game being made by that 1-2 Switch team. Being ready, because obviously they had finished Everybody Went to Switch a long time ago. I'm pretty sure
Switch Sports developer.
It's EPD4.
Same developer.
Yeah, they with the massive success even of Nintendo Switch Sports, I personally think they'll try to launch the next system with the Nintendo Switch Sports quote unquote resort, like a sequel. You get your big casual game that could conceivably be ready for this holiday. You get your big 3D Mario game. You cover both those bases, and then if Capcom's got that long rumored Resident Evil Nintendo exclusive or whatever, you can fill these sort of tentpole things that Nintendo always has at launch. I think you can make a very salient case for that happening in holiday or that happening in early 2025. I think it's important to note then that what this conversation really comes down to is when Nintendo will be the most confident and has the least pressure on them to launch the system. Now, we've been talking a lot about this 3-year decline. The problem with the declining sales, not only less revenue coming in, but most critically, it's your stock price going down and your investors getting upset. It's important to note that 2 weeks ago, and this is being reported by the Wall Street Journal, Nintendo's stock price hit its highest. It hit its peak. So I don't think that Nintendo's under a lot of investor pressure right now. Now, that could change on a dime. The stock price.
Did you actually read the complete article on why it's hitting its
Have
peak?
you? I might be missing something. If you want to fill me in on that.
If you read all the analysts when they're reporting on it hitting its peak, a lot of it is because of all the Switch 2 reports.
Well, yeah, and the reality of that is if Nintendo comes out in their financial briefing in February, perhaps, and says we are launching a piece of Switch hardware in the next fiscal year, that stock price is going to go even higher. And again, we're talking about the same fiscal year. So if just the speculation saying the stock price this high, them coming out and saying the next fiscal year, which does include March, is not going to tank the stock price. The stock price is not going to fall.
So you're making the assumption Nintendo is going to give us a year headway on a new system.
Correct. And this is the exact piece of data that I think Andres must have told you before, but just to clarify even more, because this is the one area that Bo and I did a lot of research, is when not only just Nintendo, but video game system hardware publishers in general, how far ahead they usually get out to communicate to investors that they have a new piece of hardware coming. And the precedent is overwhelmingly at least a year, if not 2. And of course, we're not arguing 2 years. That would put us into 2026, late 2025, which is not what we're arguing for. But there is basically no evidence for these major companies that have lots of investors and need to be informing their investors of this well in advance in order to communicate that their stocks are going to shift in certain ways. There is no precedence for them announcing or hinting to their investors and then just having the system come out within an incredibly short amount of time. I mean, 1 year is the bare minimum. And especially with
and
Nintendo,
that's my problem with that piece of data, though, right? Because we go by that piece of data, right? Your expectation for March 2025 also seems dismal.
Sure. But again, one year is the
and
minimum.
so I guess my counter, though, right, and it's more so countering your argument, not necessarily 2025 as a whole, though, right, is that if you're going to start being flexible on what that trend suggests, at that point it kind of opens the door for, well, how flexible do we want to be? Because I remember that piece of information. Well, my point is,
setting within that range, though.
It would be cool if you had that chart so we could go over it again. But I remember going over that chart, right? And there was a back and forth going on there. So some room for confusion and misinterpretation. But my general understanding that I had from what I remember, is that if we go by the pattern that was suggesting there, it's most likely suggesting that we're not even getting the Switch 2 as you guys are expecting by March 2025. And so my point is, right, what you're bringing up, if we adhere to it exactly as the pattern suggests, you guys are also wrong.
Incorrect. Right? And I'll tell you why. It's because the window that we're talking about here is 1 year is less common than 2 years, but it is still something that happens relatively consistently. Putting a 1 year announcement to release.
Do you have a way to show the data or at least say it? I don't know. I don't know what the data is.
We have
he can send you a message of the image and you could present it, for example.
Sure.
Or he could present
either
it
way,
on
the
computer.
I don't think I have the image anymore.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I mean, I can read out.
Yeah, so I do have another counter argument for this, by the way, but
I just don't know, like we're arguing about date ranges, and I don't know that us and the audience know what we're talking about.
Sure, I'm basing this off memory.
Yeah, you're basing this on a prior debate that I don't know that anyone knows what the hell you're talking about.
Can you share
we need that, or at least have it.
Yeah, here, Bo, if you can send him just the document and make it read only, I guess.
You can put it.
Would that be a good solution?
Put it in chat,
I can just
or something.
Yeah, here I can put the code names in the private.
Yeah, copy paste the code names thing. Yeah, that's the easiest thing to do.
Oh yeah, we could actually see it here in the private chat.
Yeah, that'd be great. But my point being is that
formatting it kind of
with,
messed up, but
with the window in terms of announcing things to investors and then actually releasing the hardware, the window is 1 year, which happened with 3DS, which happened with DS. That was 1 year, which happened with Wii U was 16 months, and then some other systems are 2 years. The window is between 1 and 2 years, which means that 1 year has normal precedence that happens relatively often. And it also happens with PS5 or PlayStation, Xbox consoles. They also do about that 1 year to 18 months window. So placing it within 1 year absolutely has solid precedence. That is totally within the range of investor possibility, communication to it. But so we're not wiggling it. We're not wiggling it anywhere because that's within the window. That's just
so I think what I remember is that the more often it was more than a year though, right? So you guys are just making the assumption that it's going to be a little shorter.
But
it's going to be leaning towards the short side. Leaning towards the short side.
I think the difference.
Well, I think we're on the same page now, at least in terms of understanding what you're getting at.
Yeah, I think the difference ultimately is between what Team 2025 is positing, which is this will be on the shorter end of the established spectrum, whereas what you guys are saying is that this will be off of that established spectrum. It is
without any precedent.
Yeah, it's some precedent versus no precedent.
Yes.
I want to clarify. Your own numbers have precedent, actually. Have you looked at all of these numbers? I'm looking at it right now. Unless I am mistaken, Virtual Boy, November 1994, releasing in July of that is 6 months. That's not the only one. Game Boy Color as well. Literally released in the exact same year.
Anything from this century?
That is a revision. And also from the 90s.
Nothing from the century. Game Boy Color. And
I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
Revisions.
I was just asking a question. Yes or no?
Revisions basically always have a shorter announce to reveal in terms of instead of new hardware. That happened with new 3DS. That was a very quick turnaround. DSi as well. But for new system hardware, new generation hardware, it's never that small. Virtual Boy is an interesting one because they announced that one when the N64 was not selling very well.
Well, that's actually not even quite right.
Oh, sorry.
The reality of Virtual Boy, and the reason this goes back to my point before of Nintendo is going to release this system when they're under the least pressure that they can. The Virtual Boy has such a short turnaround because this was a stopgap project because the then known Ultra 64 was not ready in time.
Sorry,
Nintendo did not have anything for the holiday season, so they released the Virtual Boy. The Virtual Boy is in every way anomalous for this conversation. It's not a useful data point.
Yeah, I'm not sure Nintendo would want to replicate the Virtual Boy success.
Right.
Are you kidding me? That thing's a beast. But I want to ask you guys a question, though.
I was just bringing up that there technically was two systems. They did
of course,
yeah.
Sure.
So technically,
great point to bring up, but I think very easily you can say this is why Nintendo Switch 2 or next gen hardware would not fit in either of those camps.
Right.
You're using this information to base like what they're going to do for Switch 2?
Correct.
Yes.
They're going all the way back.
Yeah. Go on, Wes.
Oh, I was just curious how like it's relevant. Like, this is a completely different Nintendo.
No, of course, and we obviously focused mostly on the modern stuff, which still does support our argument. We just decided to continue the research back, so we were sure that we weren't just saying, okay.
I'll say this: even focusing on the modern stuff. The only reason we knew the code name of NX when we knew it was because of their announcement about making mobile games. And Nintendo said this actually publicly, that that's the only reason they even told us the code name. So even modern Nintendo for Switch, we wouldn't have known it at that time. That wouldn't have been the plan if they didn't do that thing. And also, I just want to also note, Iwata was the first president after the Yamauchi family. Unfortunately, he passed away. We have a completely different president who does no game making experience. He's literally nothing but a numbers guy. He crunches numbers. That was what he did at Nintendo.
I want to ask you guys a question, right?
I just want to know, like, even now we're technically with a different Nintendo than we had.
Yeah, this is uncharted.
It's uncharted territory for sure. I think we all agree that the Switch 2 is a new scenario, right? So, I mean, obviously, looking at history helps us, but it's not the be all end all. But what I want to ask you guys, right, in this spirit of just better understanding, right? Why do you think it matters, right? Like, we could look at the points of data, but why do you think it matters that Nintendo has to announce a code name this far in advance? Why does that matter?
To the investors, it's literally everything. I mean, that is confirmation that new hardware is coming without fully revealing it, letting us know the specs, letting us know the games. There's no pressure to announce the things that the gamers care about. It's what the investors care about. And what they care about is them giving official confirmation that this new piece of hardware is coming within Oh, a year window. Of course, it's a very big thing where they just say like, oh, it's coming out at some point. But sorry, yeah, Nate, yes, Nintendo Prime from Nintendo Prime Podcast.
Yes. It's interesting because we just talked about how the investors are really excited and happy and things are really peaking. Why would they have to say, hey, it's coming out in the next year? Why couldn't they just say, hey, it's coming out in the next 3 months? What's the difference? I mean, outside of they've never done it, the investors are already like really interested and really excited over something that hasn't even been announced yet. And I know they could give you that year leeway, but that also is telling investors, hey, for the next year, our sales ain't going to be great because everyone's waiting for the new system and we're about to tank the Switch. Wouldn't it actually be more better for them if they actually had a shorter announcement to release window? Because we're at Nintendo's not in trouble right now, right? They're doing really, really well. Zelda movie announcement, theme park revenue, Mario movie revenue, all this stuff. So like Nintendo's now got more avenues of revenue than they had before as well.
Yeah, definitely.
But I'm kind of like sitting here, like we're talking about, oh, it's all about the investors. But well, the investors are very happy with Nintendo. So why would they need to know a year in advance today versus in the past where maybe they were more worried about it because Nintendo would milk their systems until they weren't selling anymore?
Here's what I would say, and I think it's important to note that I went to college for a film degree, so I'm talking mostly out of my ass. However, I think it's important to note that
Like
a lot of
statistics.
a lot of investor stuff is very fickle, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about a stock high on pure speculation, right? It is not uncommon for a stock to plummet on a singular piece of news. This happens a lot in the tech world. I mean, especially with larger tech companies than Nintendo, stocks pivot on a moment. And so
I think it's going to pivot when they have that financial meeting coming up.
Right. And
February 6th, we might get a code name then.
I'm of the opinion, personally, I think actually talking about disagree about this a little bit, but I'm of the opinion that we'll get the code name in that February presentation because I think it's important to affirm this, right? It's important to affirm that the hardware is coming opposed to your stock trading on a VGC.
Didn't they already affirm the hardware back in 2021 when they put up a slide that said Nintendo are moving to the next system?
Yeah, the next integrated hardware.
Technically, if you want to be real, they mentioned the new system was coming in 2021.
Not to mention, like, there's the multiple Bloomberg articles stating that like LCDs are in production. Production is like,
but that's all behind the scenes stuff. Like,
yeah, it's all
I'm
speculation.
Talking about Nintendo themselves literally already confirmed a new system was coming in 2021.
So then it goes back to the question: how much is iterative hardware? Right.
They just didn't give it a code name, but they literally said a system's coming, and they wanted to assure investors that Nintendo accounts are moving forward to that next thing.
Yeah, it's iterative hardware as well. So like, I mean, we're kind of new territory. Like,
I'm also of mind that I don't think the code name thing needs to
next
happen anymore. If you look at the tech space, a lot of people aren't announcing code names anymore. They just announce the product.
Sure. Like Xbox has done it with like Project Scorpio, but that's just the hype reasons, you know.
I think
hype reasons.
I think that you guys are not totally wrong, and this is why I'm somewhere between both teams because I think that the precedent is very important, but I also think, Nate, you make an extremely important point about the fact that Nintendo is currently pivoting into a space they've never been in before, in that they are now a multimedia Disney-like company, which they've always tried to do, but now literally are. So I think that I think it's totally fair to suggest that. Yeah, I think it's totally fair to suggest the precedent is important to a point, but we are dealing with such a new environment that you have to discount that to an extent. My question for you guys is this, and Andres, this is something you talked about in the debate that I would love you to go further on and love your other guys' feedback on this. Let's say that Nintendo is offering a very short turnaround time. We're talking, let's just say for the sake of argument, 6 months until the reveal of the system, reveal in March-ish, release it in September. I am of the opinion that this is going to be very iterative hardware. I don't think anybody here or across the industry would disagree. Now, Nintendo got into a very difficult situation with the Wii U on this same grounds of not giving the time to adequately explain the differences in the hardware. I think that the biggest optical issue for Nintendo Switch 2 is that because it will be such a similar looking device and the games will be similar in that there's not going to be such a big jump in graphical fidelity from one platform to the other, that you're going to have a lot of your more average players saying, hey, I already have Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on Switch. I'm fine with this. Why do I need to upgrade? I think the more time Nintendo has to explain the differences in the hardware will help them avoid the Wii U pitfall they've already fallen into. And even if you look at 3DS, which is a much more successful piece of hardware, 3DS only sold, we'll call in the class in a moment, 3DS only sold half of what DS sold. And that was, again, an iterative piece of hardware, but there's going to be a larger jump from DS to 3DS than there will be from Switch 1 to Switch 2, I promise. And so I think
really
that those...
I feel like I just got to acknowledge something, because it's been going on all podcasts. This is the first time I feel like we've had an intellectual equal match to Andres. We've got two Ravenclaws on the podcast tonight, and I'm telling
You're
you,
loving it, aren't you?
else.
You're loving
It's enjoyable. I've said very little, but I've
There's a
been
reason the views are
very
peaking on the
aroused
show right now.
the
This
whole
is what
time.
8 people want.
Absolutely.
That's my point, guys. I'm just curious what you think about this. Is there a danger
Sure.
for Nintendo of not having enough time to explain the differences in the hardware?
I really want to speak
if
on
the
that.
messaging, if they convey the message in the right way the first time, then they shouldn't need much time.
Yeah,
That's fair.
and
Yeah.
something else I want to
Fair.
speak on is that I don't think time was a problem for the Wii U. They showed that thing off summer 2011. It came out 2012. It had a year and a half, and they botched it. Right? Switch had a
fair.
And then
4.5
after that,
month-
PS4 was revealed like in February the next year. So,
right. So
and
I
that,
don't
that
think
was where all the hype
timing-
was.
Exactly. It's not timing. It's just execution. And the
That's
other
fair.
thing, right? DS to 3DS, right? We talk about how Switch is a repeatable success. It's not a lightning in the bottle situation. DS, we were lightning in the bottle situations, and then Nintendo tried to get that again, but they realized that's not their long-term audience. And so Switch, I think they have the long-term audience, and it's not about time; it's about execution. But Nate wanted to talk, so I don't want to continue before he loses his thought.
I just wanted to. I'm not going to lose my thought. Nintendo rarely tries to sell us on hardware; they sell us on games.
Mhm.
As long as the system is named appropriately, that it's understood that this is the next Switch, rather than a Switch accessory or another Switch OLED situation. They got to be very clear in the branding of this system. As long as they deliver the games, that's what's going to sell. The consistent issue with a lot of those systems that are brought up, like, oh, look at the 3DS. It had Steel Diver at launch.
Mhm.
Its
Oh, I missed
next
a
big
joke.
game was
I have a
a remaster of a Zelda game in the middle of summer. They didn't have
Hey,
any.
hey.
Like,
You leave Steel Diver the fuck alone.
World's
is-
first steel diver defender.
Look, Switch obviously with the 4.5 marketing cycle, 4.5 month marketing cycle had. Yes, we knew about it sooner because we called that next. We didn't know what it was until 4.5 months before it came out. So they had a 4.5 month marketing cycle, and yeah, they did a great job explaining that this is a thing you can put in the dock and take with you and go on a walk. Yeah, that was a really great explainer, but they weren't trying to sell us on like these, individual features. Breath of the Wild was already the most talked about game of that year before we even knew the system came out. And all Nintendo had to say is, this is launching on our next hardware.
Well, that's
The
actually what I
games
was.
are going to sell the system. They have to have the games.
I wanted to bring
Yeah,
that up. Breath of the Wild had over 2 years of marketing, and that sold the Switch. We talk about the Switch being announced in October, and that's totally fair.
Oh,
If you don't want to
mean
count
like
NX, but Breath of
Metroid
the-
Prime 4 has
the game we
had
know
7
nothing
years
about.
of marketing.
We
The
know
game
it.
we
There's
know-
been
I
no
don't-
years
I
of
don't-
marketing
I
for
don't know
Breath
about
of the Wild.
marketing.
I know technically Breath of the Wild was announced in 2014. I would argue it didn't really have.
People
the
knew
hype.
about that game.
They
People
knew about it. Sure, we know about Metroid
Oh,
Prime.
yeah, we knew
4.
about it.
Hey,
the entire
No one
time.
cares about Metroid Prime 4 because Metroid sells like shit.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
so
my
far.
point is Zelda. Okay, here's the thing: Breath of the Wild sold 30 million, right?
Yeah, no
Never
one
been
expected
done
that.
in Zelda
It's
history.
right there,
It's
so
only-
shoot
it's
you.
not even selling like 10 million. It's unprecedented. And yes, we knew about the game in 2014. They did this tiny little off-screen demo at the Game Awards that year as well, and then boom, nothing. Okay.
Oh, I got a
We
really
didn't
good
really know what
rebuttal.
the game was. It was just a bunch of, hey, this looks cool. Oh, well, we have this big world, but what are we doing in this world? This all looks cinematic. This doesn't
I
really
think
look
from a
real.
casual perspective, the promise of Skyrim Zelda is one of the most exciting things for core gamers.
I understand.
I have the perfect
understand.
rebuttal.
What I'm
I
trying,
have
what
it.
I'm
Look at
trying
him.
to-
He's
what I'm-
shaking. shopping.
Let him
What I'm
cook. He's
pointing out,
cooking.
though,
Let him serve
is
it.
that the marketing really began when they did the demo at E3 in 2016. Because from that point forward, that's all anyone talked about. They literally went to E3. They were the only company to be. We got one game, but this game isn't just any game. And you're about to see. And from that moment forward, all the internet could talk about Breath of the Wild trended every single day.
It was so
Up
crazy
to
that
Switch
they won E3 with one game. That was unprecedented.
That was insane.
Now, granted, the marketing did technically start sooner, but the hype wasn't like that. It was a completely different level.
I got the rebuttal. You ready? I'm
Yeah.
piggybacking off you, Nate. This is a 1-2 punch. You ready? Okay. So, and listen,
Everybody
I'm a
1-2
Metroid
punch.
fan, right? And I believe in Metroid Prime 4, but I'm not even going to use Metroid Prime 4 here. I'm not going to do it. Right?
Unprecedented.
What's he
Andre
doing?
Moment.
Nintendo
We're going to uncharted territory.
has been marketing a game for some time already. They have.
The remake
They've
of
been
Paper
doing
Mario.
Oh, well, somewhat, actually. And if you think about it, if you think about all the Mario games that have been coming out lately, it's actually quite peculiar. You look at the Nintendo financials and how Mario games have been selling a lot better lately. They've been marketing their big premiere title, the next 3D Mario, with the Mario damn movie. That's been marketed for a long time already.
That actually is a good point.
That's
When
actually an
they
interesting
show-
point. I didn't
when
consider
they
that.
I like
That's a
that.
good
I
point.
like
Look
that.
at the damn poster for that Mario movie. That first poster, I know it's a poster for the movie. I know it's not going to be a game that's going to look like the movie exactly. But when I saw that poster, my first thought was, damn, if this was a game, it would be the greatest thing ever.
Oh, absolutely. I said the same thing to him.
What was the first poster?
It was
What'd you say,
Mario
Jake?
sort of standing in front of the Mushroom Kingdom, but the Mushroom Kingdom was toad shops and pipes going everywhere, and Peach's castle up on the top of a mountain.
Wait, was it like showing Mario from
share?
the back?
Yes,
correct.
that's the one.
Dude, the one where he
Not
has
allowed
no
cover.
ass?
Yeah, the no ass post.
You would be hyped about a game where Mario has no ass?
that's-
I'll tell you what, that's bullshit. I'm not playing that.
Well,
No, but you make a very
it'll sell
compelling point.
30 million, not 31 million.
Damn. it.
Yeah.
No, that's actually a
but,
great point.
Yeah, I like that.
And that is reported. And okay, that's let me go before I mess up. It is not reported, right? It was brought up in a podcast from Andy Robinson. He heard a couple sources, right? In a podcast in passing. That's not a report from Video Games Chronicle, right? So I just want to make that distinction. It's
No,
not
just,
as
sources. He hasn't pulled back on it. He hasn't refuted it.
right.
He's just
Yeah. I mean, I
He's
think most people
just
agree that
putting it out
Nintendo,
there.
if Nintendo has a Mario game ready, they're gonna have it at least available pretty soon, right?
If they
And
don't have a
so-
3D Mario game ready after going on 7 years,
Yeah, 7 years. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
that'd be
So I mean,
really
anyways, that's my rebuttal, guys. They have been marketing a big game.
It's
been
not
Mario.
a bad point. And I mean, the reality is that Nintendo loves to launch with Mario. It doesn't always happen, but obviously in the States, NES, SNES, N64, DS, even there's Wii U. There's plenty of precedent for this. So I think that is a good point. But it again comes back to the fact for me of I think you can make an equal case for these launch games being ready in September or in March. That's my thing, because again, it comes back to we're calling the class in a moment. It comes back
I want you to make your point.
yeah, it comes back to the fact that they hold games. And I think that, Andres, it's a very salient thing for you to raise. And there's a bunch of people from VGC just like giving their predictions, not giving a report on Twitter the other day, talking about how they anticipate that Nintendo will replicate the first year of Switch 1 in that they'll hit all the major franchises back to back to back to back to make sure that people want to be there. And I think that they're going to do that. And again, the important thing is if Nintendo is confident to finish a game and wait for the right time, it doesn't matter what the game is. It matters when that time is. I think the only thing that we need to be debating is time, because I don't think there's any debate that it's going to be 3D Mario at launch. And I don't think that there's any debate that 3D Mario, if it's announced one day before release or a year and a half before release, is going to be huge. I mean, they sold what, 8 million copies of Super Mario 3D All-Stars with 2 weeks head start.
Yeah.
That game is going to be massive.
Yeah,
Yeah, that too. But Bo, there's gonna be a lot of fucking FOMO to get a new Nintendo system at launch.
That's true.
So that FOMO is gonna be there, and that's why again I think you guys are on the money with the game point, and I think the games could be ready in 2024. I 100% believe that they could launch with 3D Mario in September. I would say November. My personal opinion is probably November, but it just comes down to what is the right moment. Is it September? Is it November? Is it March?
Yeah. I've argued September even before like the rumors. One, because there was another rumor of something happening in March, right? And to just kind of be thinking about like, reveal, release, marketing cycle. But also I'm kind of the frame of mind that in order to maximize Mario sales, right? You don't want to just come out in November. You want to come in a couple months before, have multiple shipments, iron out the kinks, get the patches in, have multiple games to deliver a really strong, holiday season. And also that kind of bodes, that would also speak to my point about combating against this fourth year of dropping sales, right? You come out sooner, that's more time to get more sales out there, right? Because the day one launch is probably gonna only be 2 to 3 million systems. Like that's usually how it is, and they always sell out regardless of what the launch lineup is.
Excuse me, I have an important related request.
Yes, Jay. Yes.
Thank you.
You have permission to speak.
Can we put the Mario poster on the screen so people can see? I just want to be validated.
No ass poster.
Oh, Mike, you're really gonna make me put in the work for that?
I have it here. I can share it if you want.
Okay, sure.
Of course, you have it on tab.
Andres has it ready, already saved.
All right, here we
Oh,
go.
I was like, I already got it.
I actually do have it saved, but it's easier. But based off the way Streamlabs works, it's better to have it like on a website
Guys,
than.
Tell me that it's like it's unnatural. It's like he's missing part of his body. Like it's not like that he's a flat ass. It's like that it's not there. Like someone cut it out of his body.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say something about that.
Wait, that's why you want me to show it?
Yeah. You just wanted to look at
to see the majesty of the poster, not his.
I'll just say
it is a great poster.
I know people that have asses that look like that, so it doesn't look abnormal to me. I've seen people with asses just like that. So,
well, I'm sorry for you and for them.
I'm sorry you got to see their butt.
I just think it's wild that we're talking about his butt when we're.
I don't know why. I mean, look, Jake likes asses. It's important to him. I understand.
Can I make a boring point? Because
that's nothing new.
Andres, I think you're right, Andres.
Hey, if you want this kind of back and forth, this is all we do in our videos. Is just throw shit at each other.
I love it.
What am I right about?
What you're right about is that what Nintendo wants is multiple successive waves of stock. Nintendo has historically had trouble, as every hardware manufacturer has had trouble, with keeping up with demand at launch. And if Nintendo has a game as potent as a big 3D Mario, and then something people actually want, like Metroid Prime 4. I love Metroid. I'll stand for Metroid on this podcast.
I think it's gonna I think it's gonna have a big moment. Like people are really like speaking ill of Prime 4, saying it's not a seller. I'm not saying it's gonna sell 30, but it's gonna be a record for Metroid.
One of these but the point is ultimately this, and this is so boring and it doesn't help the debate at all, but the reality is the right release time for Nintendo is probably when they can already have that next wave of stock ready. Because I think that if there's no point in launching in September to capitalize on the holiday if you sell it in September and can't be ready for the holiday.
Oh, absolutely. That I agree with.
Yeah, and so that's another wrench that I think goes above game speculation or anything. It goes to the constraints of production, which is so boring to talk about. But
what's saying that they don't have that ready?
Well, and you're totally right, Wes. They very well could, and I think that's part of where reports are very useful, because reports of a production can be verified a little bit more easily because this is happening outside of development rooms and lock and key scenarios. This is in big warehouses and factory lines and assembly shit. So when we start to get more reports, and there might even, I don't keep up with reports super closely, so you guys might have some reports from me already. Reports that these systems are probably already made. Then we got launch locked in. I think the benefit of a March launch is if Nintendo has 6 extra months to make stock, you have a big stock drop at launch, you've got another stock drop over the summer, you got another one in the fall, another one in holiday. And maybe they can get that ready. Maybe they can orchestrate that for September and for Christmas. I don't know. But if I was Nintendo and I had no pressure on me to release a new piece of hardware right now, from my investors or anybody, I would say, hey, let's stockpile a bunch of units so we're never out of stock next year when people are going to Super Nintendo World and everything.
One thing that you have to realize is it is an iterative console. So like they could do a price drop of the original Nintendo Switch, do another price drop to the Switch Lite, and they could continue selling volume of those stock alongside their iterative console that's the fresh new piece on the market.
I don't disagree, but I think there's a danger in that, right? Because if we're talking about the idea that Switch 2 is already going to be really similar to Switch 1, and you're trying to allocate development resources to Switch 2, and you want people over on Switch 2,
but
if
it's
you
about
make Switch
creating
1
choice.
Yeah, but at a certain point, you don't want choice,
especially because Switch has sold so much already that choice is basically everyone who wants one already has one. I mean, when you look at
why did they make the Wii Mini?
Yeah.
That was after the Wii U came out.
And that
In
did
fact,
that
Nintendo
did
has a
basically
history
nothing.
of releasing another iteration of a system after they released a new
They
system.
they also did that with in 2017 after the Switch came out. They
yeah.
announced a new 2DS
2DS,
XL.
yeah.
Right, there's a
No,
history of this.
They
No, I
actually
agree
keep.
with you.
They try to keep selling systems years into.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they want.
I agree. With you.
So
Wii
they
U
want a
is
smooth
the exception
transition.
where they actually
Right.
just stop
So,
making it.
I mean,
worse.
if anything, it's more important for Nintendo to really have a smooth transition here because it's a hybrid system, right? Because they focus on one singular platform, they need to make sure that things are going well, right? So, as we transition to Switch 2, it's not going to be a cold turkey like switch over. I think we all agree with that.
Games transfer.
I agree.
Exactly.
We'll have all the games. So it's like,
I will also say this. I think the February Direct, assuming there is one, we don't know, but if there is one, will be like the telltale
Absolutely.
for
Agreed.
this year or next year. Because if they don't release a single big game in there, it's just their mid tier and a bunch of ports and remasters.
Yeah.
I think that's like indication that that's because every big game that's coming this year is being saved for
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I
To
agree.
play
I-
devil's
Pokemon's
advocate,
going to get announced either way because the Pokemon company, Pokemon company likes to come late to the party on every new system.
yeah. I
So,
do
like,
want to
that's
say though,
an irrelevant
there
thing.
is a world, and this is not a world I want to live in, right? And because I know some people believe this, I don't, but I'm just pointing it out. We could get a Nintendo Direct in February, and it may have no new game announcements. It may just be
God.
remakes and
Oh, no.
remasters, and all we
I think they'll still
that
be releasing
is,
one.
and then there still is no Switch 2 in 2024. Like some people believe that Nintendo's just going to have a shit year.
I mean,
Because in the
we didn't-
past, Nintendo has had shit
2023
years.
wasn't good until June, so I agree that we'll probably
Whoa,
know
whoa,
in
whoa,
February.
whoa, wait,
What? Sorry, I'm talking about the second half of the year. You remember all those articles saying Tears of the
Bo's
Kingdom was
right.
the last major game?
Yeah,
People
no,
thought
Bo's
that
right.
back
He's
half
right.
of 2023 was going to be completely empty
Because they hadn't
and then it
announced
was loaded.
anything.
That's because they didn't
And
announce
it-
anything.
So yeah, exactly.
Okay,
They
but
can
you're not
announce
talking
it
about
in
the
June.
actual
Hold
releases,
on, hold
the
on.
actual
Let me,
releases are
I,
really
let me,
good.
I can clarify.
Oh, of course.
He's saying that the second half of the year we thought was going to be bad until
Yeah, and we didn't know
June.
until June.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
I think I agree with this February Direct. We will probably know for sure if it's this year or next year, but
Yeah.
they could hold off.
Last year's
I don't
February
know,
Direct
a
was
2D Donkey
bad.
Kong or something until June.
I'm
something.
prepared
Like,
to
they
I
could
hear.
don't consider a side-scrolling 2D Donkey Kong to be a game that anyone's thinking about buying systems for.
Yeah, that league
I
is also
don't-
bullshit. But yeah.
That's like a Princess Peach level game to me. If it's a side-scrolling Donkey Kong, and I'm not
Well,
saying
hold
level
on a
is my
second.
interest. I'm more interested in
Bo's gonna tell you,
side-scrolling
listen,
Donkey Kong.
Princess Peach Showtime's a big deal.
Now,
Oh.
now, Donkey Kong is my boy.
I mean, I think the
love
game looks
Donkey
really
Kong.
fun,
Showtime
actually.
sells like 10 million units in the first 3 days.
I'm not arguing
Cool.
that. I'm not arguing that.
Then
about
then
10
my
million
entire
next time?
thought process is thrown off with what is a system selling game at this point.
I do think it's important to note that the Retro Studios Donkey Kong games, and I'm talking slowly to double check myself, and when Donkey Kong Country Returns came out, Returns,
2010.
I believe in
Oh,
November.
Returns? 20 turns is 2010.
Yeah, but November, right? It's important to note that Donkey Kong Country Returns released in November. It was a
Yep.
holiday game, and
Yep.
Tropical Freeze was supposed to be the holiday game 2013. It got delayed to February 2014. But especially in the modern era, I mean, Donkey Kong Country had massive significance to SNES. But if I'm trying to use SNES evidence for what's going to happen on the Switch 2, I'm a fraud. That's so far in the past. If we look at modern history, Donkey Kong has been positioned as a major release. That's
Sure.
just-
On
I also
Nintendo,
wanna-
2 worst selling platforms for their respective.
Well,
On
I
the
want to
Wii?
ask you. The Wii.
That was a holiday
Wii
game
U
for
and
Wii.
3DS are both the lowest. Like 3DS is their
No,
lowest.
Wii.
I'm talking about
Returns,
Wii.
the Wii game.
Donkey Kong
Oh,
Country.
on Wii?
Yeah, on Wii. That was a holiday game in 2010.
Here,
I
I wanna-
when Wii was on its way out, though.
Yeah, Wii
yeah.
sales were massively declining. It didn't turn around the Wii sales in 2010.
No, but that
Well, here, I
doesn't
want to
change.
ask. I
the-
want to ask you this. I want to ask you both this, Nate.
I know it
and
doesn't, you're talking about the way Nintendo positioned it.
Yeah, that's
do
what
you
I'm talking
think? Do you think a holiday with potentially, and this is all us speculating, a potential new 2D Donkey Kong game, a Pokemon game, and the Switch 1 currently announced game, Metroid Prime 4, do you think that's a bad holiday for Switch 1 and its final year? Because to me, if Switch 2 is March 2025, if we get those 3 games, or even if you want to replace Metroid Prime 4 with something like Mario Party, which is a proven sales
I don't
juggernaut,
want to do that.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that either. But I'm just
over.
saying, for the sake of argument, if it is still weaker than Metroid Prime 4, no one wants to see Mario Party.
So-
No one really cares.
Okay,
Is that a
let's
bad
say those-
holiday?
Okay,
It's
let's
not
say
a bad
that.
lineup.
Let's say that's the holiday. what the hell are we doing until then? Just a bunch of remasters that don't sell systems?
They're not trying to sell systems at this point. They're trying to sell software. I mean, they can continue to try. They can continue to sell systems as much as they want. But as Tucker said, everybody who wants a Switch already has one. They can do aggressive bundling. They can do aggressive price drops in the holiday season.
So letting hardware momentum die is what you're saying. Is they're just okay with that?
No, not at all. That's why they're releasing a new piece of hardware this fiscal year or next fiscal year.
Yeah, I just think that would be too late.
Said that. No,
I'm not saying 2026.
Right. No,
arrest me.
So I want to point something out, right? This goes back to what I was saying earlier. First off, right, if we don't have all the sales data, right, but we saw some sales data from the holidays, right? And Mario Wonder, I think we all agree is probably would be considered a bigger game than a 2D Donkey Kong game, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And definitely bigger than Mario Party, right? The Pokemon game is really kind of the thing that Nintendo would be hoping would push things there. But even with Mario Wonder, right, and then also still Tears of the Kingdom, right, because not everyone would have bought the game, and also that boosted popularity from the Mario movie. If that's not enough to give Nintendo a really strong holiday, then that lineup you talked about, even less so, especially with more time having passed, with more people moving on and being tired of the Switch. So yes, it's a good lineup for me, for us to play, but is it good for Nintendo to maintain strong sales? And I think the answer is no.
I am interestingly not that far off of what Andres is saying, but this is where I need that February fiscal report, because one of my really unpopular one of my really unpopular opinions that differentiates me from Tucker and Bo is I don't think that the Tears of the Kingdom sales number is good. Now, I know that that's crazy, but hear me out for a second. Tears of the Kingdom, as of last reported numbers, almost all copies were sold in the first quarter of that game's release. When they updated those numbers in November, Tears of the Kingdom only added like 1.7 million units. That is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous disparity from selling 16.5 million units to 1.7 million units. That would suggest that maybe people aren't buying a ton of Switch games. Now, we know that Mario Wonder is the fastest selling Mario game, but fastest and best selling are very different. If Mario Wonder's number on February 9th is also soft, I think there's reason to suspect that they want that new piece of hardware out sooner. Because what ultimately matters to Nintendo is one thing only, and that is software sales. Nintendo made $70 on 17 million copies of Tears of the Kingdom. That is fucking crazy money. And if that money goes away, then you're going to need the new hardware. So if we get that February report and Mario Wonder has not sold that much more, and Pikmin 4 has not sold that much more, and Tears of the Kingdom's sales really have dried up at maybe right under 20, then there's going to be new hardware in 2024. That's my feeling.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I want to clarify on something, or just on that, because I actually made a video about this point. It was shortly after we had our debate, right? The video was titled something like the best piece of evidence for Switch 2 in 2024, something to that effect, right? And it's because we got an update giving us a better picture of the holiday sales, and they weren't good, right? And so that was my point there. And then some people combated that in the comments, saying, "Oh, well, just because Nintendo has bad sales doesn't mean they're going to decide to release the Switch 2 sooner." And I agree with that. But I think what should be noted here is that Nintendo has a better understanding of how their numbers are going to go than everyone else, right? They have a strong estimation of how the sales are going to go. So they're preparing ahead of time, right? And so when we get this information, this is just more kind of confirming what Nintendo expects, right? So if we do see that the holiday sales are poor, Nintendo probably was already prepared for that, right? As they sort of hinted at in their fiscal earnings. And so what that implies is Nintendo was preparing beforehand in anticipation of these poor holiday sales. Poor, right? That's a relative term, right? It's still good, but just compared to what it could have been, right? Exactly. That they would be gearing up for it. So it's not that Nintendo would be they're proactive about it, is what I'm trying to say. They're not reactive, they're proactive. They're anticipating sales and making choices and decisions based off what they're anticipating. And so when we get the sales numbers, that's just kind of further pointing towards what Nintendo may have already been planning. Not that Nintendo's now going to change their plan because they're like, "Oh no, the sales are going badly. Let's just create systems out of thin air." That's not.
Well, no. Whatever Nintendo's going to do, it's already planned out.
It's already planned. We just don't know what their plan is.
I'm of the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. I was going to make a different point.
Well, I guess my last thing on that point is I do, my personal opinion is that Switch 2 is that piece of hardware is locked in and they have a date range, and they might even have some units already ready, and it's just a matter of when you're going to shoot them out to market at this point. I agree with you, Andres. I think they've been making micro adjustments for probably years now about what's going to happen, and that's why I'm a little bit of a fence sitter, because I do think that this next round of financial data will be clear for the audience to know what Nintendo's already decided.
Exactly. I love the way.
Can we talk about Palworld, please?
Hold on.
What? We still have
Hold
so
on.
much to debate.
Yeah, we're not done with it yet.
Round 3.
He just really wants to talk about Palworld, especially how the Pokemon Company responded. One thing I want to clarify a couple of things. One, Tears of the Kingdom is actually officially at 19.5 million as of the last
September.
So that's like so that's it's going to be over 20 million after the holiday season. Like that's
sure.
So and just to point out, like when we talk about sales momentum with games, it took 6 years for Breath of the Wild to get to where it is. Tears of the Kingdom is massive on a way higher sales pace than Breath of the Wild was. Now, granted, there's a lot more systems out there, yada, yada, yada. But I also think that we got to remember on a per year basis, Breath of the Wild was moving about 3 to 5 million every single year of Switch. It's still right on pace to keep doing that if Switch kept going and kept being popular for years to come. So I don't know that you can ever argue the sales momentum is actually lower for a game that started higher. It is the second fastest Nintendo selling game of all time. It is the second fastest one behind Pokemon, and Pokemon took 2 versions to get ahead of it.
I think it's a fair
on an individual game basis. It's one of the literally fastest selling games I've ever had.
I think it's a fair point, but fast is something. Speed can be taken away. And my point is, when Nintendo released their last set of financial data, they put out a really interesting, and I'm sorry I'm talking about a graph without having it, but they had in their last financial report this graph of a couple selected titles, what they sold in their first year of release versus what they sold subsequently. They're quote-unquote long-tail games. They had a lot of long-tail games. Animal Crossing New Horizons is the long-tail game alongside Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It's like the big two. And that long tail is critical to how the Switch has succeeded. And my point with Tears of the Kingdom is, if Tears of the Kingdom can open huge, that's great. But if Tears of the Kingdom is not selling consistently at a high enough velocity, I think that's a problem.
What's a high velocity to you? Because right now it looks like it's selling at the same pace Breath of the Wild did after launch.
Would you not say that with all those new hardware units in the wild, then there should be more?
It did. It launched higher. It launched significantly higher.
I think he means within those following time frames. Like if Breath of the Wild was
how evergreen titles work. That's not how evergreen titles work. They sell a consistent amount every single quarter. They just keep going.
Right, and so a couple things, right? Typically there is a spike in the holidays, and so we don't know what that spike is going to be.
Right? We don't know.
And then the other thing is, because we're talking about evergreen sales, we just simply don't have enough data. There's not enough of a sample size to know where Tears of the Kingdom is going to be, right? We have to revisit this conversation years from now. Of course, when it comes to predicting Switch 2, that will already have been done. But
2024 debate in 3 years. How's that sound?
That'll be Switch 4.
I mean, I kind of look at it like this. Like Tears of the Kingdom is probably at least at 20 mil, right?
Yeah, it's probably.
How long did it take Breath of the Wild to get to 20 mil on Switch?
Years.
Years, right? And it's doing this in less than a year. So like we're already seeing the effects that there's more hardware out there.
No, that is a fair point, and I concede that completely. I guess my question, and what I'm really curious to have answered, is we sold 10 million copies in 3 days, I think is the number for Tears of the Kingdom. Now, obviously, you would never expect anything near that momentum to keep. Right. You could never expect that momentum to stay. But my thing is, when you go from selling, I think it's about 14 in that first quarter, to then you're adding 3 million across the entirety of the next quarter, 3 million units is fucking crazy. That's what Street Fighter 6 has sold so far. So to be clear, that's a great number. But I guess my question is, is that what Nintendo wanted? Did they think that with more Switches out there, the long tail success of that game would be better quarter over quarter? Do we have enough quarters to predict that? I might be entirely wrong.
What we do know is that Tears of the Kingdom and the Mario movie were more successful than they anticipated in that first quarter. I don't know about after the fact, but they
had to increase their software sales projections. And part of that was because of Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. I do want to bring something up related to Zelda, though, right? And because we're talking, going back to like the whole code name thing, right? But that's a pattern, right? And so I think no matter how you spin it, I would like to see if you guys agree, right? No matter how you spin it, some patterns are going to break, no matter what happens. right? And so I think there are a lot of patterns that actually also suggest 2024 as opposed to 2025.
Totally.
One, and this I'm going to mention a couple patterns, right? But again, that's just some, right? So the Zelda pattern. When Majora's Mask came out in the year 2000, what came out the year later? Nintendo GameCube, right?
Mhm.
Majora's Mask was that second main Zelda for the N64, right?
Sure.
And then when we take a look at Spirit Tracks, right, was the main second Zelda for the Nintendo DS, and what came out. So Spirit Tracks came out December 2009, February 2011, right? So that's like what 15 months, right? We got the Nintendo 3DS, right? So a year to year and a half is kind of what I'm arguing here. And it happened again with Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword came out holiday 2011. Wii U came out holiday 2012. And so now we have Tears of the Kingdom, right? Big Zelda game. It's a set. So like there's obviously when we talk about cross-gen Zeldas, those other things. So we're talking about the Zelda game that comes out at the end of a generation. It's the second mainline Zelda for that console. We have the pattern, right? 3 games. That's the pattern, right? A year to a year and a half later, there's a new console. And Tears of the Kingdom came out in May. So that positions us for a release sometime between May 2024 to November 2024. That's just a pattern, but that lines up with a lot of the rumors and reports.
Definitely interesting.
Yeah, Nate?
I find a lot of this debate quite fascinating because we spent a lot of time talking about patterns and a lot of time focusing on what Nintendo of the past has always done and all of this stuff. Well, Nintendo of the past has also never been able to release 2 successive systems that hit the same success. And this president we currently have, one consistent message he's had the entire time is we always get up here and then we go down here. And he doesn't want to.
You know what I really like?
So
that instead of talking about the brand new news story with the game that's like one of the best selling games in the history of Steam,
We'll get there. We'll get there.
like it's not on Nintendo and not a Nintendo story
topic and making the same points for over an hour, and there's less than 20 minutes left of the podcast. That we've just continued to do that instead.
By the way, I'm gonna note I'm not ending the podcast in 20 minutes. You can dip out in 20 minutes.
I want to keep rocking and rolling.
I have a little bit of flat Pepsi left.
I'm just saying we might be running this topic a little bit long. That's all I'm saying.
I think we're doing.
Bro, we haven't even brought up the new information yet. We got.
I want to hear what Nate's saying.
Come on.
I want to hear what Nate's saying. He's making a good point.
Yeah, Nate.
Jake, we did this for 4.5 hours last time. Just to let you know.
We could have kept going just for the record.
We could have.
Yep. I'm over here trying to get the podcast to be viral and have it get more clicks post stream.
Jake,
and
we're
trying to do a 4.5.
Jake, stop. It's not going to go viral. Palworld's not in the title. Palworld's not mentioned in the thumbnail.
Palworld
is not a Nintendo game, and the primary topic of this podcast is this topic. Palworld is a very tiny throwaway topic at the end for us, just so you're aware. That was the plan.
It takes 30 seconds to add it to the title and description and thumbnail.
I'm okay. I understand what you're saying.
Channel. Nate, I want to hear your point about the new president.
I didn't want Palworld. We have been talking about Palworld on my channel for 4 straight days. I'm tired of talking about Palworld. There's a new development.
To be fair, it's because the Pokemon company released a statement during the podcast. I wasn't about Palworld at all until that happened.
And we will talk about that statement.
Okay. We'll get
when we get there. If you end up leaving the podcast before we get there, I do apologize.
I won't. I'll stay.
There's still so much I want to get to.
I know. This was the primary podcast. So, like,
president of Nintendo.
Jake's just making known that he's tired of this shit and he really wants to talk Palworld. That's all he's saying.
Of course.
That's all he's saying. I'm tired.
We gotta talk about the surveys, Jake. We have to talk about the surveys.
So we'll get to that.
No.
What I wanted to finish my point was that this president is basically saying all we've done is fuck up for 30 years. We should be on top all the time. Right? Every final, we're always up here and then we go down here. He's like, I've been examining this. We make the same damn mistakes every damn time. So like, I kind of look at it as all of this precedent, all of this stuff can also be linked to the fact that Nintendo keeps failing to successfully get to that next system and have it be as successful as even close. Like I'm talking about even within shouting distance of the prior system. So I think none of it matters. I think it's all completely irrelevant. And that's not saying the debate is irrelevant. It is that this is a different president who has literally publicly stated several times we keep fucking up. So the precedence doesn't really matter because this is unprecedented for Nintendo, what they're doing. It's all one system now. All their eggs are in one basket when it comes to video games. And, well, correction, they do have mobile games, but most of their eggs are in the one basket. And I don't think they're going to do things like tell us a fucking code name. You know who doesn't care about code names? Consumers. They don't give two flying fucks about code names. The hardcore faithful do. Hardcore faithful are buying the damn thing if it has the games they want to play.
Hey, remember Project Scorpio?
We're going to get a code name. I don't think they're, it's about the investors. The investors are happy. They don't have to give them a code name. They could just say, oh, you know what we're talking about? In this, we're going to talk about our projected end of year sales. We're going to show, the holiday sales are on decline. Okay. Oh no, our stocks went down a little bit. Oh, and then they know in the back of their mind, oh yeah, but we got a direct in a week. We got to fucking switch to announcement in 3 weeks. We're not going to worry the stocks dip for a few weeks. But Nintendo ain't going to give a shit because they know they're about to spike it back up.
Didn't they dip during the holidays?
They dipped. They announced the NX thing and their stock still dipped back when they announced the NX. So like, it wasn't even like a big thing. Like, they don't do these announcements to make the investors happy. They're not actually that beholden to investors like a lot of companies are. Nintendo actually owns a majority of their own company. Them and the founding family own a majority of their own company. They can't get like the approval ratings are what they have to worry about, right? If you want to talk about what they got to care about, it's when they, not the investors meetings, it's when they have the voting meetings on who stays in control of Nintendo. All of their approval ratings are in the 95+%. And that's not going to change if they don't tease a system, a year out. Like, none of that's going to change, because if they keep delivering record profits, that's all the investors are going to see are the dollar signs. And so even though they'll show declining sales and that we didn't make as much this holiday as we did the holiday before, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Investors might get nervous for a little bit, but we're not even at the end of the fiscal year. We haven't even kicked off a direct and announcements they know are coming that'll set up the rest of 2024. I think investors are willing to give quite a bit of leeway when they know a Zelda movie is coming. They know the Mario movie, there's going to be probably a sequel to that at some point. They obviously have heard all the rumors.
Expansion.
The Lego set. Zelda Lego set just announced officially.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I shouldn't have probably said that out loud.
Was my that bad. Today?
No, my bad. Let me back that off. Let me reel that back in. I just revealed something that I wasn't supposed to say. My bad.
Guys, screen record this and post it on Twitter.
Hey, you want the podcast to go viral?
Shit.
Hey. It's okay as long as we talk about Palworld 15 minutes. This will get out.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't supposed to say.
Hey, Nate, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about the Ocarina of Time remake?
I'm sorry. I don't mean actually.
My mind just kept going. My bad.
First of all, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, shouldn't be apologizing to the audience. Enjoy it, audience.
I love Legos.
It's not like you didn't know it was coming anyways, but it leaked last year. But anyways.
Yeah.
Ocarina of Time remake, baby.
I don't think that this is a bad point on the whole.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think it's a great point.
I think this is a great point on the whole. I feel like I disagree with certain dimensions of it, but it doesn't really matter because I think you are ultimately right that, and I've been saying this a lot to Tucker and Bo in our various videos, more in terms of hardware philosophy and in terms of game philosophy. There are new
people, a bunch of websites tomorrow. I'm going to be so pissed.
No, I promise you're not going to get quoted.
No one watches the podcast.
You're not going to get quoted. Everyone,
that makes them feel better. That makes them feel better.
I'm not going to get in trouble.
After the armpit thing.
Another person that's going to get in trouble.
I mean, the images of Lego set have been leaked. I think you're fine. I think you're all right. I promise you'll be all right. What was I going to say?
You know what? I'll probably be fine because my channel, all it does is talk rumors and everyone thinks I'm full of shit. So
yeah, you're full of shit.
What I've been saying to Tucker and Bo about hardware philosophy in terms of game design, we've got a lot of younger Nintendo talent contributing ideas. You've got a lot of Breath of the Wild famously influenced by Ayanuma's enjoyment of Far Cry 4 and various things. I mean, this is a Nintendo that's a lot more flexible and obviously a Nintendo that's working in a lot more fields. So Nate, I don't think it's a bad point that that the president just says, you know what, fuck it. I don't really care about any of this stuff. I just want the system to do well. But this is why I ultimately could never be a daily Nintendo YouTuber like you guys, because I think that the reality of the fact is all that matters is when Nintendo can manufacture enough stock. I think that is frankly the only thing that matters. So I think you're ultimately right. I think fuck the precedent, fuck any of this stuff. Is 3D Mario ready? Yes. Can we manufacture 3 waves of stock ahead of time? Yes. Okay, launch the system. They can launch it tomorrow.
Well, I'll say this. It's not going to launch in like March or anything crazy. Like people, it's going to be announced next month to launch in March. It won't because of the Chinese New Year. Okay. They would have had to prepare for the Chinese New Year ahead of time. That shuts down a lot of factories. It doesn't shut down all the factories in Taiwan, but it shuts down all the factories in China for like 2 weeks in the middle, like at the end of February. So it's not going to launch this spring unless it would have already been announced by now. If it's going to launch this spring, because they would have already had mass manufacturing last year at this point. We had manufacturing reports last year for November. Those were just part manufacturing, not assembly. There's a difference. Banking up components does not mean all the components are actually put together. Okay, assembly I don't think has begun yet, based on the current reports. A lot of people think it'll start up in March after the Chinese New Year. I think the biggest thing to remember with manufacturing, though, we're in a different world today than we were back in 2017, and a lot of it is due to the pandemic. The factories were pushed to the extreme. All the companies were waiting on products, yada, yada, yada. Well, in response to that, billions and billions and billions of dollars were put in by these companies to build all these new factories. And now there's less demand. So now we actually almost have more factories than we need. So I don't actually think it's going to be that hard for them to be able to ramp up and make more systems than they've ever made before. Now, one counter argument I will have about, it matters how many they can get out. You don't want to have 20 million of these things made ahead of time. I know that sounds crazy. Why wouldn't you want that? Because if it doesn't sell well, you're stuck discounting it to $100 and taking L's on all of those systems. They had that problem with GameCube. They made way too many of them, anticipating it to sell at least 30 million, and it never did. And they had to literally drop the price down to $99. So I think that this is a situation where you want a decent amount. Like you're going to look at your sales history, you're going to look at the projections, look at the hype, and have like, let's say you have 10 million ready for the first couple of months. That's an insane number. And I bring this up because look at PlayStation 5, right? I know it was in the middle of the pandemic. Look at PlayStation 4 as well. Look at the system that consistently sells 100 million units. They ain't selling 20 million in the first damn launch month. It's usually 10 million over the first 3 months. There's some reasons for that. You don't want to oversupply the market, for starters. You don't want to make it just easy to get, because then people think people must not be buying this thing because it's always on shelves.
No,
right?
I agree with you.
Market exception. And Nintendo, and I always say this too, none of these companies care if their product is sold out on shelves. That's good news for them. They don't need to have, they already have 3 million ready to launch. If it's sold out, it creates demand, and they know it. So that's where people talk about artificial demand.
Yeah, totally.
But these companies don't care. If it's sold out, it's sold out. If our restock doesn't come for 2 weeks, it don't come for 2 weeks. No,
you're totally right. I mean, I empathize with that completely. I mean, I make books for a living. That's my job. And so when we're releasing a new book, we've got a quantity ready that we know we're going to sell out, and then we're primed to make that next quantity of books. But those books aren't made yet. So I agree with you completely. I just think that Nintendo's going to want to be in a position where, they sell out, but they are ready to fulfill that next wave of demand strategically. That's the difference. Like you think about Wii.
They will be too.
Yeah,
I think the demand themselves.
One thing Nintendo did different with Switch, because remember Switch was sold out right away, and actually was pretty hard to get for the first 3 months.
Yeah.
Nintendo had a backup plan in order to keep that stock. Like, even though it was hard to get, it didn't feel like the Wii. Like you could still really get one if you tried. It wasn't like PlayStation 5 dealing with the whole pandemic thing and how hard it was. If you really, really wanted to get one, you could probably pick one up at one of your local retailers if you were diligent enough just to call ahead of time and ask when the stock comes in. The thing is, though, the reason they were still able to do that and fulfill some of that demand with Switch is because they had a plan. And the plan was, at least in the United States, hey, we'll just fly it in. We don't do this. We put everything on shipping containers. It takes a week to get there.
Yeah.
But Reggie came out and said, we're flying them in, which we don't do. It's a more expensive way to bring in systems, but it gets them there literally right off the factory line, like in the same day. So I think it's one of those things that if they launch in September, they clearly would already have the manufacturing at a point where we have X amount of units ready here, and we've already got another 5 coming that's going to be ready to deliver right in November. Like I don't really think they're going to be that worried about it. Nintendo's been doing this a long time.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That's what my point is. When they launch, they will have that plan ready. And that's why, for me, the whole debate at a certain point boils down to Nintendo is going to go when they're going to go. This isn't like the debate at the end of the Wii U generation was a lot more urgent, and I think there was a lot more to go on because Nintendo had to drop hardware. They just had to do it. And
didn't help that they literally stopped making the Wii U before they announced the Switch.
Right. So there was
a manufacturing that we haven't even announced. Hey, a new system's coming. Believe us, it's going to be great. Trust.
Yeah, they did a lot. I mean,
what? Here's the NES Classic. Forget what we're talking about. Wait, what?
Yeah. Those 2016 NX days, all we had to talk about the NX because no one's talking about fucking Color Splash, right? So all we had to talk about the NX, but there's also there was so many reports and there was so much shit, and there's like Nintendo has to go. Here's the evidence to why they need to do that. Right now, I think that the ultimate point of this conversation is Nintendo is in such a financially powerful position that they're going to release when they continue that position. And I don't think we know anything beyond that. I think the games are ready now. Personally. I think 3D Mario is ready.
I actually think the games are ready now too. You just look at the week lineup this year.
They're at least in the polishing stages.
Yeah, like I think even like last year, there was Zelda, and there was a Mario, but that doesn't stop us from thinking that 3D Mario is ready. Outside of that, it was what Fire Emblem by Intelligent Systems. What the hell has the rest of their dev teams been doing the last 3 years? Nintendo has like
also Fire Emblem had been done for 2 years
that haven't released games. Yeah. Like they got to be making games or something. Princess Peach. Okay, we don't even know who made Princess Peach Showtime.
Do we have any?
I think brought it up on Twitter. He's like, you realize how weird it is that we have this, the Nintendo's only brand new game announced for this year comes out in 2 months, and we still have no idea what development studio.
Am I the only one that, when looking at Princess Peach Showtime, kind of gets Luigi's Mansion 3 vibes?
Yeah, I think it's next level game.
We're talking about next level, absolutely.
I don't know if it's next level, but I don't know if maybe it's the same engine. It's like a diorama like style. And then like the animation quality is also comparable.
Yeah, I don't think it's next level.
But I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're using the same camera perspective and stuff.
Who's your prediction, Nate? Which team?
For Nintendo, I think it's an internal team at Nintendo EAD.
Oh, really?
I think it's a small team. I think it's a small internal team.
I think it's probably like a really small side project from the 3D Mario team.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, I think Next Level Games after Strikers has been doing nothing but working on the next Luigi's Mansion because 3 was such a big seller.
Holy shit!
Like that did so well. They got to get that next Luigi's Mansion ready for that.
Let me ask you a question about that though, because I remember you reported a while back that you had heard. Right, you reported this publicly, so I'm
talking about the F-Zero stuff.
Yeah, right. You had heard it next. I mean, the thing is, if it's a remaster, like that doesn't have to be all hands on deck. Right?
All I've ever heard is that F-Zero GX remaster exists. Possibly Next Level Games is the one that did it, and it's already done, and it's been done.
Oh, well, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's one of those games Nintendo's been sitting on.
It basically, when I say remaster, by the way, don't get like super excited, guys. The only thing I heard behind the scenes is like it's in HD. Like this isn't something that had a ton of time put into it.
F-Zero RX, here we go. Confirmed.
And this is assuming they ever even released
Dr. Mario crossed F-Zero?
I don't work for Nintendo. These are just reliable sources, but Nintendo. People don't apparently realize how many games Nintendo has sitting on a shelf from prior gens they just never released. It just didn't fit their schedule. Just didn't think it was going to sell well. It's kind of weird.
Literally,
there's probably a lot of. By the way, this is probably true of a lot of game companies.
Yeah,
we just don't know. Like projects that are just canned, even though they might be close to completion.
Can we talk about the new information that we have?
Talking about you just want to really bring up the GD stuff, don't you?
No, about that, but also the excited dev stuff, which was, I guess, something else on Twitter presented me that information, so I made the initial story on that.
Sure. I think we have a lot of other stuff to cover on this topic first, but if you want to start going there, we can.
Let's talk about sales again.
Okay, so I'll then break. So I just feel like we actually have info from developers, right? Developers giving us some insight into what they may or may not be working on. So I think it's compelling.
Can
I
you
want to
fill me in on
note,
that,
by the way,
Andres? I
our
don't know what
poll
that
has
is.
actually increased. It's almost 80-20.
My poll has also increased.
Yeah,
That's
it's where you
good.
keep your spare donuts right now.
Obviously, continually talking about Switch 2 is going to make it bigger, so that's a good thing for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah,
should I
that's
share?
no, that's what I want, actually.
Shall we
please.
dive in then, or you guys
Yeah.
want to go in a different direction before we talk
No,
about
no,
that?
no, no, no.
Let's
Let's
dive
keep
in.
going
Go
on this.
Go
All
ahead.
right.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
So it's a couple different things, and maybe we'll have to circle back to the survey stuff, right? But so can you guys see? Oh, I'll wait till you let me actually.
No, I got it. I didn't know
Pop
you
it
were
in.
going to show something.
All right, cool. So I can. I think that's pretty clear, right? So something else on Twitter, if you're watching, thank you again, right? This is a really awesome information that he collected, right? There is several end of the year interviews from a variety of developers, right? This long list. He like dug through and found these developers, right? And so he actually put this information together for me, and then I put it into a video earlier in the year. But these devs are expressing excitement for something related seemingly to Switch 2, right? So here we have Masao Kawada from Capcom. 2024 will also bring new consoles and more indie titles to look forward to, right? So bring new consoles. That's literally him saying he thinks there's going to be more than one new console, right? We've heard the PS5 Pro rumors, right? But I think most people would agree that a next generation Switch 2 is the most exciting thing, right? So it's not confirmation, but this does seem to be hinting at his expectation of Switch 2 in 2024. Going beyond that, Kenichi Ogasawa from Koei Tecmo, Nintendo's new platform has been the focus of much attention. Again, these are all in the context of excitement for 2024. Also from Koei Tecmo, Fumihiko Yasuda, we look forward to seeing what new gaming platforms and their titles will bring to the table. Again, talking about multiple gaming systems coming out in 2024. Then Yusuke Katakata from Spike Chunsoft. There are rumors of a new Switch, and I am looking forward to seeing what kind of machine it will be. So he's talking about rumors, but he's also saying he's looking forward to seeing what it will be, implying that he expects to see what it will be in 2024. Right. So it's also worth noting that all these developers would be under NDA, probably, right? So they can't just outright say, hey, yeah, coming out in 2024.
Yeah.
But my takeaway from this, right, is that they're likely hinting at Switch 2 in 2024, and they are excited about it. So for me, this feels like compelling evidence. And just to clarify, because I've talked about evidence in my videos, and people are like, well, that's not evidence. Evidence is information that supports your argument. Evidence isn't necessarily proof. So we understand the difference there.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Information that helps my argument for 2024.
I am
Okay.
curious because I feel like you can read a lot of these quotes and you could read it as them just saying they're excited to see the announcement or they're expecting it to be announced, not necessarily released. Now, in the case of Koei Tecmo, Capcom, and probably Spike Chunsoft, you would imagine all of them have dev kits. But none of these, except for maybe the first one, which just says new consoles, none of these, to me, indicate it's coming out in 2024 necessarily. Just at the very least, it'll be announced.
Sure, I'll just combat one thing, right? New gaming platforms to me is basically the same way to word new consoles.
Sorry,
Okay,
I
sure,
feel like
sure.
I'm missing
I just
some
think it's what the
context
majority of
here.
the industry thinks, you know? Like the majority of the industry and developers think that Nintendo's going to do something this year.
I think I'm missing some context. So is like this third one down, the second Koei Tecmo one, that doesn't say a year 2024. Is the premise of the conversation things happening in 2024? Like, is it 2024?
So these are like end of the year interviews, right? These
Yeah.
happened in the end of 2023, right? And so
Sure.
this is them talking about their excitement for what's to come. That's the
Okay.
context.
What's to come specifically in 2024 or just in the future of video games?
Well, I mean, they're talking about going into the new year.
Sure.
I would say,
So-
like, I cover these quotes too. I would say it's more of a it provides an indicator. But
Using the
I would
website,
say that
right?
it's not like a definitive.
Wait. Indicator? I hardly know her.
Yeah,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
saying that it's more of like you can interpret it that way, but there's not like a definitive thing in those.
Right, and I'm not saying it 100% proves, but it is interesting to see these developers talking about new
I
platforms,
think
some
we
of
have
which
better
mention
evidence
Nintendo.
now on this.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't gone to the surveys yet.
I think these quotes are exciting in the same way that GDC survey that 8% of developers are working on the next piece of Nintendo hardware are exciting, in that it confirms what we already know, right? Obviously, a lot of these big studios have had Switch 2 development hardware for a while at this point, right? So I think just for me, my takeaway from those quotes is that the development community is ready to embrace Nintendo's new hardware. I don't think it necessarily suggests a release, but I think it does tell us that, generally speaking, we're probably getting closer because devs are ready to say that they're excited about that new piece of hardware. Like, if they had said in 2022, like, oh shit, guys, we just got that new dev kit for Nintendo Switch 2 and we're hyped about it, that would be trouble. Because they wouldn't be allowed to do that. But the reality is they probably had this stuff for a while. So I think you're right, Andres, in the general sense that I think these suggest that we're getting closer. I don't think that they nailed down 2024, though.
Okay. I think, I think you could interpret it as, you could just interpret however you want, right? Like,
yeah,
people can interpret whatever they want. I saw someone in my comments the other day say that they believe the random 4chan post more so than any insider in the industry.
Okay.
Which, by the way, was then debunked by Pioro, the greatest leaker of all time, like an hour after, even before that chat came out. So, people are going to choose believe whatever they want. But I do think that you can look at those quotes and maybe think, okay, so they're clearly, I think it's very, very, very clearly suggesting that they are excited for Switch 2. Right, and that at least they are going to get their hands on it. But to your point, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's coming out in the year. It could just be that they are working on it in 2024. Right, so they're excited for it, but it's not necessarily saying, oh, consumers should be excited for it. So I think that's a valid point.
Those developers see the headlines as well. Like Switch 2 is trending every other day. They could be basing their that release date off of just a Twitter post.
So I think the Game Developers Conference stuff is actually much stronger evidence of this year.
I have it pulled up and ready to all three surveys.
And any of this, because I literally dug all this stuff up, and I think Andres gave me credit for it because I don't know if he must have saw it in my video.
I did. I gave you credit for it more than once, just for the record.
Stole your content. Yes. Unbelievable.
No, I apparently no. When people make good points and have good research done, and it makes
apparently Nate steals my content all the time.
Yeah,
he has my blessing.
There you go.
Actually, I'm actually usually when I watch a Nintendo Prime video and he's talking about something I talked about already, I'm like, is he going to mention me? Is he going to mention me? Oh, yes, he mentioned me.
Bo steals the information I send to him before he wakes up in the morning.
Dude, that's
before I wake up. That's impressive.
When your content is your body, no one else can steal it.
Okay, so as for the context here, the GDC thing, they did this poll for this year, and they do this every year heading into the Game Developers Conference of 3,000 game developers. Well, it's the same 3,000 every time. We don't really know, right? It's a mix, right? They put out there in the reports, it's a mix of indie, AAA, yada yada yada. And it said that 8% of people were working on games for next generation hardware, and that sounds cool and sounds exciting, but also, well, it's 8%. That's not a really low number. This thing could be a ways off. Well, the thing is, in context, 8% is extremely high.
Yep.
Because when you go back and look at 2020, which I think is this the 2021?
I can show you you want the 2021 or 2017 one?
Let's go. Well, we can go with the 2017 one. I guess we'll start with that.
Okay,
yeah, first. So the 2017 one will show that there was 3% of developers, and the system was already announced, right? At this point, new owner was coming out. Only 3% of developers at GDC were working on games for Switch. Now, not surprising coming off a Wii U, right? This isn't like a shocking. The Switch didn't have all the greatest third-party developer and indie support at that given time. Okay, but seeing it go from 3 to 8% is obviously a big increase in interest for the next system. But still, you could argue, well, that's only a 5% increase. What does that even really matter in the grand scheme? They could still be not making games for years. So then let's jump to the 2020.
There's also apparently a larger pool of people for a survey here.
They had a larger pool.
4,500. The recent one's only 3,000-ish.
Well, to be fair, there's a lot of layoffs. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't want
before we move on to that, I just want
to. The future episode is the future of the whole industry on the whole is actually gonna be a topic in a future episode. But
I just want to add something else, right? The VGC report, right, on the survey mentioned that it's likely that a lot of NDAs could be minimizing or skewing the percentages here, right? So, if anything, the percentage would be higher. So, yeah.
Could you go to the other slide again?
What?
Could we see the other slide again? Sorry.
Yep. This is the initial slide. This is one for
this
just happened. Yeah, here we have Nintendo Switch successor at 8%.
So my thing with this is like, okay, we got 8% working on a Nintendo Switch successor. Where's the Nintendo Switch right there? 18%. So those same people that answered for the Switch could have also answered for the Switch successor.
They would answer for every platform they're working on.
Exactly. Yep. So we know that the Switch successor is gonna be backwards compatible. Like the games are gonna be crossover. So I don't know if this is like an indication that like I don't know. Like,
well, let me show you.
I think it's also worth noting other platforms have backwards compatibility as well, right? So to that point, here is this one that this is it right here.
2020 PS5 and Xbox both technically announced.
Okay. Yes, this website's a little weird, so that's why I have it the way it is. But I can just
6% stadium. Let's go.
Yeah. So,
is this easy to read?
Xbox Project Scarlet was technically announced. It was still codename, but they announced it in December. PlayStation 5 hadn't been revealed, but they did mention in a financial meeting, like in the year before, that it was something they were working on. But this is the beginning of 2020 for those two new platforms that we know factually came out in 2020. 9% of developers said they were working on Xbox Project Scarlet. And then we had 11% said they're working on PlayStation 5. The next generation Switch numbers are basically right in line with that stuff. And we know that Switch doesn't get as much third-party support as, say, PlayStation 5. So it being 3% lower before the system comes out isn't really surprising. So when you
these were officially announced already, right? So they weren't held back by NDAs.
Yeah, PS5 technically was not unveiled yet at the time.
But also
when was this?
This is
2020.
Same time.
Xbox Series X was announced at this point.
Yeah, that was announced.
We knew that it was Project Scarlet.
No, we knew it was Series X.
That's true. Yeah, Game Awards.
I don't know.
Not that it really matters. Who cares about Xbox?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Well, so the thing is, I think this happened before the Game Awards.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, here's the thing. They published the polls in January. We don't actually know when exactly they administered them.
Okay.
So it could have been administered beginning of
November. Yeah, that's
like November or something. Okay.
Yeah, and then they just published it as like leading into GDC.
Yeah, because if they knew, they wouldn't have called it Project Scarlet.
That makes okay. I was just wondering because I thought that was weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So setting that aside, the point I'm bringing up here is that if the percentage, because look how many people are making on Xbox Series, let me put it on PS4. PC is always really high because of all the indie developers. The interesting part here is that Nintendo Switch successors percentages are right in line with these other systems that launched in a given year.
Well, look at the question being asked: on which platforms are you developing your current project? Like their game that they're developing on PS4 or PS4 Pro. Obviously, that could be on PS5 as well.
Yeah,
like, I feel like the format of the question is
the same argument you just made for Switch. Like, it could be a Switch game that they're just planning that back.
It applies the same.
Like, I just don't know if that's an indication. Like, I mean, we know that the platform, like, we know that developers have dev kits and stuff. So I don't know if like this information is that useful.
I'm curious, guys.
You look at the information in that same context, though, right? Like, okay, the PlayStation 5 had 11% at Project Scarlet, but we know the systems launched that year, even though their games could have been for the prior systems coming to that platform, right?
That's fair. I guess I just don't. I'm not a fan of like polls with vague questions.
Well, to be clear, statistics can also be bent to mean anything you want.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, I mean,
we've
I'd
found
love
that
to write home, but this, I just,
statistics are very easy to bend to anything you want. You learn that. That's like one of the first things you learn in statistics class. The teachers always get you. They'll give you something, and the whole class will agree on what it means, and then the teacher will make this counter argument and a different way of reading the data, and you're like, oh, we didn't even. And the teacher's like, you realize I can do this in any direction with this data.
So I have a question about these surveys. Just actually enlighten me. I'm not positive.
Yeah.
When they say on which platforms are you developing your current project, and I believe the wording's the same on the one that has the Switch successor on it. Does that imply that they actually have dev kits, or they intend to release it? Like, so let's say Yacht Club, for example.
It's whatever they're making right now. We don't know. You're asking for
it's vague.
Yeah.
Very vague.
That's the issue, because like Yacht Club, for example, I'm not sure if they have dev kits, but they're gonna put Mina the Hollower on Switch
also
too.
To note, the GDC is only polling Western developers.
So, I mean, if we're gonna go by,
we do know that it's only Western developers.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing, right? Unfortunately, most people are at different levels of reading, right? So if we just go by literally what the question asks, right? are you developing what platform are you developing your current project for, right? So I mean, that literally means, and again, maybe developers don't adhere to the question perfectly, right? But
Mhm.
are they developing their current project, right, for that platform, right? So
I mean, they can be making it, yeah.
so for
Yeah.
example, for me, right, when I made my video on this, I was careful to say dev kits, right, because I think there is some wiggle room there, right? But to me, the two takeaways from all these surveys is one, we're seeing similar response from Western devs to Switch 2, the way devs are responding to the PS5 and Xbox Series in 2020, which supports the 2024 argument a bit. And that also we're seeing just an overall stronger response from third parties for Switch 2, which bodes well for third party support.
That is
Yeah,
true.
I think for me, whenever I see this poll, like the first thing that comes to mind is like, okay, Switch 6, are you developing your console on the Switch successor? I'd be like, well, yeah, I hope. Like, I hope these developers, I hope it's more than 8%. And they just answered Nintendo Switch because of the crossover and backwards compatibility and stuff. Like, I don't know. Like,
Well, to be fair, I will make a counter to that quick. A lot of companies don't like developing games for hardware that doesn't have any sales yet.
for sure. Oh, without a doubt.
So like,
But
so like,
to be
that's why
fair,
when you see like the PS5 numbers low and you see the Xbox Series numbers low, well, yeah, because there's not an audience to sell to yet. Most, if you even look at like how they handle cross-gen games and all, like when we're just now starting to get exclusive games from any company on
Yeah.
these platforms because they don't like to rely on a low install base.
yeah,
So
exactly.
to me, it's one
Again,
of
this
those
is iterative hardware though. So it's
because
like, it's
if
a
you
little bit
look at,
different.
well, you look at it a year later, though. If you actually, if you go from how many people were making it in 2020, and then when you look at the 2021 polls, the percentages on PS5 start to skyrocket because people just now started making games for PS5. They're going to come out years down the road when there's already 30, 40, 50 million PS5s installed.
Mhm.
So
I got
it's
a
kind
couple
of like
questions for you guys.
there's not that many developers that actually make games before a system comes out. It's actually it's a very low number.
I don't know if you have the answer to this, but last year's version of this poll, did it say Nintendo Switch successor on it or no?
It did not.
It did
It
not.
did not. So in 2019, did that say PlayStation 5 or next PlayStation or something? The reason I ask is because we're using this as evidence, but it's not necessarily evidence unless this is just the first respective year that this is
Mhm.
listed.
And that's such a small sample size as well. Like,
Yeah, my problem with this data is that I don't think that beyond a one-time past piece of evidence that this necessarily says 2024. What this says to me is something that is much more important, I think, actually, than the release date. What it says is that Nintendo is releasing a piece of hardware that is attractive to not only third party, but Western third party. That's very important. And so my takeaway from
that's
this is that
interesting.
when you're looking at a cross section of Western game devs across the industry, across scales of the industry, that is really great to see 8% of them working on this game. But my question is, when you're answering this anonymous poll, A, did they
So
have the option?
The 2019, you wanted to know if it said anything
Yeah.
about PS5?
Yeah, did it?
No. Nope.
And
Okay.
so there is a correlation with the platform popping up and it launching in that year. So it does correlate to the system coming out in 2024. Obviously, it's evidence, it's not proof, right? Which is why
Yeah.
I think it's important to make that distinction.
There
But
is
I wouldn't call it
well,
even
I would like to-
evidence.
I
I would
would
just
like
call
to-
it curious.
Yeah,
there's no such thing as proof of when a system's coming that hasn't been announced.
I'm a little bit hesitant that we only have one previous example of this, but I think that this is important data to show because it shows that, to your point from earlier, Nate, Nintendo is making the necessary decisions to make this platform a success. And what I've been saying for a while is one of the necessary next steps for Nintendo is to make sure they're courting Western game development, Western third party.
Yeah.
And that 8% number is really good. I think even remove the context, 8% of all Western game developers is a huge fucking number pre-release. That's a huge number. So I think this is great news. I'm hesitant based on one previous data point to say this is release date evidence.
I think it's just curious. I think that's just
I like that
Right.
word.
I mean,
is
my
definitely good
argument
news.
is my argument is simply that we saw these similar numbers. We saw this pop on the poll when the Series X and the PS5 came out, right?
Yeah.
And so
Sure.
obviously it doesn't prove anything, but it bodes well for the argument. Is my point.
Yeah,
That's
so
fair.
I don't know
That's
how
fair.
far back the GDC polls go as well. So like to get more data on if this is just what's happened every single time.
Yeah,
because I don't know
that
when
would be
they
great to
started.
know. But even let's just offer it.
Like the 2019 poll is not available on their website anymore, so you have to
Yeah.
find other websites that have it uploaded or
That listed
supported to find this stuff. So like I tried to look up the GDC poll for 2011 because I wanted to see if it mentioned anything about Nintendo's next hardware on it, or if they started that in
further back you
2012
go,
when
the
the hardware
harder
actually
it is.
came out that
Yeah.
year.
Yep.
So,
What
but
I-
I can't find it, so I don't know if the polls go back that far.
Maybe you could look up PS4 because that came out.
That would have
It was
been
announced after GDC that year.
yeah. So I would
Oh, I
first
guess,
off,
yeah.
let me see if there's even a poll for 2012 because that was Wii U, and then the PS came out the next year.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is this is 2013. So they did have a poll in 2013. It's not.
I mean, I
very well.
think either way, even if I just because ultimately, I want the system to release in 2024. So, given the benefit of the doubt that this has been a trend in the past, my bigger takeaway than release is that Western devs are interested. I think that's a really good sign, and I think it's especially
It
heartening.
also bodes well for having a good lineup geared up, right? Yeah, definitely.
And it's also interesting, right? Because if you anticipate that Nintendo hardware will always be mostly or not mostly, but heavily supported from Japan, where that's not necessarily the case for Microsoft, the fact that the Western number is at the same position as your Xbox Series X, and when we're not counting any Japanese software, I think we're in a really strong position because we know that most Japanese teams, if their game can run on this new Switch, it's going to run on it. So I think we're in a really good position for third-party support being less of an afterthought on the next platform, like it kind of is on Switch.
And I think that's the most important part is third party for this next generation, or not next generation, this iterative generation, because like you're looking at a piece of hardware that could run, allegedly games like Final Fantasy VII Remake and that Matrix demo, like that alone is going to be able to fluff Nintendo's numbers. If they don't have like the greatest first party lineup, they'll be able to, supplement that income from just being able to put the new Call of Duty on that platform, the new Final Fantasy game, and other third parties.
So I think it's interesting you bring that up, Wes, because you touched on something, right? You touched on some of the reports we've gotten, right? And something we haven't really gone over in this discussion, right, is just the different insiders that have made different reports, right? And so, we have Dr. Serkan Toto believes Switch 2 is coming out 2024. Right, Necro Felipe, the editor-in-chief at Universal Nintendo, believes the Switch 2 is coming out 2024. And also, by the way, has provided some interesting specs, right, which bodes well for third-party support. By the way,
very well,
right? So that's another one, right? We talked about Nate the Hate. Bo thinks Nate lacks some credibility, because the whole Switch Pro situation. But there are others, right?
Even the demo that was allegedly that happened at Gamescom last year, I think that tells me more about a Switch releasing in 2024 than the GDC
who
demo,
knows,
or the
Jake's favorite buddy, Tommy Bear. Tommy Bear knows.
Fuck that. Tommy Bear knows it's a scam. Tommy Bear knows sold me a watch that blew up on a date into
This
a
is not
1,000.
Oh my God.
I had to pick 1,000 springs out of my date soup.
just to get that reaction from Jake, I brought him up three
Tommy Bear knows it's a scam. Sorry, continue.
Now it's interesting that the nose of the bear of the Tommy, especially.
By the way, I got that. I think you should leave reference. That didn't go over my head.
My man,
love it.
Finally, someone with culture on this podcast. All right, go ahead.
Man, the subtle jabs, or maybe not. So
you got to balance us being culture.
He talked about an intellectual debate. You notice how he never included me in that intellectual part.
Oh, the subtle jab.
Or himself.
Hey, that is.
He's too busy trying to find a way to get cum into the conversation. So.
Well, Jake, the thing is, Jake's on a higher level, right? Like we're just like for him, we're just like these
little ants
in an arena.
He's a higher being.
Exactly. Yeah.
To be fair, he's mad at me because I haven't forced us to talk about Palworld yet. So he's just biding his time over there.
Okay, I appreciate it.
I'm getting tired. I think we should talk about Palworld.
How
Oh,
would
I just,
win?
before we finish, I just want to ask you guys. I want your take on this, right? And I just like like I said, right? We have Chris String, we have Andy Robinson, I already mentioned Dr. Sir Contotis. We have these different respected industry journalists and analysts and insiders, right? The different kinds, and across the board, the expectation is 2024. Right. And so I understand maybe thinking one or two sources are dubious with having a spotty record. But when we have all of these different people with that expectation, and just to be clear, right, I'm not saying that just because everyone believes something, that means you have to be right. For example, Albert Einstein combated the scientific community for a long time before his theories were widely accepted. Right. So
That's
I'm not
going to be me one day, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah. And so my point is, like,
You
I
guys are gonna
actually
look like the
respect
fools.
going against the grain. Right. But my perspective is you go against the grain when you have reason to, not just because. And I'm not saying you do it just because. Right. I'm just saying some people go against the grain just because. But if you have a legitimate claim to it, then sure. Right. But I guess my point is we have all these different people who we know are privy to information, or at least is believed by many to be privy to information. And I can't think of any respected insider or industry analyst that expects beyond 2024. Right. So how do you guys take that, right? Do you just think everyone's full of it? Do you expect that there's going to be a delay, but the plan is 2024? What's your thinking on that? I kind of want you guys to kind of elaborate on it.
I personally think two things about that. Well, I have three things.
Holy shit.
The first is, Andres, I kind of think
Dude's going crazy tonight.
No
boys.
fucking way.
I'm just fucking thinking.
A
Slow
third
down.
idea has entered his head.
I think that ultimately the volume of speculation from people who are informed, to me, is one of the many reasons why I've moved closer and closer to the 2024 camp.
Yeah.
100%. So I want to say that to be clear. However, I want to raise two very specific examples that
Here it
have
goes.
put a lot of skepticism in me. The first is
Switch
Star Fox
They did
Grand
what?
Prix.
Star Fox Grand Prix. Let's go.
Star Fox Grand Prix will
Now we're
always be
talking.
this will always be a personal tragedy to me because I love Star Fox and I wanted that game to be real so
I
bad.
love how that got faked and how it spread. It's hilarious.
So I think that
it's more likely than a new F-Zero.
I think
We'll see about that.
Hey, wait, we got an F-Zero game last
By the
year.
way,
What the fuck?
It doesn't count to
We
him.
don't start this
Doesn't count
debate.
to him.
It
Just
doesn't
let
Not,
it
matter.
go.
not
No,
a
no.
new 3D F-Zero.
That was
I'm
the
gonna
By the
add
way,
debate.
we've actually been getting a
The
lot of
models are
evidence
3D.
lately for.
Here's what I'll
Yeah.
say. I think that Star Fox Grand Prix has permanently shaken my trust in a lot of sources, in that we kind of know that Star Fox Grand Prix was a deliberately set rumor to figure out sources. Now, that could be a one-time thing. I'm not saying that every single person in the industry that has inside sources is being lied to. I don't think that that's realistic, but that has put me in a perpetual position of skepticism. But the more
Do you know the full story behind that Star Fox Grand Prix thing?
I don't
It was
think so.
100% made up
Yeah.
by
It was Roger Space, right?
Yeah. So Roger
yeah.
Space was involved. It was 100% made up.
Really?
A fake logo was made.
Yeah.
It got shared to a developer that all of them knew.
I see.
And that developer then took that logo and this idea of the game, shared it with one of their contacts, one of their as we call them, insiders or journalists, and they were like, "Whoa, this is like a real thing," and the developer never corrected them on where he got that stuff from.
Interesting.
And so
Okay.
then it started spreading to all the other insiders. And it was completely fabricated the entire time, not even by but it was because a developer took it and gave it to another insider that started the whole thing. It's
That's a
absolutely
really-
fascinating how that spread. And it does show, obviously, that there a lot of insiders have the same have the same contacts as well. But I do just find it fascinating that how that spread, because it literally was created by YouTubers.
Yeah,
I think
think
crazy. I just want to
and
say
so-
something though, right?
And that's what's going to
Because
happen
that's-
with all the games we predict in the video. It's going to happen to every single
There
one.
we go. There we go.
Okay.
But
So no,
to
Star Fox Grand Prix, what's your other point?
my other point
Can
that
I just
always
clarify on that before you do it?
Yeah.
Just to address why that doesn't take away from my personal skepticism.
sure.
Right? It's a good point, right? And
Yeah.
it is reason to be like, hey, not everything's going to be true that when you see it even reported by a reputable site like IGN, because I think that's one of the big articles that it came from. But when you see info that is iterative, right? When we see continual, consistent updates on something from reputable sites, that's different, right? It's not a single time they heard something and then never got any updates and then misconstrued it, right? But when you're getting these places that are having several updates over the span of a large amount of time, that's different than the Star Fox Grand Prix situation.
No, that's
that's
definitely fair. That's definitely fair. And my larger point with Star Fox Grand Prix is it is one example for me of when we have very clearly had insiders come from a position of confidence and be 100% wrong. So that what I'm saying is I just have an inherent skepticism against these things. But the other one that's more recent that does stick with me is when I think it was Andy Robinson, or it was the VGC guys in general, at least, very adamant that the last big game on Nintendo Switch is Tears of the Kingdom. Now, I think we can take that in multiple different directions, but I do think that the existence of Mario Wonder after that is a pretty clear sign that the information that Andy was working on was out of date, and that a new 2D Mario game on the system is a massive, massive, massive deal. And so he was pretty objectively wrong about that. Now, I really like the VGC guys. I've personally worked with them. I do believe that they are credible people. So I think that when you're an insider, you're going to be wrong sometimes. But my general thing is I have a hard time trusting, because a lot of the VGC stuff you're also citing, which I found really interesting, was just tweet threads from these guys. I have a hard time taking them as like a knowledge base and basing my opinion off of solely what they're saying, because they've not been correct in the past, even as recent as last year.
Sure, but to that point though, right? I believe that was also a tweet, right? And so Andy Robinson brought up that in a tweet, right? And then, so there's a difference between tweeting and kind of like that versus a report, right, which is then corroborated by other sources that by other venues that have their own sources, right? So the Switch 2 reports of 2024 are articles, right? And then there are other venues that then corroborate that information. This isn't one person who has. We have to trust that they vetted something, right? That just said something on Twitter. We're talking about articles, reports that are corroborated by other places. So I just think it's on a greater level of credibility than something mentioned on Twitter.
Sure.
Yes. Nate, Nintendo Prime.
Yes. Thank you. I'm about to help the argument. We're missing the elephant in the room on why you can make the ultimate argument to ignore all the journalists, to ignore every single insider. Switch Pro is even more widely reported and more widely backed up and never happened. Now, we think we know why it didn't, but it doesn't matter because it was never announced by Nintendo. We have even less people talking about Switch 2 than we did then, and it's the same people that were all wrong about Switch Pro.
Until Jason Schreier starts poking around and saying, hey guys, something's about to happen, and then it happens the next day. Like,
but that just, I know I'm Team 2024, but I'm just saying that, like, literally, we don't have to go back that far with Nintendo themselves to show that all of them were wrong.
And Nintendo hardware, which is an even bigger thing than a single game title, especially Star Fox, which isn't big at all.
Star Fox is, of course, my favorite game ever, for the record. People don't know.
Insiders.
I saw the way he looked at you when he said that. I'm just like, oh boy.
What did you say, Mo?
Personal debates here.
With two insiders specifically, with Nate Drake, he was saying that there would be, like, we all understand that the Switch Pro was probably real.
Or imminent reveal.
We all agree that because of COVID, it probably became the Switch OLED, and a lot of that information did line up.
Yeah. I don't think most of us could reasonably deduce that there probably was something, and then COVID kind of fucked everything.
I mean,
something like
Circon Toda corroborated that recently, by the way.
Right, exactly. But I remember specifically Nate Drake said there would be exclusive games for the Switch Pro. I don't think that's possible, to be completely honest with you. At least not that.
Yeah, I will give you, like, I remember hearing from it was a Bloomberg report.
No, hypothetical system, but why? Because there was exclusive games on the new 3DS. So why wouldn't it be possible?
I think if the Switch Pro existed, it could have happened. But at that point when he reported it, Nintendo would have known they were just doing an OLED. Because he reported, I believe, in March 2021. So unless his information was from years prior, developers were not making exclusive games for a hypothetical Switch Pro 3 or 4 months before the Switch OLED was announced.
Well, I would say I would argue that unless Nintendo had recalled the dev units, that could have been the plans, because his sources tend to be developers. So developers literally could have still been doing it because they still had dev units And the expectation was that Nintendo was going to announce the OLED as the Switch Pro, and those plans changed because, like, I want to note something very clear here. These systems are not manufactured a year ahead of time. They're manufactured months before they actually are on store shelves. So they wouldn't even started manufacturing for that holiday for Switch Pro until summer in the first place. So there was plenty of time in there for Nintendo to decide we can't get the parts to make this like we thought we could. So, and with the pandemic and obviously all of that, you would think Nintendo maybe still kind of like, well, let's just see what happens. Maybe demand dies down. Maybe we can get some more lines and we still might. And then by summer, they're like, we're clearly not going to be able to do this. Let's start recalling dev units. We're going to just do the OLED.
I don't know if I completely sold on that idea though, because that would require a complete hardware redesign then to go into production within a couple months span. I think that's
it would have already been done. The fact that they had dev kits means they already had the design ready. It was just literally a parts problem. They couldn't.
Well, we don't know that they had dev kits.
I mean, the ultimate reality, and I think you said it, Nate, is that this is all hypothetical, and the only thing that matters for the parameters of this conversation is that there was never anything other than Switch Pro is coming.
I know
it didn't come in, and there's
I can't say anything other than that. I know some developers that had dev kits. That's all.
Yeah, I mean the reality is most insiders are.
They recall them weird. By the way, I'm stuck in this whole thing. And if you guys remember when Digital Foundry talked about it, literally they recalled them well after Switch OLED came out. It was so weird. I almost wonder if Nintendo like forgot they even handed out dev units for a while.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it's a year later and we're clearly not releasing this thing. Let's recall these.
I think the important point there is ultimately that a lot of that Nintendo is a fast-paced environment, right? So things are going to change, and leakers, reporters, even sources are not able to keep up with that stuff, and so it's just not verifiable in my opinion. There's no reason to suspect that since that last official report came out, Nintendo ran into a chip shortage or they had a change of heart and they pushed the release or a game ended up not being ready. I think that this is a more fluid. I just think it's a more fluid situation.
And so I'll say because it's fluid, right? It's conceivable, right, that maybe Nintendo does change their mind and Switch 2 doesn't come out in 2024, right? Yeah. So where I will maybe meet you guys a little bit, right, is that I think the plan is 100% absolutely Switch 2 comes out in 2024, and to me it's not deniable, right? But plans are subject to change. That's part of the reason why insiders get things wrong. It's not because they're full of it. It's because they're talking about things that haven't been officially confirmed yet, right? And so regardless of how credible a source may or may not be, you have to take everything with a grain of salt, you know? And so to that end, right? Like, I'm so convinced Switch 2 is coming out in 2024, but I'm also definitely scared that Nintendo's going to turn around and be like, guys, there was an earthquake. We have a chip shortage. We should push this to April, right? Like, it's like that's, I think, possible, right? So I'll say that, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
All right, are we kind of wrapped up now?
I think
we
so.
got another thing.
There's always like more than
all right. Last thing
is
it's a new thing. It's a new thing, right? And it's something you mentioned, and so I actually want to ask you more about it publicly, right? We recently got news of Mega Japan, an online retailer, opening up a pre-order page for Switch 2, right? It's just a retailer, right? We've seen people open up pre-orders before, so that alone isn't much.
For Metroid Prime 4 for years.
Right, so that alone isn't much, right? But what's interesting about this story, and what a lot of channels and venues didn't publicize because they don't speak Spanish, right? This was discovered by Nintendo Leaks. That's where it was actually popularized. And so people saw that, but because they didn't understand Spanish, didn't actually hear what they had to say. And then Nintendo Leaks, I understand Spanish, I listened to it. They actually talked about how they themselves, they're in Spain, heard from 2 Spanish retailers, right? So it's a rumor, something they heard. So if this goes off, you have to trust Nintendo Leaks, right? You could, that's up to you to decide. But they heard that a couple Spanish retailers have been debriefed on Switch 2 and are gearing up for it. And what makes this more interesting, recently Mike Odyssey put out a video where he said he went to GameStop. And this, to be totally honest, I find a little dubious, right? Like it feels weird to me that this is how it works. But Mike Odyssey went to a GameStop. He apparently knew the supervisor that was working at the time and asked him about Switch 2, and he got a no comment. implying that they've been debriefed on Switch 2, which would then suggest that an announcement could be happening in a month or two where they may open up pre-orders at GameStop. And then Nate, you made a video reporting the Mike Odyssey thing, but then said you also went to GameStop and got something similar. So then, elaborate.
I mean, there's not really much to it. I just literally walked in when I knew the manager was working, and I just said, "Hey, I got a friend of mine in a completely different state that, kind of heard something from another GameStop. I don't really want to go further than that. Can you confirm or deny that Nintendo is about to open pre-orders for new hardware sometime soon?" And he just said, he literally made one, I can't tell you. I'm like, is there something to tell? And then he just said, I'm not saying that something's happening, and he left it.
Do we really think the GameStop managers are making $21 an hour? No.
Yeah,
because if they knew, we would have way more reports about this.
And
just for the record, yeah. My current roommate, we went to GameStop, or we called GameStop actually, and he said there is no Switch 2. Just to
No. Here's the thing.
Yeah,
I don't think what I was told is proof of jack shit.
Maybe that's just what they're told to say, regardless. Whenever someone asks about potential new hardware, they're just always supposed to say no comment.
Yeah,
that makes more sense.
The only thing that I'm aware of, and this is just because I've had conversations with the manager just about old things instead of new, was that they do have these monthly meetings with corporate, and they where they don't really get to talk, right? They're just got to be in the call. Yeah, kind of a rundown. And a lot of it is all about marketing materials that are going to be arriving at your store to prepare you for things. And so that's where a lot of their knowledge comes from, but they're also instructed that you can't say anything to anyone.
Yeah, of course.
So it's kind of interesting how that kind of works. I always say that even here's the thing. Neither one of the managers, the one that talked to Mike and the one that talked to me, told us that there's new hardware coming. That's not what they said. They just wouldn't deny it. Okay. They could just be fucking with us, number one. Number two,
maybe it's just company policy.
Maybe they're all up on the rumors and stuff too, and they're just hyped. And they don't want to crush your dreams. So it's a lot of this I think
because they probably do get a lot of questions from random kids all the time.
Yeah,
so they probably have to adopt a strategy.
Consensus that a lot of people think it's coming this year. Here's my thing: if the manager were to just straight up told me Nintendo Switch 2 was coming, I would be shouting this from the mountaintops. That's not what they said. I literally only covered it because Mike said something, and I bothered to ask my local manager, where he just said exactly what I just told you guys. I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I think it's only it only was even notable because of Nintendo leaks apparently hearing stuff, in their area in a different country.
And they didn't clarify what, from what I understood, right? Just that there's
I'm just kind of I guess if you add all this together, it might mean something. It could also mean bullshit because Metroid Prime 4 has been available to pre-order at every fucking retailer forever.
I generally have a hard time taking this as any sort of proof.
Metroid Prime 4 has been available to pre-order for 6 years. So
it's definitely not proof.
You throw $5 back, bro.
Yeah, right.
or even
evidence.
Even that coherent of evidence, I think
I think it's the weakest argument.
GameStop sells Funko Pops, bro. What do they know?
Yeah. For us, December 31st release.
I still don't think it's the biggest deal. I think the GDC poll is more interesting than we think. Wes Nebo thinks not. That's fine. And outside of that, I think it's all just timing. And I just look at the facts of everything. Nintendo Switch sales declining is notable, I think, for Nintendo themselves, not the consumers. But I think the fact that this is one of the few years we've entered where there hasn't been a major game known about coming this year heading into the year. I find that to be extremely, extremely interesting because I looked back at the history. We knew about a major system selling level game that was supposed to come. And I know people get mad because, 2022, we didn't get Tears of the Kingdom. No, but it was announced for 2022 heading into 2022. So there was this supposed exciting game on the horizon to get you excited about the future of the platform. What are we excited for? Princess Peach, or is it Thousand Year Door, or is it Luigi's Mansion 2?
It's
Let's
Metroid
talk again after the
Prime
direct.
4.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I
Like,
know,
if
yeah.
February is
I
going to be
know,
telling.
let's get to the direct, but the point is, we didn't have to wait for a direct in the past. We already knew heading into the year about one major exciting game for that year. This time we don't. And it's very weird that we don't, because Nintendo's never let us get to this point. It was always the September direct. They would drop a major game for us to be excited about in the next year, and they didn't do that this time.
Is
So
it
it's kind of
possible
like
that they do think Metroid Prime 4 is that?
maybe
No,
Metro Prime
because it's
4
not announced
as
for this
of
year.
the year.
It doesn't follow
not
what
a
he's
no.
saying.
No, but it is a game that's looming, and obviously fans are
Bro.
aware that at some
No.
point it has to come out.
Look, I love
Post.
Metro Prime 4, and I really hope it comes out this year. But all the other games were actually announced for the following year. This game isn't. But
Right.
I'll also point out this as well, that one thing that I find fascinating is a now retired leaker in Emily Rogers, and yet she was caught up in the whole F-Zero Grand Prix thing, or the Star Fox Grand Prix thing. Easy to dismiss her. She said one thing now 2 years ago, right before she retired. My final thing I'm throwing out there: they're ending the Switch with a bunch of GameCube remasters, and we didn't know what was going to happen at the time, right? We had no idea. It hadn't happened yet. And we're kind of been getting last year and now heading to this a lot
Pikmin
of
1, Pikmin 2,
style.
Metroid Prime, Paper Mario is a remake, but
Luigi's Mansion
Yeah.
1 getting announced in June.
I believe that.
But like,
Please, I believe that.
like everything is just kind of like what she said, how the generation was going to end is kind of what's happening.
She's also like the most reliable insider.
She's
outside
been
of
very
Palworld.
reliable.
Outside of
Grand-
what Mother
Grand-
3, which
the Grand
I don't
Prix
even know.
thing and Mother 3 were like the two ones that people get her
Yeah.
Did she
for.
report Grand Prix?
Yeah, she was one of the
Interesting.
people.
Okay.
But if you actually go look up all the things she's gotten right, it's insane.
It's yeah.
She's got a very
I mean,
good
track record's crazy.
obviously,
She was the
she
most-
just has conversations with people.
She was
She
the
heard
most
something.
reliable insider until Pioro came around.
Yeah.
This
And by the way,
little-
Pioro only
little
gets info on
Pioro
things
Birdie, a
until
little
right
red
before it's
bird
gonna
on
happen.
Twitter is now like the best leaker of all time. I
Yeah.
actually think I have a theory on that Pioro is actually a former Reddit leaker that also had a 100% track record.
Oh,
because
was it Mystic Brush or something? What was it called?
Yeah, that brush guy, he's also got a 100% record.
Interesting.
And all of a sudden he just
Almost
vanished.
Yeah.
And I
could
wouldn't
be.
be
That could be.
surprised if he came back as this Twitter user because he's so pissed off at all the fake leakers out there. And he's like, fuck all of you guys. You guys don't know shit.
I think it's
It's
Doug
interesting.
Bowser.
He's never commented on Switch 2 though, has he? At in
I
any
mean,
capacity.
he doesn't talk about things that are happening
Further
long
out.
term. He only
Yeah.
talks about things that are imminent.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
talks about things that are just about to happen or happening within a week or two. And then he will, if you tag him on something, he actually is very good about responding. That's like what happened with it. Like, hey, he wasn't going to say anything about that 4chan post. He wasn't even going to talk about it. But someone tagged him and said, "What do you think?" And he just responded with fake. Okay. He will respond, but he'll also sometimes, if you tag him on something for a question, he's just going to give you a one-word response.
And so there's not a lot of context behind it.
And so like, so if I say, hey, is Switch 2 coming in 2024? Pioro, what's your thoughts on this? He'll just probably drop a emoji and leave it at that. Like, he's not going to tell you unless
if
it's
you did?
imminent.
It's
And if
Doug
it was
Bowser.
imminent,
That's who it is.
If he did get him to say
Here's the
something,
thing. Here's the thing. Pioro's probably going to be the one to tell us when the Switch 2 reveal is happening before Nintendo even reveals it's happening. He's going to drop some cryptic
is.
hints that people are going to...
he's gonna say like
It's
the thing you've been waiting for all
Pro.
this time is about to happen. Like he's gonna say something like that. Like we'll be like, oh, well, maybe he means Mario Sluggers too, right? Like,
Tomodachi Land.
No.
right?
If you look at the way he does the leaks, it's always a reference to the thing,
Sure.
but it's
Well,
in a
how
clever
do you-
way
how
where
do
you
you
actually have to be
subtly, cleverly
knowledgeable to
reference Switch
understand
2?
the reference.
Ooh,
Remake
so
of a
maybe-
DS and Wii game.
Or no, what he'll do is maybe he'll reference the name, right? So like for example, you know my dumb idea that the Switch 2 will be called Switch Nova. It's just a fun idea, right? Like what if he says like he just puts like a sun emoji?
I mean, he did that for Wonder, basically.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, the elephant
exactly.
emoji. Yeah.
The elephant thing, yeah. So
And it's one of those things we won't know it's a leak
he'll
until
let
it's
us
leaked.
know before
Yeah.
anybody else probably says anything, at least anything that we could substantially trust.
Well, I mean, there is the financial earnings release, so we might get something there.
When
And
is
so
that,
that's
by the way?
not
Is it
9th.
February
9th.
6th.
Oh, that's
February
Oh,
6th.
6th?
Yeah.
okay. That's pretty
Oh.
soon.
6th. There we
Right.
go.
And by the
That was
way,
very soon. Yep.
many believe, myself included, that the 7th is when we're getting a direct.
Oh yeah.
That's
Is
just
there any
based off
question?
historic.
I think
That's
it'll be-
it's
I
just
think
based
it'll
off
be the
historical
after.
precedent, right? Literally, the
Yeah,
last
I
2
think
years
it's
would
gonna be the
say
week after. But that's
could
okay.
be
I
on
don't have an
Valentine's Day.
evidence for that. It's more so. I think it was a reference.
It'll make
I
your
have to go
podcast
look it up.
better.
It might have been on family boards where Necro Felipe mentioned middle of which that's why I was like, oh, middle. But then he never
Yeah.
clarified because
Could be the
they never
14th.
the insiders that never clarify till it's like the week of. So, anyways, we'll know because Palworld is going to start letting us know days before it's even announced. This is going to start. You start seeing him put like a bunch of cryptic tweets out. Okay, he's leaking some games from the direct. That's just
Yeah.
So, have any of our minds changed, or we're all on the same page?
probably all.
I will
the
say
same.
that. No, I will say that I'm more convinced of 2024. I think that as I said at the beginning, a lot of this current new information is obviously overwhelmingly that side. There's basically nothing that has come out that is indicating 2025 in the last month.
Until we get that
and so,
direct.
yeah, exactly. The nail in the coffin on either side is when we actually get information from Nintendo, which has not happened in the last
The next
2
few
months.
weeks are going to be very interesting.
We need proof.
Yeah.
Daddy Jake, do you even have it in you anymore to talk about this Palworld situation? What is happening? Come on, bro. I literally just had to look it up because I didn't even know what this.
He's
said
like,
till
no
2
fucking
minutes
way.
ago.
We're finally doing it 8 hours later.
Oh yeah, I thought you were
Palworld.
gonna ask me about what
Most
year I thought
popular
the Switch,
game in the world at the moment, Palworld.
I thought you were gonna ask me what year the Switch 2 was gonna release, and to be honest, we didn't spend enough time talking about it, so I haven't been able to.
No,
form
that's
an
why I
opinion.
just jumped to Palworld.
Can you please
All right,
explain
all right.
why you think
Palworld
Switch is
like
coming out in
Palworld.
2026 with Palworld as a launch title?
All right, well,
Palworld
let me
2.
bring up the
Nintendo
statement.
will
and I'll read it.
acquire Pocket Pair.
Yeah,
I'll read
I
it
found
through
it on
Yeah, I wanna
Nintendo.
see it.
Nintendo hire this
Oh.
dev team.
The Pokemon Company announced 10:43, which was over 2 hours ago at this point.
Well, not for me, it wasn't. It was an hour ago to me.
It was still over 2 hours
I
ago
know.
for you. Yeah,
I
it
know,
was-
I know. I was just yanking your chain because it's
right.
10:43. That wasn't that long ago. Anyways,
All right, okay, fair. All right.
I got
So
even
the
bigger
Pokemon
news.
Company released a
Sorry.
statement regarding Palworld, and it says, "We have received many inquiries regarding another company's game released in January 2024. We have not granted any permission for the use of Pokemon intellectual property or assets in that game. We intend to investigate and take appropriate measures to address any acts that infringe on intellectual property rights related to the Pokemon. We will continue to cherish and nurture each and every Pokemon and its world and work to bring the world together through Pokemon in the future." All right, a few things right off the top. First of all, like the biggest thing that I'm going to circle back to is this is nothing but the greatest free marketing that Palworld could have ever received. They should be thanking the Pokemon Company for this gift. Now, Pokemon Company thinks that this is going to scare the developers of Palworld and have them shaking their boots. But honestly, like, if they could do shit, they would have done shit. You know what I mean? Like, this is like when, like, you ever seen Pineapple Express? You remember when he gets like really, really mad and he's like, it's the guy that plays it's Gary Oldman, right? The guy that plays Will Ferrell's dad in Talladega Nights. He's like, "We're gonna come after you with everything we fucking have." And then he hangs up the phone and the cop's like, "Do you realize how weak you just made us look?" Like, it's that complete vibe. And also, it's so funny to be like, we intend to investigate any acts that infringe on intellectual property rights and the assets. Like, what? Did Palworld use like trees that look like pieces of shit? Are you scared that they stole your assets? Like, come on. And like, to cherish and nurture each and every Pokemon and its world, why don't you apply a performance update to your marquee game that came out? Like, there's
this
so
is
many
about
things,
Palworld.
dude.
Yeah.
This isn't about making Pokemon better. We all know Pokemon's got problems.
So from the
Yeah.
statement, what this tells me is they're like, "Hey guys, could you please stop asking us about this, please? We really don't.
We'll look into it. We'll
Please
look
stop
into
asking
it.
us."
It doesn't say that there's going to be legal action because they're going to investigate. I think this just shows how vocal the Pokemon community.
I think I think that and I'm probably putting too much stock into Kit and Krista, what they said on their show about this. But they noted, based on their experience at Nintendo, that they seem to do a lot of this, Nintendo and the Pokemon Company just overlooking everyone else's games. Like, they don't pay attention to any of these games that might infringe or have anything to do with their stuff unless they get popular. Like, they just don't care.
Exactly.
They think their games are vastly superior. So what I took from that, and they sort of said this is, could people bring up this excuse? Well, this game's been known for months. Why didn't they take legal? Because they didn't give a shit. They didn't think the game was going to be popular enough to warrant
And acknowledging it would give them more popularity.
Yeah, so
Sure.
to them, there
Makes
was
sense.
nothing to investigate because they weren't even worried about it.
Yeah.
Because there's a dime a dozen of these damn things all the time. And then the lawyer that used to be their primary defense was reached out to by Stefan Totillo, former CEO of Kotaku, who now runs his own outlet. And that lawyer is like, my only concern is I don't know why the legal team didn't do something sooner.
Yeah.
Because if the Pokemon Company's ignoring it, but it's up to the legal team to not be. And under him, they didn't ignore these. He says it's a dime a dozen, but we never ignored them. We always paid attention. And he feels like this is kind of a blatant, everything just kind of got ignored. They just assumed this game was going to bomb so bad it wasn't even worth their time to look at it. And then on top of that, Kent and Chris have said, well, they also released it on a weekend. Everyone at the Pokemon Company, all the people that matter, ain't working weekends. So they're not even preparing responses yet over the weekend. Meaning that when they release, like, it's a Tuesday, right? They all just got back in on Monday. They had their meetings with their legal teams. They had their meetings with everyone. They got all these inquiries from all the online people tagging them and everything. They drop a response on Tuesday. The response is, hey, we're looking into it. If we find something, we'll take care of it. If not, So, and I think this legitimately isn't like them trying to dismiss it. It's them going like, yeah, we're already looking into it. We're pissed off about it. We shouldn't have ignored it. Our bad. Did they steal any of our shit from our Pokemon designs? We don't know. We're going to try to figure it out. And on top of that, figure out if it's actually stolen or if it's derivative. And if it's derivative, then they can't do anything about it. If it's actually stolen, then yeah, they can. And they have to prove that in court. So it's all of a, are they going to press? And I've been saying this whole time about Palworld. This isn't our concern. You can be mad about the game. You know, why don't you bitching about the fact that it has the exact same climbing mechanics as Breath of the Wild and has a fucking paraglider
Yeah,
in
look
it?
at Craftopia.
Why is Survival Evolved not coming out and basically saying all the pals are dinosaurs from our game?
The menu system is
The menu
pretty much a
system is
carbon
so-
copy of Arc.
The menu system is literally like a copy of Arc.
What
It
about
is
the
so-
boss health bar font that is actually just Xenoblade? Like, not even.
Like, here's the thing. The people who made this game, and this is taking nothing away from how fun the game is to play. They blatantly took things from other games in terms of the ideas
That's what all games are.
That's
and mashed them all. Yeah, but it's very blatant. As you said,
specifically this developer. That's their
the
MO.
exact same menu system as Arc. Some of the Pokemon have like the same facial features as their Pokemon. Pals have the same features as some of the Pokemon. I just look at this as, but you can do that legally if it's derivative enough. And that's not for any of us as gamers to decide if it's derivative. As gamers, there's
we
one thing
we can have opinions though, and I don't think
yeah, there's
I
only
don't
one
think
thing we
there's
should care
anything wrong
about.
with
Is
it.
the game fun or not?
What did you say, Jake? What's your opinion?
My opinion is that they haven't copied anything enough for it to be considered.
Yeah,
and
that's kind
Jake,
of what I think
tend to
too.
lean and agree with you, but it's a legal matter. And ultimately, if the Pokemon Company thinks there's a case and they file a case and they win it, okay. Like it's not. We don't get to determine.
I don't think they're going to have a case. If they
I
would
don't
have
think they're
filed
going
it.
to do anything. I don't think they're going to do anything.
The reality
and
is,
I think the reality is that, and Kent and Chris have said this, that like the Pokemon Company is probably pissed off. Absolutely, they're pissed. But can they do anything?
You know, the best thing they could do is make their games better, so it's not people wouldn't be flocking to this.
I don't even think that the games are
Dude,
equitable
I'm
enough.
so frustrated with the arguments about making their games better coming out of this. These aren't even the same type of video game.
I
There's
agree.
nothing
Not
they
even
can
the
learn
same
from this
genre.
game to make their games better. It's a completely different type of game.
I'll push back a little bit, just a little bit on that. Just a
Thank you.
little
What's
bit.
that?
I don't
Kind of like
entirely.
Legends Arceus, maybe.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if there's any game it's copying from Pokemon, it is Legends Arceus. Like the catching
They
mechanics.
chose the
are
right
very
one to
similar.
copy.
Oh, I agree. I a lot. I mean, I actually kind of. I think there is something I kind of mentioned in the beginning of the show, right? Like I kind of like this mechanic in Palworld where you can create equipment and then use your Pokemon kind of like an interesting tool or ability that's unique to that. Well, I said Pokemon, but Pal, right? And so it would be kind of cool if
You're
in
not the
Legends
only one
Arceus,
calling them Pokemon.
right? They're Pokemon, right? But they're Pokemon, but they can get away
It's
with it.
obvious what inspired.
Yeah, I mean, so we kind of have that in Pokemon already, right? Like you have like it's the evolution of the HMs, right? The ride Pokemon, right? And we have them in forms of some of them in Legends as well, right? Like
Sure.
I would like to see them build on that. And another thing, even though I don't want them to copy Arc, I do like some survival mechanics in Legends because it is kind of like that, right? So I wouldn't mind some light survival mechanics. Give us a little bit more to do in the world, build that, and have our Pokemon start doing with things more than just running around and fighting things. Like I think there
only
is something to
thing
that idea.
that the Pokemon Company might actually have a case for is Palworld does pretty much have no story, so that is kind of a direct ripoff of Pokemon.
Oh, geez.
My feeling about
Here's the only thing I think would matter. And this is something that, look, none of us can prove. This would be up to the Pokemon Company's legal team to prove. Is the only case that there may ever possibly be is if they can ever prove they used AI to make the designs. Because if they did, the AI might have taken assets from the Pokemon things themselves. But that is not something that is proven. That is not something any of us can say actually
I also
happened.
have to say that they put AI, like they would be violating Steam.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of stuff. So and that what I've and by the way, you Pokemon fans that have been absolutely disgusting and looking into the credits of the game and attacking the artist, stop. That is just no. You don't know what they worked on. You don't know what part of the game. What if they were character models and like for the actual NPCs in the game? You're attacking them because of that. None of that shit looks like
Nate. I actually want to just add something to what you just said because as someone who's self-admittedly a Pokemon fan that buys all the games, whether they're
new monster
good or lazy, like I do buy them all. I do think that Scarlet and Violet was a great game despite like the performance issues.
But, a lot of good ideas in the game.
Diamond Pearl remakes, terrible. Still bought them. People are always like, how does Pokemon sell so much when they're so lazy with certain games? But like now we're kind of seeing like people are kind of outing themselves, like the millions of fans, like that would just Palworld is a totally different game. I agree. Like if you play it, you can't really compare it in terms of gameplay.
It's a survival game. There's
but
nothing
it's like
similar
the
to
fact
Pokemon
that all these fans are like defending this billion-dollar company and trashing this game and not letting like another game exist. It's like these are the people that are buying, both versions of every release. Like there's like it's crazy. And it's weird because the Pokemon games are some of the most heavily criticized games there are. But there's so many, like it's almost like to try to counterbalance just like the blind fandom of it too. And again, this is all coming from someone who loves the franchise and loves those games. And it's just, I don't know. I guess it's complicated when something's.
Did you guys see that tweet I did where I posted my Palworld Pokemon video and it was like 50% dislikes in the first 5 minutes?
Oh yeah,
and it was a
that happened to me
13-minute
too.
video.
That happened to me too.
And it's like, wait, so like there's just a lot of people out there that are just jumping to conclusions, right? I use the words
the AI
intellectually disingenuous.
Around by even like really big name people, just like, oh, what's like piece of shit AI garbage. I'm just like, you need to before we jump to AI, and I understand that the main person behind the studio and behind the game has talked in the past about how much he loves AI. Fine, I get it. He's supportive of AI tools. AI tools are being used in everything. I'm a YouTuber. I use AI tools. It helps me come up with my descriptions helps me come up with
bastard.
titles.
I
I
make me
literally
sick.
pay for
Oh, yes, I
access
do.
to AI tools to help me do what I do. People, artists are using it with generative fill in Photoshop, right? Like it is something that YouTube is ran by artificial intelligence. Getting a hold of an actual person like doesn't happen because the entire platform is ran by a computer. It's one of these things, an algorithm and an artificial intelligence that they built years ago that they keep trying to add more and more ability to. The thing is, AI is not going anywhere. The only concern with AI when it comes to this game would be if they did use it for the pals, and in the base imageries that the AI used to base what it was making, it included Pokemon models. That is not something any of us know. That is not something any of us can prove. All we know is that there's a couple things that look similar to some of the other Pokemon, but that's allowed legally. There's nothing against that legally.
Nate, you saw the thing where that was debunked, right? Like the apology.
The person that literally
Okay.
like, oh, the models are the exact same proportions. I'm like, no, they're not. You like play the fucking game. They're not. But like, yeah, when that video went viral, it was such bullshit. It's like you didn't even fucking turn the game on. Shut the fuck up. Anyways,
I think it's just not a useful conversation because ultimately it is people using Palworld to make an entirely unrelated point. What's happening with the Pokemon Company is entirely different, and I frankly do not think that Palworld is a game worthy of much discussion by its own merit. My feeling on Palworld is that its success makes complete sense to me because it is an amalgam of other already successful
other
ideas.
popular successful games. Yeah.
And what I've been saying to my friends is that we should not be surprised that games like this are successful because we live in a world where everybody plays Fortnite custom games and they play Minecraft Hunger Games and they're in Roblox and all they're consuming is user-generated content. And when that is your audience, they do not give a fuck about the artistic integrity of the game. And it's a non-factor. All that matters to people is, are they having fun? Are their friends playing it? And are their favorite YouTubers and streamers playing it? And Palworld checks all three of the boxes.
And that's what I argue that gamers should most care about. Because here's the thing. All this outrage, it is a legal matter if there is anything. And that is not, we don't own Pokemon. Okay? It is not ours to protect. We are just gamers. We are consumers. We choose what we spend money on. And you can have opinions, but at the end of the day, if there's actually something legally wrong, the Pokemon Company is going to take care of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they can't, it's because
they've got the money to
isn't
do whatever they want and sue
like,
whoever they
literally,
want.
They put out this statement to basically say, hey, we're good. We are looking at it. And if we can do something, we will. And if nothing happens, they won't.
I read that letter as them basically saying, hey guys, we did pay attention to Palworld, so don't you try to do what Palworld is doing, get even closer. All that letter says is that our eyes are open.
I wish they would have mentioned Palworld by name. Probably would have instantly sold another 10 million copies of Palworld.
Yeah, I think it's ultimately just silly. It's like Pokemon used to be
came out in January.
Yeah, Pokemon used to be one of my favorite franchises. I have not really enjoyed a Pokemon game in a very long time. So when I understand why people like me who love Pokemon would see Palworld and say, okay, I wish that Pokemon could be this. But it's completely apples and oranges. It's applying a discourse onto a game that does not deserve it. And that's not me saying you can't have fun with Palworld. I think that if you have fun with Palworld, that's great. It is a game designed to be fun.
With guns, that's not what it is.
It's not what it is at all. So I just feel like the conversation,
Sword and Shield.
I think the conversation is just so far away from what Palworld actually is. We're having a completely different discourse. The devs are just over here rubbing their hands together to get more and more press and more people to play their game. And ultimately, in my opinion, more power to them. I would much rather a couple little indie devs make a shit ton of money on Pokemon. I don't really give a fuck. Ultimately, I just think that Palworld is not a very interesting game to discuss. I think it is an obvious trend game, the same way that Only Up was a trend game, the same way that Suika game was a trend game. These are always around. So I just don't think that I think this is just another one of those. And people just are upset at Pokemon.
As a trend game, it is trending significantly higher than almost every game we're talking about. It's almost to the point it's the most popular game in Steam history.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, you're thinking similar to what games?
I was saying Only Up is a good example.
What is a good example? Sorry.
Only Up.
Quiet.
Yeah, something's going on with your mic, Jake.
Your mic is really quiet.
You might want to move your
Something
away from the
changed
mic.
on your end, I
Yeah,
think.
something changed.
The only up thing.
Okay, how's that?
Yeah,
There
we
you
got
go.
you now.
It's a lot
I was
better.
saying
Okay.
only up.
Only out?
Only
Only
up.
up.
Sell,
Only up.
did that sell 10 million copies or?
No, but it did not. But it was a similar viral hit. Obviously not to the same echelon.
I-
but
yeah,
I would
looking at
argue
the
that's
motherboard
not
list.
not similar at all. Like, it's 8 million right now, so I think it's safe to say 10 million. It could be like upwards of
Sure.
like I don't even know. Like it
Yeah,
could
we don't
be-
know when it's going to stop.
And this is a
Yeah,
beta
I
game.
say
too.
goodbye,
when
Fortnite.
the final form comes out on PS5 and Xbox Series X,
I'd
like
switch
it
to.
could hit like 50 million. Like that's
Well, it's not-
actually possible.
It's on Xbox, but yeah,
Well, okay, yeah. I meant Nintendo Switch actually. Which
yeah. Well,
like,
here's the thing.
easily enough,
That's
like,
the only debate I have with this game is like, let's say Kit and Chris are right. They ignored this game. Now they're looking at legal action. They might not be
This
able to
game
do
looks
anything.
fun. Only
Let's
up. I
say,
might
let's say
play
they just
it.
like
It's a fun game.
they get it where they can't, they're not, there's no legal action, right? Nothing illegal happened.
not only does it have the sales, it has the concurrent players, which
Yeah.
means it's not
Yeah.
it's fun.
The
Like,
only question I
it's
have,
good,
because
and
this
it's
game
not
isn't
even
going to be on
complete yet.
Switch. This game will not be on Switch. It runs pretty poorly on
Switch two.
Xbox Series X. It's
Switch
not going to
two.
be. But
Yeah,
we're
Switch
saying
2
on
maybe.
Switch 2.
Yeah.
I will say this. My only question is if Kit and Krista are correct, and it kind of looks, public statement is all, wishy-washy, but if the Pokemon Company is actually super pissed about this, that's the only question I have is, would Nintendo allow the game to come to their next platform if the Pokemon Company was like, hey, we don't want this shit here?
I mean, that's an interesting question that ultimately my understanding of Nintendo's policies is that they don't curate like that.
Yeah, no, yeah.
They wouldn't stop that game from coming. But it's also important to remember that this is a conversation for many years down the line when this matter is going to
Yeah.
have been resolved. Because the only
And-
reason it's on Xbox right now is because Xbox allows game preview on their platform. PlayStation doesn't, as far as I understand. So the game can't be on PlayStation because
Well,
it's not a
it's
finished
actually
release.
officially on Game Pass. So
What's the
Microsoft
game
actually
preview
helped.
one?
Yeah, it's still called early access.
Sorry,
on that.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's the principle is the same. PlayStation doesn't allow early access or whatever
Yeah.
brand
Yeah.
on their platform.
Well, I'm just noting that also Microsoft
Yeah.
actually helped fund the
Yeah.
game. That's what I was
Sure,
saying.
that's a good point.
Um,
That's a good point.
I think it's interesting. I think that this is a very interesting social experiment at this point, because we've known about Palworld this whole time. People only got pissed now because now we've seen all the PAL designs, and now we see how popular. Like, if this game didn't get popular, people just Pokemon fans or certain Pokemon fans. I want to clarify, this isn't all Pokemon fans, but the loudest ones wouldn't be bitching so much and making
I
up
mean,
shit and lies.
Jake and I are
and,
Pokemon fans. We don't hate Palworld.
like,
Yeah.
Neither do I.
it's just a game. Like,
Oh, I
look,
kind of like it.
it's really popular. Maybe it's going to start a whole new Palworld super popular franchise moving forward, and that's totally fine. Maybe that's what's going to happen.
What's the name of the studio that made Palworld? I don't
Pocket
even
Pocket
know.
Pair.
Pocket Hair.
Pocket
Pair.
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 Pocket
P-
Pair.
Pair. Pair. Pair. Yes.
I've got a pocket pair for you.
Oh, fascinating.
To go with my
Um,
pocket monster.
Yeah,
What-
fascinating.
dude,
No,
those
Pocket
are- that's
Monster.
crazy.
They
Pocket
are the
Pair.
maybe
Oh,
they're the
man.
new Game Freak.
Yeah.
Because Game Freak was
It's
wasn't like a
not-
tech,
they're not hiding where all their inspiration's all from. Like the three
Yeah.
games that they're borrowing from, the name of the company that they're basing it on, the old Pocket Monster name of Pokemon. It's very obvious what they're doing. It's just none of it, unless something happens legally, then none of it was illegal. So if none of it's illegal, then it's not our problem. It's not our problem anyways, because we don't own the properties that were ripped off. And in the end, it's just a game. You play it, you have fun. If you're twisting this into the Pokemon Company needs to do better and make better games, okay, well, we've already been saying that, and Pokemon fans have been saying that for decades.
This is not
This is
news.
a
This
new
is not a
thing.
surprise.
We've been saying this for
No.
decades. The only thing that's going to force them, strong arm them, is if tens of millions of Pokemon fans stop buying Pokemon games.
Yeah.
And that's not, that hasn't happened. So until that happens, they have no reason to really care about making superior Pokemon products. Like,
Unless, wait, Nate, unless they just wanted those to sell even more. You know what I mean?
Sure,
'Cause,
yeah. The whole trying to hit that next threshold of sales
Yeah.
that they think is possible You know, if they think it's spot, like if they think they can regularly sell 40, 50 million of a game, then they would want to hit that. But I don't know. We don't know, obviously, if they think, we don't know what they're thinking internally, if they even think that's a new height that Pokemon can get to. I think one thing that's interesting for them, just in terms of,
I just say one thing on that, is that I think they do believe it can hit that. But as we've talked about on this podcast before, getting them out on time so they can release the next set of anime cartoons, the next set of Pokemon cards is, I think, their number one priority, because that overall gives them the most net amount of revenue.
Yeah.
And
But
also,
you know, what would be the
I
greatest
also
thing
think the
ever?
Legend series is
Pokemon
a
MMO.
fascinating experiment because of how well Legend sold as a solo release instead of a duel. And
so many things going against it, and it's right there with the best of them.
And it's one of those, I wonder if that to them is their experiment to see if they can reach that upper echelon. Because if the next Legends game sells 20, 25 million, now you're showing growth of this different style of Pokemon game. And then that's growing exponentially more than your standard Pokemon games. And you're going to keep making the standard ones. But I think it might just be one of those, that might be their experiment for a potential to reach a whole new level. But we gotta wait. Right now, it's right off the one-off game that we don't even have confirmation they're ever making another one of. Same happened with Let's Go. The Let's Go's game sold decent too, but then
We're
we haven't had
about a
one
month away from finding out.
Yeah, a month away from finding out. So
Please be
Boys,
I
it's midnight here. I got to go to bed soon. I hate to tell you.
You guys,
I think we're wrapping up.
made a fun game. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. If there's anything legally wrong, ain't my problem.
And all I'm gonna say is, if the next Legends games has some type of co-op or multiplayer, that's a W.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
Should after Scarlet Violet.
Real quick question for anyone that might know this. Does anyone know how Palworld runs on Steam Deck?
Apparently pretty well.
Okay, cool.
The
I'm
Shadow
going
Box
back to
Infinite's always
Florida.
mad.
Going back to
You gotta get
Florida
on the same
Friday.
page.
Yeah.
And I was
I mean,
thinking of putting
Abram,
it
if
on
you
my
have to
Steam
step
Deck.
out now, you're welcome to step out, Nate. Right?
Yeah, you can always leave anytime.
Unless you want to stick 5 to 10 minutes.
Like West Nemo left, but his internet.
Yeah,
actually
I'll
died.
stay. I'll stay for the end.
It's up to you.
Yeah, we're almost done here. Yeah. West Nebo's internet, literally, they have a full-on outage right now in his area.
Oh, wow.
So that's why. He didn't leave on purpose. Anyways, we're gonna probably go ahead and wrap this up. The Palworld one wasn't meant to be a super long topic. It's just like a lot of us we pretty much all seem to be in agreement anyway. So unless there was somebody on our show that was vehemently like "fuck Palworld," like I didn't really think any of us thought that. So
Wes hated Palworld, that's why he left, and then he destroyed the internet entirely.
He broke his router.
Exactly.
He went out there and found where the wire was coming into the transponder for the internet for the whole neighborhood and took a baseball bat to it.
Yeah.
So we didn't have to be here for this. All right. We're gonna go around quick. You just tell people where they can find you, what you got going on, any upcoming content people can look forward to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We'll start with the backlog banter, folks, because I know we want to get out of here. We're tired. It's okay.
Abram's a sleepy boy.
I'm a sleepy
all right.
boy.
That's all right. Dude, I got to be up with my kids in 4 hours to get them ready for school. So, life of a parent, I live being tired. That's why this doesn't bother me. I don't know what not being tired.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, you can find us on YouTube at Backlot Banter for our movie coverage. If you want our game stuff, which would probably be more interesting to people here, you can go to Backlog Banter. Check out our channel. Like Tucker said, our next big upcoming project is predicting the Nintendo Switch 2. We're also working on a cool collab video right now about actually Excite Truck and Excite Bots with a very special guest that we're looking forward to. So that's us. I'll do a personal plug for myself. I also work for a company called Lost and Cult. We just released a book with Sam Barlow and Half Mermaid, an official book for the Immortality, if you're familiar with that. It's almost sold out, so you should go check it out. It was super cool working with Sam. He's a sick guy. Go subscribe to Backlog Banter. Go buy my book. Goodbye.
I want to thank
curious
the
of
5 people that have subscribed to Backlog Banter since this started. We are now
Let's
at
go.
137 subscribers.
How about we get to 140? It's what I feel like
Let's get to
140 is
140
pretty.
Yeah,
that's
you know what?
pretty
That's
feasible.
doable.
Yeah, we have 180 watching. I'd be saying let's get
Guys,
to
what are
180.
you doing? I'm
Hey,
also
you know what?
curious
Hey.
on Backlog Banter. What's the reference? Is it related to the Sandlot movie by any chance? Or is it just
It's more like a film backlot.
Backlots are where you shoot a movie. Backlot.
Okay, all right, I got it now. Cool.
So it's clever. It's a
The
little
moment that you
wordplay.
asked that, I was like, that might be the most unintelligent question I've seen him ever ask.
Yeah.
He didn't
Yeah.
understand that they're like
Nope.
movie people and like what a backlot is. Anyways,
Yeah.
okay.
I didn't.
You can't be an
I didn't.
expert in everything, Andres. That's all it is. It's cool.
Yeah.
I like the
Yeah.
Sandlot reference though, because I do like that.
Holy
movie.
shit!
That is a good
Just-
movie.
140. There we
Nicely
go.
done,
Boom,
everybody.
140.
Hey, I
Hell
did call
yeah.
140 by the way. So
Hell
you
yeah.
know,
Nicely
so
done.
Keep
my
it
bad.
going.
your
Keep it
fault,
going up. The
Andres.
podcast is still
Yeah.
going. Botas, you got anything going on?
Just the same old Nintendo news coverage. I do have a video that I already pre-recorded coming out on Friday talking about the sentiment that there's way too much Mario this year. So that's coming out on Friday. But other than that, I talk about Nintendo news pretty much each and every day. I do a lot of shorts and I do a lot of collecting stuff as well. So go check me out at Botox Games.
Sick. let's get Bo to 1 million subscribers
Right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right now.
Come on.
Right now. Get
Fine,
it.
I'll-
we got
fine,
players
I'll
Help me,
Whoa,
help me
whoa,
pass
whoa.
Andres right now.
Boy. He's getting to
Do
a
it.
mil. Please drag me with, please. What is
Yeah.
happening? Hold
And
on.
drag. Just give me a couple
Yeah.
100,000.
All three of us together.
Yeah.
Daddy Jake's
awesome.
got connections to million subscriber channels. Tell him to drag our asses.
Give us
Yeah,
a shout
sure.
Drag
out.
him hard. Drag him hardcore.
By the way, I'm Daddy Jake. You can find me on YouTube at Jake Randall. You can find me on Twitter /X at Jake Randall. And you can find me at onlyfans.com/2inch destroyer, 2 the number, not spelled out, just 2inch destroyer. And that's where I'm focusing on content for right now. We're just got to get it monetized.
I
Fair
love
enough.
that. I did you throw on an accent there? That was quite.
Yeah.
I thought I'd give you a little time
It's
for
like-
that just to wrap it up.
I was gonna be like, this
Real
is the
quick.
kind of content you can look forward to at 2 inch.
Hey, Nate, I hope that don't bother you none that I did that.
I don't care. It's just
Wild.
All right.
Andres, what you got going on? Where can they find you?
Well, I'm not sure what I got going on. I talk about Nintendo every day. Andres Restart is my YouTube channel, and I will point out. Thank you, Captain Doge, for sending me this message. Apparently, an Instagram video just came out from Universal Studios Orlando for Epic Universe, and Eiji Aonuma has been spotted. And
I
I'm
saw
looking
that.
at the photos, and that is definitely Eiji Aonuma.
Wait.
Where?
Right, so
Wait,
what was
spotted
this?
where?
Universal Studios Orlando Epic Universe. He's
Mm.
literally he's wearing a. Wait, is that Miyamoto as well? I think it is.
Well, Miyamoto doesn't surprise me.
All right. Well, can I share this? photo
Miyamoto
real
goes
quick?
to all the places they're building theme parks.
This is literally them. Yeah, this is them. I know their faces, but I'll just share this image. This is them.
Gotta get that Zelda world ready for the
It-
movie.
Oh, they're building.
yeah.
Oh, I see.
Have
That's-
any of you guys
yeah.
been to Super Nintendo
I
World?
think no one's talking about this being Miyamoto, but I'm pretty sure that's Miyamoto.
Yeah, it looks
That's-
like
that-
that.
that looks
Yeah, I
like
can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Miyamoto.
And this is 100% Aonuma. There's like no.
That
there's no
is
doubt.
Miyamoto is next to on
they're
Stealth
mapping out
Post.
the
It says
Zelda world
Miyamoto
that
is
hasn't
next.
been announced yet. They're mapping it
Yeah.
up.
There was a
Yeah.
rumor that they might have like a few rides, so a few single attractions or something. So maybe they put the Donkey Kong Park and just add a few different like single attractions.
Well, isn't the one they're building there overall going to end up being the biggest of all of them, regardless? That's
Yeah,
the
it's gonna
plan.
be way bigger. I've been to the one.
I
in
heard
Hollywood,
that
it's pretty small, so-
like what they're doing there is what they wish they could do everywhere else if they had made this deal years ago where they had the land to do it. So like they're actually like legitimately building out like an entire Nintendo world, like long haul. Like that's the whole plan. This is gonna be like their biggest Nintendo park,
Yeah, sorry to add a whole other topic, but
which
that's
would be
just
kind of
something.
shocking to me because I'm like, dude, that means like I always knew they're gonna add a Zelda eventually, but then like he's there, imagining that like the
Sooner
Zelda's
than
gonna
later,
come there
baby.
first,
Sooner than
and
later,
it's gonna be
baby.
badass.
Yeah,
In time
Maybe
with the
launch
movie.
next
Ocarina of
year.
Time
We're
theme.
getting
2026 sounds about right.
Zelda there. That'd be sick.
Yep.
Damn it! Well, I
Anyways.
know now. I know why I did not go out to California for the Nintendo World there because you know what, the good one,
Saving
is
it for the
yet
good
to
one.
come.
Saving it
Yeah,
for
The
the
good
time.
one's yet to
Wait.
come.
Several years.
And you
but
know
yeah.
what? I mean, hey, look, if it wants to open this June, that's cool. I'll be in Florida this June briefly while I'm going on a cruise. So we'll see. All right. I am Nintendo Robo Jance, also known as Nintendo Prime, of course. You guys know what's up. If you're listening to the audio version, I do have a YouTube channel. You can check that out. It's where most of my stuff happens. We just have one super chat thing I wanted to get to quick because we didn't really have a Q&A section for it, but this was a question. Does it leak before the reveal? So that's what they're asking about the
Ooh,
Switch
man.
2. Will the system leak before the reveal?
Yeah.
How much are we
probably.
talking here in terms of like?
I'll
We
put
will
it this.
know when it's happening
Switch
at the very
Lite
least.
leaked before reveal. We actually saw the damn backplate for it from the
Sure.
Yeah.
manufacturer.
I don't think it'll leak to that
Yeah.
extent.
I don't know. I think that Eurogamer thing from 2016 where they had the Joy-Con.
Tell you what, I'm about to leak to that extent right after this podcast.
I gotta say, it won't. leak
We have
because-
this whole debate, and then literally breaking news tomorrow. Entire system just got leaked from the factory, and we're like, wait a second, what is going on? And then Nintendo, we're aware of an ongoing leak about a potential new system coming from. our
I was just trying to say that I have to pee again, but yeah.
You guys don't know what this is.
We're aware of
But
a
I'm-
set of guys on the internet doing a video discussing the release date. We are approaching this very cautiously.
Yeah, they do like the
Everyone's being
official tweet.
contacted.
What was
We
that,
will be
Andre?
taking care of these people.
I can't tell you.
Were you leaking the mold for the new controller?
I
Oh,
cannot tell you.
Okay. Anyway,
After the
I
stream
can't
ends, let
tell
me see.
you.
Let me see.
Because it's not. It's actually like I think a charging dock for a Razer,
oh my god.
Well, it might be for the Switch too. You don't know.
or maybe
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
lying. Maybe
leaking
it is
my
just-
water bottle. It has
All
a
I
leak.
need to know to end
Hey,
the show,
Hey, at
Daddy
least we know about Zelda Legos. Am I right?
Daddy Jake, do you finally feel seen?
I do finally feel seen.
Okay, let me make sure. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will be back same time next week. At least I'll be back. I don't know about all these crazy people. We have a full show next week as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. You guys are awesome. And no, I will not tell you who the guests are this time. You guys will just have to be surprised. Later, guys.